Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, boy, if this POS matter, don't pass your call. Person go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Then they use fake alert, they worry us.
Okay, so Mona, listen, if you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk that road where they worry for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what? Development with the work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Oyemike, aka Ogbefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go reach 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
Directors, President, Nigerian Guild of Editors, distinguished editors, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Mr. Chairman, as part of your engagement to engage with various stakeholders, you have met with various groups, and another critical group that you are meeting today are members of the Nigerian Guild of Editors. Of course, you had a meeting with NUG where they selected journalists from states of the Federation, where you share your vision and also seek for their support. It's the same thing we are here today. Editors, before you is the chairman of the ICPC. Before becoming the chairman of ICPC, he was the Commissioner of Justice in Jigawa State. And he has a vision that he intends to unveil, or he wants you to help him so that he achieve this vision. Dr. Musa Ali San is currently pursuing a vigorous restructuring of the ICPC that requires your support, your understanding. And that is why I came to Lagos purposely to meet with you and to seek for that support. Distinguished editors, I present you as one of you. I present you the chairman of ICPC and Dr. Musa Ali San. Mr. Chairman, you are welcome, sir.
The management staff of ICPC, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm really happy and delighted to be in the midst of these distinguished Nigerians. And I have to say that we at ICPC, we really cherishes and greatly values the partnership with you all, because we know that you are really great and valuable because of the role which our Grand Norm has given to the media. And there is no doubt that your dedication to exposing corruption and enhancing our efforts has been crucial in fostering a more transparent society. And our decision to come here today is part of our determination to strengthen our partnership. That's why this breakfast meeting is not merely an event, but a reaffirmation of our shared mission to combat corruption and uphold integrity in Nigeria. And your support for the ICPC in delivering its statutory mandates, including its robust activities and initiatives in fighting corrupt practices and other related offenses in Nigeria is really commendable, because you have been really helpful in enlightening Nigerians about the problem of corruption. And I'm personally filled with gratitude that the media has continued to positively boost the ICPC's anti-corruption public communication efforts. Your investigative reports, analysis, and overall dedication to truth have helped in exposing corrupt practices, because there are a lot of stories that you published which help us in our investigation. And most of these stories, they have led us to discovering some massive challenges that is facing, or that are facing our public sector. And if I may recall, there is one whereby it has to do with our youth. A contract supposed to be executed for the benefit of our youth, but the humongous amount of money was diverted. And it was as a result of one of you we discovered the challenge. So I thank you for the contribution. As we salute your commitment to the crusade against corruption, ICPC under my leadership is really serious to ensure that sustenance and heightening of our collaboration with you. And the media is not merely an observer, you are a frontline partner in the fight. And over the years, ICPC has adopted a strategic communication approach in line with Section 36 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, and Section 27, Sub 4 of the ICPC Act. And these laws ensure the protection of suspects' rights while remaining strict, diligent, and stand in our actions. And ICPC will remain resolute in propagating the rule of law and protecting human dignity. And also, ICPC under my leadership prioritizes the protection of whistleblowers and the integrity of investigations. And transparency is a cornerstone of our work, and we will continue to provide verified information through official channels, which include press releases, newsletters, and our digital platforms. May I quickly review some of our engagement last year? Last year, because I was the Attorney General, and I rallied my former colleagues, we had a meeting in Abuja whereby we look at the challenge of corruption at subnational. We reviewed the problems and also agreed that we need to work together. As a former Attorney General, I know that they are critical because they are the chief law officers of the states. That is why I engaged them. And after the meeting we had in Abuja, we started the zonal engagement. We had one in Kano for the Northwest, where we discussed challenges around corruption within the zone. And also this year we are going to the other geopolitical zones to have similar deliberations. And also in September this year we are going to sit down and review what we have done to see how can we partner. Because I feel the attorneys general are critical. And as chief law officers, they need to work together with us, because by Section 15 of the Constitution, all of us are supposed to put hand on deck in order to fight corruption and also to see how can we tackle abuse of office. And also, I had engagement with Nigerian Institute of the NIPR, the Nigerian Union of Journalists, ICANN, Nigerian Bar Association, and various stakeholders on how can we partner in the fight against corruption. because no single entity can fight corruption. We need to work together. So that is why I reach out to various stakeholders to ensure that we are on the same page. And last year, we were able to reach out fiscally 1,458,000 individuals through our 579 sensitization exercise conducted under our community engagement programs. And we issued about 188 press releases. And also the Commission experienced increased followership in our social media platforms. And also we introduced what we call ethics pods, a podcast, whereby we are sensitizing Nigerians around the issue of corruption. And also, there is no way we can succeed without having planning. Our strategic action plan 2024 to 2028 was unveiled last year, whereby we gathered stakeholders and discussed it, because that will be our focus on how we can work. And our strategic action plan is in line with the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, which has 5 pillars: corruption prevention, issue of enforcement and punishment, ethical orientation, and also enlisting public support of Nigerians, so that, and also recovery of proceeds of crime and management. And this is the area whereby we have upscaled our activities to see that we trace, recover, and manage the process of crime, and also to remit it back to the Consolidated Revenue Fund, so that we won't allow those allegedly took away what did not belong to them to go away with it. Because if you allow them, once they accumulate the process of crime, no doubt they will use it and also to fight back. And also they will deprive Nigerians with what they are supposed to have in the issue of infrastructure. So that's why we focus seriously in that area of recovery of proceeds of crime. And also ICPC, as you know, that it has laudable programs. And one of the key issues which I focus is that I ensure that I consolidate all what the previous chairman of ICPC have done, from late Justice Mustafa Akambi to Professor Wasoni. I ensure that all their programs are intact, and I'm building up, so that I want to ensure that we maintain that organizational culture of ICPC, and also for me to enhance what they did, most especially to focus on digital transformation, because this is an area whereby we need to use technology in the fight against corruption, most especially in the area of analytics, artificial intelligence, that we'll be able to analyze huge data. And I'm sure you are aware of the constituency and executive project tracking, which ICPC is well known about it. And I know last year we were able to track over 1,500 projects, which has value of over 600 billion naira. And so that at least Nigerians can get good quality projects that is in the budget. And also the Ethic and Integrity Compliance Scorecard, which is an initiative of ICPC, which measure institutions' adherence to ethical standards. We released the result, and I have seen the impact, because most of head of agencies that have not done well, they reach out. Chairman, why? What are our challenges? Can you help us to see that we overcome these problems? Which is really good, because I have never thought that it will have that impact. And why? Because of you here. You have gave it wide publicity. So because of that, most of the head of agencies now, they reach out. Please, how can we do well next year. So I thank you for the assistance. And also our sexual harassment prevention program, which is tackling corruption linked to abuse of power. Last year, I know that we had engagement with the civil society, where the ministers of the Minister of Education, then Professor Tahir Mamman, and the State Minister Yusuf Tanko Sununu, they were there. The former Minister of Women Affairs was there, and also over 20 commissioners of education across the country, they attended, because we discussed the challenge around the problem of sexual harassment, most especially in our tertiary institutions, because our students are victims of this challenge. So that's why ICPC has been doing its greats in that area, so that we ensure that we help our students, we protect them from sexual harassment. And I'm sure that you are aware that currently there is one of the senior academics that is facing trial at Abuja Federal High Court on this issue of sexual harassment. So, and we are determined to ensure that where there is credible evidence, any sexual harassment complaint tabled before us, we will make our efforts to ensure that we investigate it and also take the matter to court where there is evidence. Then there is our Anti-Corruption and Transparency Unit, ACT, that they have been doing well in the various MDAs in order to help in ensuring that there is transparency and accountability in MDAs in this country. Then, when I came in, I tried to bring up my policy, which I call it Care for Impact, to ensure that ICPC as an agency, I consolidate the good culture of that agency, and also an agency which is unaccountable, responsible, and efficient in approaching all issues that are tabled before us. So that one too is something that I unveiled last year, and we have been using it. Now, recently, we are aware of the decision of the Supreme Court about the local government autonomy. So we have looked at the decision, and also we have been having various engagement with civil society to see how can we give our quota, how can we control our quota in ensuring that the local government autonomy operates the way it's supposed to, and also how can we follow what are happening in the local government councils. And we are trying to bring up what we call corruption prevention program for local governments, whereby we will monitor activities at all the 774 local government areas in this country. One problem we notice is that in this era of technology, there are only 7 local government areas in this country that have functional websites. So we feel that is not right. So we will now try to see how can we use technology to force the local government council to make information available to Nigerians, so that Nigerians can follow what they are doing. You, also the editors and other media stakeholders, can be able to follow what are they doing, so that we will monitor if there are issues, questions can be asked. We too, we can follow, because we don't have the enough manpower to go over all the 774 local government areas. But we feel technology can help us. And we know that practically, I don't think there are procurement processes in our local government councils. This is an area where we need to look at. And also, we will ensure that there are mechanisms around control of corruption, around the issue of finances of local government councils. So we will team up with the media, with the civil society, to ensure that information are available. Nigerians know what is happening, so that at least it will reduce the challenge of corruption at local government level. Last 2 weeks, we are in Gombe, myself and Ola, the chairman of the EFCC, and we discussed around the challenges at local government level. So, and we are determined to ensure that we focus there so that Nigerians at the local level can get the dividend of democracy. And even recently, we have been facing challenges around the issue of this local government autonomy, because there is even one caretaker local government chairman whom we charged to court, because after the decision of the Supreme Court, he continued to spend government money to award contracts, despite the fact that the Supreme Court said, look, stop. And also we know how challenging this issue of local autonomy has been since 1999. But ICPC as an agency, we will ensure that by virtue of Section 287 of the Constitution, we have the power to ensure that the decision of the Supreme Court is implemented fully. And also, I'm appealing to those who are making attempts not to comply with the decision of the Supreme Court to please desist. Because Supreme Court is the last court. Once it delivers a judgment, we must comply. That's what is rule of law. Because ICPC will continue to monitor and investigate, because any caretaker local government chairman from 11th of July 2024 who spent public funds, who award contract, that is corruption, because you don't have the mandate. And also the Apex Court has already spoken, so we must comply. Now, in my 1 year in office, there are a lot of international engagements which ICPC engage in. And in one of the engagements is that last year in September, we had an event in Beijing, China, whereby there is Global Network. Global Network is a coalition of over 200 anti-corruption agencies across the globe from 124 countries. And I had the privilege of leading ICPC delegation and Nigeria, whereby Nigeria participated in an election of steering committee member, and Nigeria was elected as one of the top steering committee member of that global network. And also, one area which I made mention that we have been focusing is the issue of asset recovery. Asset recovery is really area whereby we in Africa, we must focus on it, because we have seen how our own resources have been taken outside the continent, going to the global north. So that was why at the African Union level, if you may recall, in 2015, there is Thabo Mbeki high-level committee, whereby the heads of state of African countries agree that there is need for a forum of asset recovery practitioners in Africa. And the processes of bringing up the forum, it was last year that the forum was established in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, and I was elected as one of the representatives of West Africa, whereby we met in Arusha, Tanzania in November, whereby I was elected as the interim chair of that forum to try to galvanize the 55 African countries and corruption agencies to ensure that we come together to see how can we help Africa to recover and repatriate stolen assets that are kept somewhere else. And we agree that, look, apart from slavery, which is our own human resources that was taken to other continents, there are a lot of stolen assets of Africa outside the shore of Africa. And we know what is happening. Whenever you want to trace and recover, the experts outside Africa will charge you huge amount of money to recover all professional fee to recover those stolen assets. So that was why we say, no, we need to come together as Africans. Let us identify our experts within the continent. If we need somebody to trace, Nigeria doesn't have the expert. It can look for Ghana, Kenya or any other African country. Do you have the expert? Yes. So that's why we are coming together to see that we trace, recover, and repatriate the stolen assets. Also, we'll keep on raising this issue of stolen assets at various fora, because the United Nations Convention Against Corruption has already backed the issue of stolen assets that we need to recover it. So this is an area whereby that I'm chairing now, and we are trying to see how we will make efforts to see that it has seen the light of the day. And distinguished editors, we know that corruption thrives where there is silence or in silence. But your voices are the ones that can shatter that silence. Your role in shaping public perception and holding institutions accountable cannot be overstated. The more Nigerians see what you write, what your opinion about this issue of corruption, the better for us. Because they will be enlightened, they will know what is happening, they will ask questions, and that will put us on our toes. That will minimize the challenge of corruption. Because we at ICPC, we are trying to see how can we use our mission to diminish corrupt practices through our public mobilization, our own doggedness in investigation, and also to ensure that we follow rule of law. We will be patient in investigation. No matter how long it will take, we will do it slowly but surely. We will reach our destination. And also, we at ICPC will ensure that we deepen our own relationship with you, the media. And I'm appealing to you to come to our try to understand the terrain we are working. It's not easy terrain. Whoever worked within that corruption cycle will know that it is not easy, because it is an area whereby you are fighting those who are already determined to continue to pilfer our resources. It's an area whereby those who engage in corrupt practices are really determined to peddle information that are not correct in order to try to bring controversies so that to divert the attention of the main issue. So fairness, hearing from the other side, is what will help us to discharge our mandate. And ICPC for the past 25 years has consistently maintained ensuring that there is fairness and the fair hearing, and also we do not engage in anything that will bring damage to people because of allegation against them. We will continue to ensure that we will be fair. If you ask questions, we will answer. And like I said, we are appealing to you to reason with us because of the terrain we are operating, which I know I don't need to elaborate. So that is why there is no way we will not come close to you. There is no way, because we need you, because Nigerians need to know what is happening. That will project the good image of our country. That will make foreign direct investment to come into our country. That will make our youth to have job. We know what is happening in this country. We know that a lot of youth are roaming on the streets looking for job. And the youth are the future leaders of this country. So, and it is through you, by helping us to propagate our activities and also to bring issues that will project good image of this country. By doing that, we'll make Nigeria great, and also we'll tackle the challenge of our corruption. And conclusively, I want to emphasize that you mean a lot to us, and that we count on you as dependable partners in ensuring that Nigeria is corrupt-free, and also I'm sure that partnering with you will continue to help ICPC to move forward, and also ICPC will continue to record achievements, and we hope that the aspiration of Section 15 of the Constitution will be realized, where Nigeria will be a country free from corrupt practices and abuse of office. Thank you so much. Money and property last year, and I even know even this year too, we recovered some amount of money and also property. Even currently, we are tracing and marking some assets in one of the states where some people diverted public funds. Even this morning, I know that there is an amount of money which we recovered from the diversion of public funds. So we are talking about both the fixed and movable property. That's if you are talking within Nigeria. Even abroad, it is the same thing. Although during my time, ICPC did not recover any assets from taken outside the shores of Nigeria. But I know that we are collaborating with one of the African countries about money that was brought into Nigeria from that country. We are tracking and to trace the money so that we will see how the money can be taken back to where it was brought in here. So this is what I can say. And some of the issues you raise are part of the problem. Like I said somewhere else, and I kept on saying, I will say it here. My first contact with public office is when I was Attorney General. That was when I now realized that all what I was thinking, when I came into contact with the reality, then I now realize that we Nigerians are part of the problem. One of the issues you raised about societal pressure. I'm not saying that it's a justification for any public officer to engage in corruption. But if you, I'm sure you have had one or two discussions with those who are holding public office. The kind of stress, the pressure that public officers are undergoing in this country is too much. Because the family, the friends, associates expect you to give them money. And this is one of the factors that is now pushing those in public office to go into that. And I noticed that any public officer who resists, you are considered as awkward, very difficult, and they will keep on pressurizing you that if only people that are strong that can stand that pressure. And also some people too, they are even daring, will tell you, I was a victim when I was Attorney General. And I want to say it here, maybe the person who did it will hear an issue which I say, look, AG, we want you to do this thing. I say, sir, it's not even in public office, it's not even a public officer. I say, sir, I can't do this thing because my conscience will not allow me to do it. After they put pressure from different angles, okay, you are a young man. How? I don't want to destroy your career. And I say, sir, my career is not in your hand. is in the hand of God, my Creator. And I left. What followed, it wasn't pleasant. I had to battle for more than 1 year of series of blackmail, from one blackmail to another, just because somebody want to get money, and you can only get that money through me. And I was put under intense pressure to succumb, which I did not. What followed was I was put under serious stress. Now, the second problem is there is this theory. Whenever the corruption, if you look at it, if the benefit is high, the risk is low, people will keep on to engage. If people know that if you engage in corruption, it is really highly risky, you will lose your reputation in public. People will never consider you as somebody who has reputation in the society. People will be careful. If you know that the punishment is going to be very harsh, people will be careful. But if the risk is very low, the benefit is high, so people will continue to engage. So that is why we need to look, how can we strengthen our laws to ensure that those who engage are punished seriously. And also, you, the media, you have the role to play in sensitizing Nigerians that those who are trying, please try to support them. And distinguished editors, I want to tell you that there are good people in this country. Every part of this country, there is no part of this country that I did not come across people that detest corruption, people that are serious, people that help me. I met a lot of people that are trying to see how can we help this thing, how can we fight this corruption, Chairman. But the problem is that the support from the public, sometimes people are not willing to support because they feel, you know, what you are doing is not worth it, and also because of the pressure, so people feel like, okay, let us leave you, go and do what. So this is second problem. And also we need to see how can we fasten the judicial process, because it's law. It is not the law that is the problem, but rather some of us within the system, we try to put stumbling block in the judicial processes, bring in series of applications, truncate, so that you will see one case will take many years. Even the witness will be frustrated. You call a witness today, the matter is adjourned, and I'm not saying that it is the fault of the judges. No, it is all of us, the lawyers, and also other stakeholders, that we know if your client has an issue, as a lawyer, you know, because once you look at the facts and the proof of evidence, you'll be able to know that my client has an issue. Okay, how can we help him to face justice so that all the process of justice, the court and the system should be fair to him? But you will see that that slowing down is also another factor. That you will see somebody engage in corruption, when you take him to court, it will take many years. And before you know it, you will see another corruption case. And also another problem, especially in the public sector, I now notice, is that our public service rules also has a problem because it has given a leeway that people engaging in corruption, there is no specific provision which provides that, look, once you are engaged in corruption, you should automatically be dismissed. But some, you will find that after ICPC are investigating an issue, it has taken somebody to court, even if you secure conviction, you will not realize that the agencies are not willing to edge out those people. They will leave them to continue working. Because I feel any public officer that is convicted, he is not supposed to continue working in public agency. He should go. If the Constitution will say that conviction of embezzlement and fraud attracts disqualification for a certain period of time, I think there is need. Any convict should not be allowed to work within the public service. It should just be aged out. And that is why now, as chairman of ICPC, we are now going to exploit the Code of Conduct Bureau and Tribunal. Any public officer with secure conviction and the agency refuses to edge him out, we will send him to Code of Conduct because they have the power to edge him out. So there is another way so that we don't allow people to continue. So these and other issues are part of the problem why the problem of corruption will keep on coming and coming and coming. And also the institutions are really weak because there are a lot of vulnerabilities where people are exploiting in order to commit corrupt practices. That is why we need to focus on technology. Technology will be able to give you the thread. You will be able to know some of the things that are happening, most especially around procurement. This is an area whereby there is serious problem because of the laxity and the challenge around that. So that's why you will see that almost you will be seeing issues around procurement be raised in public sector. So this is also another factor that is bringing this issue of corruption to keep on going. And also there is an international dimension too. Because if those who are taking or stealing the humongous amount of money, they don't have a place to hide it, then it will reduce. But they know that they can wear it somewhere else. And those countries, I keep on saying, when you say that we have challenge of corruption, why are you keeping the process of crime in your country? Why can't you turn them back? This is process of crime. Please take it back to your country because there is United Nations Convention Against Corruption. And it is a global legal instrument. But you will find out that when they wear the money outside the country, there are a lot of technicalities. MLA, other things that will be frustrated because the legal mechanisms are made in such a way that it's even very, very difficult for you to recover. So if they know that they cannot take it somewhere else, I think the problem might reduce. Okay, the constituency project, like I said, we have been investigating the issue because it's a challenge that has been with us for a long period of time. And from what I notice of why the challenge keep on coming is one of the issues you made mention. Because there was a time when member of National Assembly told me, say, Chairman, I have concern. I say, what is your concern? He said, what is your concern? Executive project tracking. You people are doing well, but I I know why this issue will keep on coming. On that day, he was telling me the challenge he was facing. That was burial in his hometown. You need to contribute. He said, look, somebody had domestic accident. He called me. And so he kept on mentioning. He said, I'm not justifying, but the societal pressure on us is too much. That's why only those who are strong will resist. And I don't know whether that is part of the reason why we are having this challenge. And to be frank with you, we have noticed areas whereby some of them did not execute the project. We have noticed whereby some of them, they did shoddy job. We have noticed whereby some of you noticed that, like I keep on saying, a well is supposed to be dig in one place and somebody will just take it to his home farmland. We will see whereby street lights, instead of to be installed on the streets, somebody will put in his house. So these are challenges that are keep coming. And I know that there is one of the newspapers last year, they made a front page story that ICPC has failed to tackle this challenge. And I know that we have been doing our best. And we did a lot because we have recovered a lot. And even currently, I know that there is somebody who is facing trial. A charge will file a charge against one of the former members of National Assembly. A former member is facing trial because of diversion. And also, we know that we have been going to ensure that if you do not execute the contract, you must go and do it. I know that there is a state whereby an ambulance was diverted. We ensure that it was taken to the hospital. I know where a lot of things, and that's why the strategy is good, in the sense that let us recover the proceeds of crime and put it into use. Because if you keep on filing charges and all these things, you will spend many years in court while the actual project will not be executed. And to be fair to them, if you confront them, you show them the proof. Honorable or distinguished, this is a project you're supposed to execute, you do not. Please direct the contractor to go back to site, or contractor go back to site. They go back. And recently, those who are being used, the contractors, I have been hard on them. If you allow money to be diverted through you, we are going to charge you now. You want to refund that money because you allow yourself to be used as conduit pipe. So we have been doing that and we have recovered a lot. And if I may say that the societal pressure, in my view, is one of the challenges, and also the weakness of the institutions. Because, to be frank, some of the heads of agencies, they allow themselves to be used in these challenges of constituency projects. Because if the head of agencies insists, once there is a contract awarded, that contract must be executed to the latter. Or you insist that you are not going to allow anything to be inserted in your budget, which is not out of your mandate. So if we will do that, then this thing will minimize. But if the head of agencies allow themselves to be used, then this thing will keep on happening. And ICPC, all anti-corruption agencies, we don't have the capacity to follow all the projects. That's why you, as the media, you can expose. The public too, they need to follow their project, all your projects. If there's a project which is supposed to be done in your constituency or in your sector district that was not done, raise it. And I don't think there is any public officer that you confront him with evidence that this amount of money was appropriated for a particular project and you don't execute, please go back and execute. You will not say, no, I'm not going to do that. I hope I have answered. we are doing it in such a way that we don't disrupt the financial system. So we do it in such a way that we don't allow you to continue with illegality and committing crime, so that we will save the banking system and also the public sector fund. Then on issue of Dubai, like you made mention, in my speech I made mention of process of crime. And I alluded to the fact that the international legal regimes, the various laws of countries are the problem. Because for me, I kept on saying in various fora on corruption that look, if somebody steals our money and take it to your own country and you keep it, why are you telling me that we should come together and fight corruption? Why? Because you know, because your own, there is no your money in my country. So that's why you are saying we should join hands. Why I have traced and point out to you, this is the public funds taken to your own country. Why can't you give us our own? But because of the legal regimes, sometimes it's tedious, it takes a lot of time, and there are a lot of, it's not even law alone, there are politics, there are diplomacy, so it is something which is even outside the realm of anti-corruption agencies alone, because you need a lot of stakeholders. I know recently there are countries that I am the one who have been following that, look, let us sign an MOU with you, because we have noticed our funds are being taken to your own countries. And they agree. There are some 1 or 2 countries that I know that we are about to complete signing an MOU because of what we have noticed.
Also here, as a media owner, here with my team, we have a radio station and also a television station. I want to commend your efforts. For you to meet with the media shows you are transparent. It shows you are accountable. I don't have any question to ask you because I'm part of the team. It is not cheap to fight corruption. It's very, very expensive. Fighting corruption is also very, very complex. It's not as easy as we used to say it. It is only the person that is wearing the shoe that will know where it pitches is. So I commend your efforts and I pray for more grace that God should color your efforts. Everything is in your favor, the age, the energy, you have the capacity, and you have the right team to help you to drive it. You have the right team to drive it. Finally, I have this advice. You can't do it alone. You need to also rely on the outside team to help you to drive your dreams, your plans and goals, especially in the area of the media. I suggest maybe you could have something like a strategic media public enlightenment committee. Comprises of course the media team as well, stakeholders. You have a committee who also help you spread your good news. Also help you spread your good news either in the public sector, in the private sectors and all that. Because if you say you want to work with media like you would like to work to, it's very, very expensive. But when you have the committees, selected committee, media team, editors, and also for the private sector and public sector, they will help you to achieve your dreams and goals. So you have our support, and like I said, God will color your efforts. God bless you, sir.
Thank you.
Angry ones and the pastors. Let me just add to your to-do list. I had 2 questions written down, but after Ikechukwu gave his lecture, he said to calm down. You talked about, before I round up, and thank you for coming, judges advising you to go settle out of court. The biggest problem, one of the biggest problems with corruption in Nigeria are those judges. Recently, I think it was the Chief Justice of Nigeria who said election cases constitute about 70 or 80% of the cases they have in their docket. which suggests that election cases are very lucrative for them. So you have to put your searchlight on the judiciary. Then number two, your constituency, the legal profession. Please, MBA has, from all accounts, a vibrant lawyer, Afam Osigwe. Engage him, collaborate with him. MBA too has to deliver. Plea bargaining takes place and judges advise you to go settle out of court. It's because the judges too are corrupt. The appointment and promotion mechanism on the bench is also corrupt. Search the NJC. Today, the type of, what's the word now? Corruption in terms of judicial promotion in Abuja is huge and impacts on the quality of judgment delivered. So, Mr. Chairman, the biggest thing you have done is to come here to show transparency. You said corruption thrives when there's. I also say this, I'll add to that corruption thrives when there's darkness, when it's hidden. So you're coming out here suggests that you really want to fight corruption in partnership with my colleagues. And it's a brilliant thing you have done. I know you met some of my colleagues in Abuja, and that's why the Secretary of the Guild and the Deputy President of the Guild are here. You have to continue. Because if you want to work with the media, honestly, the way you have shown, the media will work with you, and Nigeria will be better for it. Thank you for coming.
And I will do my best to start my duty to the best of my ability, together with the officers of the ICPC. That is why, if people are raising the issue of bias, the issue of all this, now, you cannot prevent people from raising those kind of issues. But one thing I know, that if I satisfy my conscience, I'll go to sleep. And like I said, there is somewhere else that we are going to account somewhere. And that is why I try as much as possible to be fair in what I'm doing. And also God knows what I'm doing, and also know my ability, because the anti-corruption is a very complex and difficult thing. Sometimes getting evidence, getting things is difficult. Even if you're investigating issues, somebody will look like you are targeting somebody, or you have a motive, or this thing. So on my own part, I will do my best, and also posterity will judge. Because that's the only thing I can say. On the other issue, which like the president said, that the lecture you gave us, and some of the things you raised, I quite agree with you that those are the challenges, and we need to work on them. And in my view, that is why the Constitution is structured in such a way that Chapter 2, it is left in such a way that it's you, the leader, that you strive to ensure that Chapter 2 is realizable. You attain that aspiration: education, healthcare, good environment, all other social amenities. You as a leader, you must think outside the box to ensure that you reduce the poverty level, which I agree with you. The level of poverty is really high, and we need to tackle it, because without tackling the poverty, we will continue to feel.
My name is Shino Gbadegeshi. I'm the CEO Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Arton Keme. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Okay, thank you so much. I think the bill is a good one for Nigeria. And I think that the bill will be a catalyst for business to thrive in Nigeria. So my position and my perspective to the bill would be that it will be a very positive one for Nigeria going forward. If eventually the bill scale through the legislative processes and it have actually eventually become a law. So that would be my position. Thank you. Yeah, the bill will help business in different areas. Let me mention, for instance, the payee is part of cost for a business. It's part of staff cost. And for especially small businesses, which are the major backbone of the economy, the bill is proposing a reduction, that is proposing tax exemption for some category of lower staff cadre, which in essence is a cost reduction for businesses. So by that, it will help the business to thrive. Also, many people will come, by virtue of that, employ more people, which will bring a robust activity for the economy. And at the same time, there's some category of people that their tax will also be reduced compared to what is currently in operation. So it is a positive atmosphere for business. And when you look at it from the perspective of VAT too, you also see that there's going to be zero tax on some product. There's also going to be a tax exempt on some products, especially for masses, people, low-income earner. So some certain products, they're going to be exemption. There's some certain product that's going to be zero tax rated. So by that, it will bring a more robust business activity. So by it, and then it will have positive effect on business and economy in general. Yeah, the argument is important. It's very, very important. But when you look at it, fix and fix, the small business, it will encourage more small business. And also, even the 50 million turnover is not a small thing for business, though it is still small relatively to the economic activity. But it is a plus, right? And again, for business that their activity are more than 50 million, then it's good that they should pay tax and contribute little as company income tax to back to the economy. Now, if those their taxes are used judiciously, then it will bring more infrastructure to the economy. Then there will be development in the country. Then we'll also be able to see, look at the advanced country. We envy them, we look at them that there are infrastructures in places, then these things are not cheap. They are not cheap. So, but the main focus for now is that is in a positive trend. It's a positive trend. I encourage that the bill should be passed and implementation then should be followed so that it will bring a positive effect to the economic generally and the business will thrive going forward. Well, I don't see disadvantage, but I see challenge. Okay. Yeah, one of the things is that naturally, human beings were adverse to change. So if something is bringing a change, especially when you want to take us out of a comfort zone, we may not want to willingly agree with it. But for me, I think the positive and the benefits outweigh whatever probably challenge or the disadvantage we may envisage. So I still strongly believe that the bill is in the right direction for this year. Oh, okay. I think from the angle of the value-added tax, what I would like to say in that area is that it will help the lower income earners because, like I mentioned earlier, that there's some products that's going to be zero rated, which means that there is not going to be tax VAT on them. There are some that are totally tax VAT exempted, so which means that, and these products, they are products that commonly is everybody really, but more of a masses low income earner will know with the VAT that will have been paid on it will have been an impact on them, then it's taking off. So I think from that perspective is also a good and a welcome one. And it compared to what was proposed before, a general increase in the VAT rate across board. So this one is narrow it down to a particular area. So wherein it also exempt or puts zero rated on some product that are commonly used by the masses. So it's a positive direction. It's a good one. Yeah, okay. One, from the tax perspective, one of the very good things about this bill is that it allows that you claim input VAT. VAT is what you sell, what you buy. So the net effect of it is what you remit. Then this bill also helps to claim some expenses which currently is not in operation. So it's a positive one. Then again, you mentioned the increase in the VAT going forward. Well, let's appreciate that the increase is going to be gradual. That's one. Then two, let's also remember that the VAT, some of these products, they are not going to be with VAT again. That with common people like me and you, transport, there's not going to be VAT on it. Rent, no VAT on it. Food item, no VAT on it any longer. And many more. Health, no VAT on it any longer. So you can see that the VAT is going to be increased gradually, but it's not across board. So those basic that we know is every day is already been taken care of. So I think it should give it to the people that work on this bill. Thank you so much for that angle and the question. I want to say that Federal Inland Revenue Services, they are really trying. And I can tell you, there's no system that doesn't have its own challenge. For FRS, they are trying. And they are moving from those days of Alanok. Now we have tax promas. You can do your filing right from the comfort of your office. You don't need to visit their office except there is a challenge. Right? So they are doing well, but they are not yet at the best. So, and there is room for improvement. They are already deploying technology. So what they need to do is to scale up and up to the task. But currently, they are doing well. So they just need to improve. Well, it depends on the perspective you look at it. Is it shrinking? Yes, we have some companies that are no more within the soul of the Nigerian. So in that case, their taxes is no more coming to us. But again, look at other businesses that are springing forth. So definitely those are coming to the tax net. And then again, there are some companies that are not businesses that are not in tax net. So, through the use of technologies by FRS, they're already bringing them to tax net. So the tax net is increasing. So the net effect of it, you can say, is increasing. Though we have some that are leaving the soul of Nigeria. So net effect of it, the tax net is increasing. Because we have people businesses that are coming to Nigeria, and we have people that are businesses that are already in Nigeria, but they are not in tax net, but they're already bringing them to tax net. So it's like they are looking at perspective of increasing the threshold from 25 million to 50 million, as the case may be. Yeah. So are they saying that government should also still be taxing 25 million threshold? So we should applaud the bill that give opportunity for businesses that their threshold is less than 50 million, as the case may be. So, but from that angle, if you are looking at it that the business is shrinking, I don't see from that angle. I see from the angle of if the business is doing well and you are not to pay tax, right, then your business is becoming robust, then you exceed the 50 million threshold. Then you also come back to the tax to be paying. So it's a way of giving boost to the business. And by the time the business is doing well beyond that threshold, then they'll be able to give back to the society. So it's a win-win situation. It's like giving a kind of relief to a business for them to thrive. And when they become better, doing well, then it's an encouragement to business, which they will also come to the net after that. So it's a good one. The chairman of the year.
The chairman.
SOUQ.
Yes. How would you assess his performance so far?
Yeah, I think Mr. SOUQ is a reformer. Yes. Looking at the step he has taken after assuming the office, and I also see that he's somebody that is listening. He has a close relationship with the former chairman of FRS. Probably he has learned some of things from him, challenges that he faced when he was there. So I think he's helping the current chairman. And if you look at the revenue they are getting, they are meeting up with the target. And at the same time, if you look at the staff, I don't see much of issues, challenges within them. So those are the indices that you can look at from the performance of a leader. Look at the staff that is leading. Look at the target, the businesses also. Are they failing? So I think he's doing well, but he can do better.
The bank was totally gone, so there was nothing to say they had. But we still approached them and said we would like to take over this bank. The journey since 1997 has been one thing or the other, and I'm happy that many years down the line we look back and we're happy that we're audacious and bold to make them move at the time. That's why today in UBA, perseverance, resilience is a core virtue, a core attribute, a core value of ours, because we apply that early on in this journey. So that's how it all started.
Leadership, according to some Peters, entails vision, enthusiasm, trust, verve, passion, and consistency. If there's one man who graciously combines these virtues, the name Tony Elumelu comes to mind.
They say that success to a large extent is dependent on being at the right place at the right time. I say to people, my elder brother, who is 7 years older than me, he don't have gray hair. I have gray hair. My gray hair started from the merger, because making it work, serving your customers, making sure that everyone in the universe of the institution, which was 428 branches at the time, that it was same level of service across board. Customers of standard trust bank that were used to a certain level of service delivery, you will not want them to come to the new institution and have a drop.
From the womb of time, Tony Elumelu has been an embodiment of nobility and excellence. He remains one of the flying eagles and shining eggheads of the banking industry. The life and times of Tony is an inspiring tale. He is one Nigeria who is unmoved by material wealth and self-aggrandizement. Tony's noble qualities were on from his humble background. Growing up with 4 siblings in Jos Plateau State, the cowboy of the banking industry who hails from Anocha North local government area of Delta State, believed in the democratization of law combined with hard work. He began his career as a copier salesman. The Ambrose Ali University graduate of economics also bagged a master's degree in economics from the University of Lagos. In 2019, he received an honorary Doctor of Business degree from Bayero University, Kano.
Going to university, I just thought I wanted to be a businessman because my mom's brother, my mom and his brother were just 2 of them. So my uncle was a businessman, in Nigeria, and was quite successful at the time. And I was influenced. I thought he was very rich and also I wanted to be a businessman, but not knowing whether, just a businessman, you know what I mean? Because he was described then as a businessman. And, but in university, that was why I read economics, you know, just to see. But in university, I got more enlightened because I knew more how things operated. And first degree, I was saying, I just wanted a good job that would give me the start. But when I came to do my master's at Unilag, you know, being in urban or Unilag, you know, a lot happening at the time. And that was the era of new generation banks, a lot happening. Our friends, you know, in banking, our friends, some got jobs in some banks. And so that's all of us who were doing masters at the time. I did masters in economics. Who were doing masters at the time, we just became interested and fascinated. We were interested in working in a bank. New generation bank, not old generation bank, not. And so that was how it all started. And we started applying for jobs in our banks. And I got, yes, at the master's level, it was clear I wanted to work in a bank. And yes, that was started. As in then, you know, Santana was a posh car. So they oppressed us in school, I must say. And then we too wanted to become the big boys in future with the brochures, suspenders, white shirt, dark suits, etc.
The growth and development of any institution is determined by the quality of its leadership. For Tony Elumelu, his sterling performance and leadership scorecard in the banking industry remains a reference point. He rose quickly to become the youngest bank branch manager at Allstate Trust Bank at the age of 36. He formed a coalition to acquire a distressed financial institution, Crystal Bank, and became its CEO, an action that earned him and his circle of peers the nickname the Cowboys of banking.
In 1997, some of us came together and acquired a distressed financial institution. We acquired this financial institution, we turned it around, we set targets for ourselves, strategic plans. That's, you know, targets, you know, we have first year strategic intent, we want to make it a viable financial services company. Second year intent, we want to become a leading financial services group on the continent. And third financial intent is a strategic intent to become a player in the global financial arena. As we all know, there's so much private global capital seeking the right investment destination. All it takes is for a leadership to show that this country is set for business and people come there. We want to move into an economy where they can invest freely as well as move their monies out when it comes for time for dividend and remittances and repatriation of a dividend. So I will continue to invest because of the signal that we see in the market, because of certain fundamentals that are right.
He audaciously led the largest merger in Africa between United Bank of Africa and Standard Trust Bank. Tony's fancy for red tie remains emblem of his appearance. He retired as CEO of United Bank for Africa in 2010. He is presently the chairman of Heirs Holdings, the United Bank for Africa, Transcorp, and founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation.
I can't express how excited I am in words to be here and to be selected among the 1,000.
It's the opportunity for me to realize my dreams. So I go into business and start to make my way.
It challenges you to do things you never thought you could do.
Maybe if you'd have gone to a private school or an MBA, you must have paid a lot to get this kind of, you know, enlightenment.
Ça me fait plaisir de voir des frères et sœurs qui veulent se rencontrer, se connaître, les partager et créer un réseau, peut-être le plus grand réseau africain.
Venho de Cabo Verde.
Je suis tunisien.
Je viens de la République du Bénin.
I'm from Edo State, Nigeria.
I'm from Ghana.
Zimbabwe.
Sudan.
From Rwanda. Gabon.
Uganda.
Senegal.
Niger. I'm from the Gambia.
Welcome and thank you for coming to Lagos. I'd like to start by congratulating all of you. You have done well. Most entrepreneurs are creative people. They have creative mindset. They're innovative. Those who dare to dream and who dare to innovate.
in Africa should have the opportunity to prove their innovation. And that is why we have $10,000 for these 10,000 Africans to help prove their concept and prepare them for bigger scale financial support. We don't give because we see it as a moral burden to just give charity. But we want to give people because we want to uplift them. We want them to be self-reliant. We want them to be fishermen. We want them to do what we are doing. We want them to prosper in life, become successful.
Tony made a tremendous contribution to giving back to the society. His selfless efforts and huge investment into humanity through the Tony Elumelu Foundation is widely admired as the leading philanthropy empowering a new generation of African entrepreneurs, driving poverty eradication, catalyzing job creation across all 54 African countries, and increasing women economic empowerment. Since the launch of the entrepreneurship program in 2015, the foundation has trained over 1.5 million young Africans on its digital hub. Tony, the Nigerian economist, entrepreneur and philanthropist, holds the Nigerian National Honors, the Commander of the Order of Nigeria, CON, a member of the Order of the Federal Republic, MFR. He has been responsible for creating business that are critical to Africa's economic development. He is a proponent of Africa capitalism, an economic philosophy which advocates for the private sector's commitment to Africa's development through long-term investment in strategic sectors of the economy that drive economic prosperity and social wealth award. He was awarded the Daily Times the Nigerian Man of the Year in 2016. He was honored with the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2019. He is also on the list of Time magazine's 100 most influential people of 2020. On October 11, 2022, Elumelu received the National Honor of Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Tony, as a staunch professional and chairman of Foremost Bank, may understandably run
first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying equipment for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape. Hello, good morning and welcome to SBL. We're reaching you live from SOUQ News Television. We are here in Lagos and the world. It's our theater. Thank you very much for being there through Monday. It's a beautiful Wednesday and now let's talk the market. Now, for those that are still in the banks are back in the greens. you want to know more, you have to be here and don't go anywhere. Now, what's happening? Shipping rates are going up thanks to US and Iran conflict. And now, we here in Nigeria, we are feeling it. NNPC is as fast as they can be. They have changed pump price. For those that woke up this morning to go buy PMS and diesel, you know that it has shifted. This and many more will be coming in on SBL today. Not also forgetting the dollar crunch, the difference in official rate and that of the parallel market has gone some notch up. And also, two more. There was cabinet reshuffle and people are still wondering what's going to happen. We're going to talk about it then. Anambra State is telling workers, if you don't come to work on Mondays, your salary will be affected. So, hey, a whole lot is on the table today, and we want you to be part of that particular discourse. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ, and I'm glad to tell you once again, I have the Knight here with me to be part of today's discourse. So it's going to be quite a very robust one. Also, Amin will join us via Zoom. He's far away, somewhere close to Trump right now. I hope he's mediating and trying to find solutions to what's happening. Good morning, Olumide.
Good morning, SOUQ. Good morning. Welcome to SOUQ Business Landscapes. Glad to be here. It's quite funny. On Monday, we were still talking about transportation hikes and all that, and now we're seeing the hikes in fuel price. I don't know what the yellow buses will be saying, but definitely they will be smiling at this point. But, well, let's see how it goes. I'm still optimistic.
Okay. We believe that things can only get better. We believe that. But hey, it is what it is. So we get straight to the stories on ground. NGS, that's Nigerian Stock Exchange. That's the NGS. The closed higher as banking stocks lead. Remember, 2 days ago, the banking stocks went, they didn't go green. So a lot of people were saying, what's happening? Just profit taking. But now the big boys are back on the green. Trading on Nigerian Exchange Limited ended on a very strong note on Monday, with key sectoral indices posting gains. Banking, oil and gas, and consumer goods stock led the advance, reflecting renewed investor appetite. Now, market data showed the all-share index rose to 195,514.23 points from 192,826.78 recorded on Friday. Market capitalization, I'm always smiling when I get there, climbed to 125.49 trillion. Thank you very much. Now, it went up from 123.76 trillion in the previous season, reinforcing the bullish sentiment we are witnessing. Now, trading activity was mixed as volume declined 4.12% to 789.9 million units traded, while total value edged up 0.94% to 35.08 billion naira. Now let's get to see specifics. Fortix Global Insurance led the volume chart with 109.1 million units. We've talked about insurance. They have started making those rounds. While Aradel, you remember they still have this modular refinery and they are up there. Now they topped value trades by 6.1 billion naira. I look at the figures, I look at the companies, and what really gladdens my heart is that these particular companies are Nigeria-owned companies which produce their goods and services locally.
Yes.
For the insurance companies, we keep telling you a lot is going to happen in that particular sector this year.
Yes, a lot.
Going with what is happening with the insurance bill, with the tax reforms, a whole lot is going to happen in that particular sector. A lot of reforms are happening there already. Then, for the banking people, if you don't have a banking share right now, what will you advise somebody to do?
Well, financial advice, I discourage people, because when the rain starts to fall, they will come for you. So it's not a financial advice, but of course, it's good to ensure everything. Plan for the future, plan for the rainy day, because this life, there are ups and downs and all that. Yesterday, some investors were pulling out profit, and today they are back again. And you know, one of the things they look at the oil and gas sector, they look at the banking sector, they look at consumer goods. These are places, oil, and so these are places that are moving market, just like you said. And it's a good thing that they are all Nigerian-owned companies. That is why a whole lot of people is, you know, excited about the Dangote, you know, offer and all that. It's quite interesting. Just like you rightly said, a whole lot is happening in insurance, and a whole lot will happen rest of this year. And I'm looking at how they're going to market some of their packages to the average citizen, because whether you like it or not, people frown, you know. If not that it's an enforcement or it's a law, I'm sure people will not have car insurance. If not that, you know, that's part of the things, you know, the VIO and the road safety will ask you for. We don't want to do car insurance. And what they do is not even the first grade and all that. But I want to see how the insurance company would open up, you know, like I always call it, the floodgates of heaven. And say they have a whole lot of packages they can offer to Nigerians, education, this, that. You know, because people think that, oh, I have to wait till I, quote unquote, die before someone else enjoys what I've, you know, toiled for. So that's the mentality that we seem to always have. But there are a whole lot of other, you know, things. Abroad, people insure their bodies. They go do some, you know, readjustment to their bodies and they insure it. People insure a whole lot of things, phones and all that. So it's not just about, oh, I have to wait till I die and someone inherits this, that. You can insure your child's future education.
Let's start with the specifics. Medical insurance.
Medical insurance.
That's mandatory outside this country.
Yes.
You need medical insurance to be attended to in the hospital because
now,
it's
in hospitals,
expensive.
if you go out in the US, they'll ask you, that's the first thing, your social security number, before they will even attend you. And it's even more expensive if you do not have health insurance outside. It's ridiculously expensive. That's why, you know, people living outside will tell you when you're coming to Canada and the rest of them, please bring Nigerian drugs. You know, because that's how expensive, you know, medical healthcare is. And, you know, and a lot of people have come to talk about how we can do, even Mokhtar Lami has talked about how if Nigerians can pay as little as 10,000 every month, you know, they'll be entitled to medical insurance and all that. You know, because people feel, we don't pray to fall sick. We feel falling sick is diabolical, it's demonic, but it's inevitable, let me put it that way. It's inevitable. When it happens, nobody plans for it, but when it happens, and there's a medical, you need an emergency. This is where insurance comes in. They need to operate, they need to do some certain things, you need to go for some certain tests. This is where, you know, health insurance comes in, and I cannot overemphasize the importance of it. If we can get every single Nigerian, in fact, from infant, as you are born, a medical insurance should be opened for you. Immediately you are given birth. It should be part of the criteria. We'll have a healthier society.
Yeah, once the parents are insured, once the parents have the medical insurance, health insurance, the children are covered.
Yes,
that's supposed to be what it is. A whole lot of policy has gone down and are still there to implement this. We just want to see wider coverage, not just among people that are white-collar jobs or government workers, but also people in private sector, but not official private sector. Yes. The market woman should be able to just go out there and buy.
Many are workers, the cleaners and the other.
Lagos State has one, and it's open to everybody.
Yes.
So hey, let's try and utilize the opportunities right in front of us. Now, we look forward to getting Mr. Amin to be part of the production very soon. We're still trying to get sort out some technical issues, but hey, we'll keep going. Talking about supply chain and energy, you just know where we are heading to. It has to be US. It has to be Iran. It's all about the tension and what is it doing with oil shipping rates. Now, global oil and gas shipping rates have climbed to record levels as tension escalated between the United States and Iran. Israel is also in the mix. Now, supertanker costs in the Middle East have hit all-time highs, reflecting heightened security risks and supply uncertainty. The surge follows reports that Tehran targeted vessels transiting the Strait of Hormuz, a strategic choke point carrying about 20% of global oil and significant volumes of liquefied natural gas. The disruption has rattled energy markets worldwide. Shipping through the waterway connecting Iran and Oman has slowed to a near halt after retaliatory strikes by Iran in response to US and Israel attacks. Now, analysts are warning that prolonged instability could further tighten the global energy supply chains. Now, the focus right now is energy. What about the logistics for every other goods and service, every other logistic product that is moving across the globe? Because that is a major supply chain. We saw pictures, we won't be showing that. We saw pictures and videos of vessels that were targeted and were actually set ablaze. And a direct warning that this place has been closed.
You know, about 20% of global oil passes through that Strait of Hormuz, and it's even at this point in the Middle East, airports are grounded. It's very unsafe right now to even move from countries to countries, and there's a whole lot of hearings going on in the U.S. Mark Rubio, this, that, he's being called so many names that they started the war. U.S. is saying they did not start this war. Israel is saying they're not backing down. You know, it's a whole lot that is happening, and that's what war causes. It's like we always say, it's harder to rebuild than to actually build. And it's going to affect oil prices, because when we don't get oil from that place, oil prices are going to go up. But the good thing is Nigeria is going to benefit from FX and from the sale of oil. We're going to really benefit from this.
Why we benefit? A whole lot of other issues are stemming from this. We'll get there. But let's just talk about cost of shipping. As we speak right now, insurance on vessels have gone haywire.
Well, they've been collecting larges for quite a while, and now it's time to prove their worth.
Prove their worth. But you can't even ship, you can't even move vessels without taking the new insurance fees right now, because it's just gone. It's astronomical.
Yes. So those who have would be enjoying now.
Remember the last time we talked about shipping and insurance, we were asking ourselves this question: why don't we have insurance companies in Nigeria that are strong enough to solely insure vessels? If you still look at it, over 90% of the major insurance on vessels are done by foreign companies.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. How many insurance companies? I think, well, I wouldn't want to say capitalization. Let's remove capitalization, because they are strong. They are capable of insuring if they really want to. But do they want to go into that particular business? It's another discussion for another day. Because as we all know, the major complaint about shipping is bringing and not taking back. That's the major complaint. And how many Nigerian-owned shipping companies do we have? That's where we should start from.
There are several.
How many of them?
Several.
In operation?
Yes. Private, yes, several of them. We even have some of them are neighbors in this building of ours.
You're right about that. So, well, it depends on the insurance company. I see no reason why 3 or 4 insurance companies can come together and insure a particular shipping company. I mean, it's a win-win for both of them. If you look at it, holistically, it's a win-win for both of them. Except, of course, something goes bad, and the insurance company now has to cough out a whole lot. But it's a win-win for the period of time where all are good. So, they all have to keep praying that nothing goes bad.
Yes, they all have to keep praying. But the issue right now is the insurance companies outside this climb. They are laying out a portfolio you have to buy for your movement to happen in the first place, and a whole lot of numbers are getting in the mix. We still talk about local energy supply, and this is where it's hitting us. If you remember some time ago, when it comes to price reduction, it takes a lot of discussion, a lot of persuasion for pump prices to go down. Even when Dangote says, my price has gone down, it still takes a lot of discussion here. A unit there, a society, an organization will come and give us reasons why prices should not go down.
Even petroleum marketers are
complaining. Petron, we wake up. But right now, the war just started. You can't tell me that you imported the fuel, you increased the price. Or you can't also tell me that the...
But we are importing fuel.
Yes, I agree. They didn't import the fuel yesterday. Neither did they import it 2 days ago. But as we speak right now, NNPC, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, has increased pump price officially. As of yesterday and 2 days ago, it was unofficial, but now officially, premium motor spirit to 960 naira per litre. As it retail outlets in Abuja are selling that already. That it came from 875. The adjustment follows rising global crude price. Amid escalating tensions in the Middle East, there is always a reason when it comes to increase. This straight there in your face. Now, if you check NNPC pump stations across the Federal Capital Territory, now this confirmed the new price. And on Tuesday, which was yesterday, that was up there already. The increase comes a day after Dangote Petroleum Refinery raised its gantry price by 100 naira, pushing the SS depot rate to 874 naira per litre from 774. Now, the coordinated adjustments have spiked concerns about broader fuel price hikes nationwide as marketers respond to higher supply costs and volatile global energy markets. Let's try and bring this home. Early this morning on my way to work, bought PMS for 1,000 naira.
Yes, that was the report we got at the later part of yesterday, that it had climbed to 1,000 naira. But I see no reason why they are blaming global oil prices. Just like you rightly said, did they import the fuel on Friday or Saturday when the war started? It speaks to why we always take advantage of certain things, and even when fuel subsidy was removed, that same day, it wasn't as if, you just bought new fuel that same day President Tinubu announced it. You had in stock. That same day it was announced. Fuel price went haywire. And so, we always take advantage of this thing. And in Nigeria, when things go up, well, Dangote brings it down. It's only Dangote that I know when things go up, he brings it down as a competition, and to also try and make a statement. So when I saw the report that Dangote, because the first report we got was Dangote increased this price, and a lot of people went like, was it not the one that reduced the why is it increasing it? So now that we're getting the report that NNPC, then you know where it's coming from. But then again, where are we getting this fuel from? Is it refined in Nigeria?
NNPC is also importing finished product, refined product.
Okay. Good. So
both NNPC and other importers.
So my question now is, if NNPC puts it at 900 or 1,000, does that mean Dangote must put it at that price?
No. Anybody fix their price.
So, because the report is NNPC in Abuja raised.
Yeah, they are like the major competition to Dangote. Which on the flip side,
they're a major competition to Dangote.
On the flip side, they are really supposed to be the people's choice.
Yes.
Because it's a national company.
Before Dangote came in, when I was in Abuja and some other parts, the queue you see at NNPC filling station is magnificent. People queue as early as 5 a.m.
We believed in them.
We believed in them. But it took just one man to change that. And now we see queues at MRS. More. Now, NNPC filling stations these days are almost empty. You see one or two cars. But the queue at MRS, because even yesterday, the queue I saw at MRS, I just had to go and buy somewhere else. I said, no. It can't be this bad. Let me just. But the queue at MRS, it took one man to change that belief. So my question now, that's why I'm still asking. If NNPC increases its fuel price, must it mean every other person must follow? Then where is the competition?
Okay. Now, if we are looking at let's ask some psychological questions. It takes more than 7 days to move oil, crude, or refined product from the US or Russia to Nigeria. The war started on Saturday.
Chooks, I'm still asking that question. If NNPC puts it at 3,000 naira, does that mean every other person will put it at 3,000? I thought it was a deregulated market.
Yes, it's a deregulated market, but you know that the marketers are out there for profit.
Okay, then.
They are not there.
So
they are not there because of me or you.
What about Dangote?
They are there for profit. Now, Dangote will argue that, okay, hold on, people. I am also buying crude outside. That's what he will argue.
Okay.
That, okay, I'm buying crude outside.
What's the percentage of what he's buying compared to what he's getting here?
He's buying more from outside than what he's getting here.
I thought he's getting 350.
His refinery is 650
That's like
barrels per day, and which they've
and it's not operating at full capacity.
They've also they've increased and still trying to increase to 1.something million.
Yes, that's the projection.
So right now, what those particular specifics we'll have to look at. But right now, that will be his argument. But even at that, I will still ask the same question. The crude, your feedstock right now, which happens to be the crude you're refining,
which you probably will have gotten last week.
It didn't come before
or
Saturday.
2 weeks ago.
It did not come before Saturday. That's still my argument. So why is everybody so fast to jack up the price? Then at the same time, I also call on the present government. Should this war continue and crude price gets to what happened the last time, I hit 100, 150, 160, are you going to sit down, fold your hands, and watch your people buy PMS at 2,000 naira? These are questions we should start asking.
We should also call on the NNDPRA. This is where they should now get into action, not fighting someone over him firing workers. This is where they should step in. Are they fighting for the masses, or who are they fighting for? This is where they should step in and investigate and ask questions. Are you shipping from Strait of Hormuz or from Russia that the price suddenly went up? It's very logical.
Saturday till now.
Till now. Then maybe we should have the petrol tariff come back then, if that's where we're heading for. Because that was why it was removed at a point.
Okay. Then another question we should start, I'm still just thinking out loud. If this particular conflict should stretch out and crude gets to 120, 150, 200, is the government going to fold its hands, make the dollar they are going to make? Then now watch people buy PMS at 2,000. What plan?
They are making profit both ways.
What plan is there? What can they put in place to at least help local refining reduce the price for the people? This is where governance is. This is now where governance is, and this is what we'll get to see. It's just a matter of time. We'll get to see, because I'm looking forward to seeing that. We'll go on a very short break, and when we return, a lot is still happening thanks to this particular conflict and who and what is affecting, because right now, we are all feeling it. For those that were going on social media and looking at and smiling and laughing, now you're feeling it. We'll return and we'll talk some more. Don't go anywhere. It's SBL.
Think Nigeria, because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market, or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
In Africa, if there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena, the name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His unflinching love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one would ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dantata, or his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several other African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions. Like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015, he won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjudged as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted a son named Abdurrahman. Dangote is one grounded authority that combines real intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
First of all, be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think
Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff. Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape. Welcome back. It's still SBL. You need to see the discussion that happened when the cameras are not on. We just keep going at it. But hey, remember, you can join us on all social media platforms. Just go and seek out SOUQ News Television. It's not difficult. SOUQ News Television on all social media platforms. X, Facebook, Twitter, X, TikTok. Just go there. LinkedIn also. And follow, like, and share. That's very important. Drop your comments and we will communicate with you. Now, let's keep talking. It's about the foreign exchange market and what's happening. Exchange rates gap is widening. What's happening? Dollar shortage. Disparity between the Nigeria official and parallel market exchange rates has widened amid rising speculative activity and constrained dollar supply. Analysts say increased demand pressures are intensifying strain across foreign exchange markets. Experts who spoke are liking and linking this development to limited access to foreign currency at the official window. They noted that businesses and individuals are increasingly turning to parallel markets to meet unmet dollar needs. The growing gap has renewed concern over liquidity conditions, policy implementation, and the risks of arbitrage. Market watchers warn that sustained divergence could undermine confidence, distort pricing signals, and complicate efforts to stabilize the Naira. For the Naira, it has to be stable. It's been stable for a while, and we've seen what's possible, especially for manufacturers, for those that are in the industry of producing goods and services, and also banking. But now, let's get to talk about this. Towards the beginning of this particular conflict, people were looking at, say, okay, a lot of people will pull out monies from the exchange. And a lot of foreign monies or Nigerian monies are being pulled out. It's going to put pressure on the dollar because they will try their best to convert to dollar and move. Now the conflict is here. Is it just a short-term thing? Or this is, you see it stopping, or it's going to continue until this particular conflict stops?
Well, I like the fact that, the report also talked about export and production, because that's the only way out for me. And, it's quite funny. Elections are not even close, and we're seeing this now. Imagine when election comes or campaign starts, and imagine what we would have. So, as long as we ramp up production, local production, I think we should be able to scale through. With the new alumina factory and all that, and every other thing that we're trying, non-all export that we're trying to, bring up, that should bring in more FX into the country. We just need to ensure that this happens. I think the CBN, MPC, and the rest of them, they need to now sit down and find, some sort of solution to this. But for the war, I don't know if the war is ending soon, but it should not even affect us, if you look at it.
When you say affect us, as in money-wise or energy-wise?
Well, because I'm looking at it in a situation whereby it gives us an advantage.
It gives the government an advantage.
Yes.
But the people, no.
Yes, the people, no. It gives the government more advantage. So, for the people, export, value addition.
Good.
That's what we need right now. We have so much gemstones, we have so much mineral resources. We've not even scratched the surface. The amount of lithium that we have is magnificent. Gold, it's magnificent. And some other bauxite and the rest of them. We have a whole lot of deposit of gemstones and all that. So, Dele Alake right now should be coming up with beautiful ideas as to what. And I think, like Doc would always say, that there's no particular state in this country that does not have a resource. So what are the state governments doing?
Must it be natural resources? Let's look at it. Right now, there is a major logistics problem global logistics problem.
Definitely.
There's a major supply chain problem worldwide. If we were a producing country by now, Africa will be looking at us as, okay, alternative. We can't head to China and move goods as fast as we can. Let's head to Nigeria.
Straight.
So you see these particular gaps that we cannot fill at this kind of period. And these are those kind of periods when nations just get that shift. And you wake up and say, how did this country do it? COVID made some countries big, and COVID killed some economies.
Yes.
Now, a lot of conflict that happened in the Middle East is supposed to have been one of those turning points for us, but at every point in time, we are never ready for these opportunities.
Well, the reason why China is what China is, all you just need to do is take a prototype to China. There's a system, there's a factory, there's everything in place to produce that prototype. That's all you need in China. And that is why a whole lot of our fashion designers, they have factories in China. Now, so I read about there's a law that says that the last component of whatever you are producing in terms of fashion, if it's done in a particular country, it can now be said to be made in that particular country. So that there you have things that are made in Italy, not necessarily made in Italy. It was actually done in China. Maybe it's just the zip or the last component that was done in Italy. Then it's put made in Italy. But it was actually done in China. Apple and the rest of them. You know, so that is China for you. Now imagine if Nigeria had so many factories already in place, whereby all you just need is a prototype, bring it to Nigeria. And imagine if we transform Aba. You look at Aba and say, okay, textile, clothing, what can we do? Open factories and start exporting. Leather, well, for leather, well, it's another different ball game. We just have to have more cows so that those who want to eat pomo will eat pomo, and those who want to, go into the leather making industry will go into the leather making industry. But imagine if we just focused on just one, leather, and we start making leather, finished shoes, belts, and the rest of the bags, and we ship them out. When it comes to leather, Italy, people always talk about Italy, but we have leather here. What are we doing? And some of these fashion designers come to this country to get their leather. Big brands, they come to this country. Something that we have, other people are coming, taking it out because they know the worth. And they're taking it out to do. And they would still bring these luxurious brands, will still bring their goods back.
Yes, and we buy it.
And we buy it.
Strong and be making Nigerian pounds.
So until we start to look at production is the next level for Nigeria. But we have to ensure that all the bottlenecks that hinders production has to be taken out. Power, logistic. I'm not even talking human capital. Leave that one. We'll sort that one. But power, logistics, rail lines, and the rest of them, we need to sort it. That way, anything that is happening, the Naira remains strong.
The Naira remains strong. These are opportunities that is not knocking on the doors anymore. It's banging on the doors. Are we ready to seize this opportunity and be that particular country Africa is looking forward to? Because a rising Nigeria is a rising Africa. We can't see this and keep sleeping. If the West is shouting and looking forward to how to get their logistics and get products, Nigeria should be able to be the alternative for Africa. So we need to get working. Now, let's talk about rail expansion. NRC, Nigeria Railway Corporation, they are adding extra Abuja-Kaduna train trips. More service is in the offing. Nigeria Railway Corporation, they are introducing additional trips on the Abuja-Kaduna train service, and this is starting on March 6, 2026. The move is aimed at easing pressure on the busy corridor amid rising passenger demand. The development was announced in a statement signed by Callistus Oimadu, the corporation's chief public relations officer. He said the adjustment forms part of efforts to improve service delivery and accommodate increasing commuter traffic. The expansion follows the restoration of the operation after previous disruption. Authorities say the added frequency will enhance connectivity between Abuja and Kaduna, reduce waiting times, and provide more flexible travel options for passengers. Okay, this is a welcome one. Security, that is another concern, but we won't be looking at negativities.
Well,
ability to
it helps people avoid road insecurity. Road insecurity takes care of that, so you go by rail. Okay.
The road, as we speak now, is also under construction. The Abuja, Kaduna, Kano Express is under rehabilitation, and the job is moving fast. And we also want to see full security on that road because a whole lot has happened there before, and we want that to be history. But now let's see, how can we start asking and demanding for a replication of Kaduna, Abuja? Can't we have Abuja, Lokoja?
Can't we have Lagos, Abuja?
Can't we have Lokoja, Port Harcourt?
Can't we have Lagos, Abuja?
There is a Lagos, Ibadan, and there's supposed to be a rail from Ibadan down to Mina. I still remember very well. That rail line was there when I was in secondary school.
Instead of the connecting rail, why not just have a direct?
It's still direct. It's still direct because you go through several other states to connect them. Then from what is it called? From Niger State, it should be able to get to Kaduna. Okay, there is one in Kaduna already. Connect to the Abuja side of it. Take it all the way to Sokoto. We want to start moving not just people, but goods. We want to start moving agricultural products. We want to start moving finished products. These things are on paper. These things are on side of the budget. We want to start seeing those constructions. I want to start seeing this.
And maintenance.
Yes, definitely maintenance will come. A whole lot of jobs will also come from it.
Yes, a whole lot of jobs will come from maintenance, monitoring, supervision, and all that. You create jobs. So it's not something that is just the NRC. You can outsource it. The maintenance part of it, you can outsource it. The servicing part of it, you can even the monitoring, you can outsource it. So that's expansion and job creation. It's a whole lot of things that we are not just looking at. By now, I mean, it was supposed to even reduce travel costs.
Definitely.
Even logistic cost. Because if I can put my goods from Kaduna to Abuja and I don't have to be there, all I have to do is have a tracking system and know the time, the estimated time of arrival. That, okay, it's going to arrive at so thing. Have another logistic company pick up my goods in Abuja and deliver it directly to the doorstep. That's technology. That's speed.
That's
convenience.
Let's give this typical example. Yam is sold, your small, medium tuber of yam is sold in Benue for between 6 to 1,000 naira. As medium, you get some very big ones between 800 to 1,002. But now, then the yam gets to Lagos, it's selling for ×2, some ×3, ×4. So have you imagined just same thing with tomatoes, same thing with bag of onions, it's selling for 25,000 naira, but here in Lagos, selling for around 60,000 naira. Same thing with local rice, selling for between 25 and 30,000 naira for 50 kg, but here in Lagos, it's selling for 55.50 for your local rice. What is causing the issue? Logistics. So you imagine being able to just drop this in the train the previous night, and by the afternoon of the next day, you've knocked out the roadblocks. The federal government keeps shouting and saying, no more roadblocks, stop taxation on the road. But there is no federal government official on that particular road to checkmate this particular policy.
Well, we have some road safety and police
that are helping to collect the money.
Tricks, you didn't have to go there.
Yeah, but we'll see it. It's up there. You see uniformed men by those roadblocks side by side, and these people are issuing tickets. It's issuing tickets and collecting money off people moving goods and service, especially agri products, down to the major cities. But if the rails are working, it will take this completely off.
Yeah, and it takes away any good lost on the way, because most times if you're bringing yams from that part to Lagos via road and everything, we find out that some might be stolen, some might be, but once you put them on a train, you already have the number of yams that are coming, tubers of yams that are coming, and it gets to Lagos, and you make your profit. So you don't necessarily have to be in Lagos to do business. You can have a distributor in Lagos, and all you have to do, get the yams from the farm, put them on the train, and by afternoon the next day, your distributor has confirmed
receiving
it, and we do business. It's going to help, it's going to bring up more businesses if the train actually works. So I can set up a business and know fully well that the train will get my goods at a particular time. It's quite easy, but like I always say, monitoring, maintenance is still something, because we have rail tracks, vandalism and all that. We have trains derailing. But I think all that has been put aside with this new direction that we're going.
Okay. Things has to work. We don't have a choice, but things has to work. Now, well, a lot of people woke up yesterday and witnessed a good cabinet reshuffle. It's happening, and it's right now. The President Tinubu, Ahmed Tinubu, he nominated Oyedele as a finance minister for state in finance. On this table, we are smiling because if you remember some time ago, we had the same discussion on this table. We said, no, at the rate at which this man is going, we think this is where he's going to end up. And now it's happening. The president has nominated Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms, as the Minister of State for Finance. He replaces Dr. Doris Uzoka Anite in the latest cabinet reshuffle. The development was disclosed in a statement issued on March 3rd, 2026 by Bayo Ononuga, Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy. The statement outlined adjustments aimed at strengthening fiscal coordination within the administration. And according to the announcement, Uzoka Anite will move to Ministry of Budget and National Planning as the Minister of State. The reassignment makes her third portfolio under the current administration, reflecting ongoing efforts to realign key economic positions. Okay.
She must be very good.
For her to have just been there and moved 3 times.
3 times.
And still be there.
And still be there. I always say this, you can't get a different result if you keep doing the same thing. So while there are so many speculations as to why she was moved and this person was brought in and all that, I just feel whoever is qualified to do the job should do the job. It doesn't matter whether, that the particular head of that particular ministry is changed 5 times, so far as it gets the job done. And if it means bringing someone else in, the goal is to get the job done. And you cannot achieve something different if you don't try something different. It's simple.
Well, there's also been a lot of speculations in who is going to move next or who is not going to move next. But hey, we'll just wait. We won't do any abracadabra or forecast.
From the rumors we've heard about this administration, you must work. You must work. And it has shown in the shuffling and all that. It's not even now we've been hearing about this reshuffle. Even the Minister of Finance, we've heard speculations. But it's still speculations. We'll wait to see what happens next. But it's a good thing. Taiwo Oyedele, he wrote the tax, and even though a lot of people came for his head at that point, and he was going, but I like how he stood firm to defend this new tax, policy. He was going from media houses to media houses. Whenever he's been summoned, he, quenched all sorts of allegations, propaganda, rumors, and every other. And he stood his ground that no, this tax policy must work, and we're seeing it. Well, we're seeing it work. Aren't you seeing it work?
The tax policy has come to stay, that's for sure. Your ability to be able to communicate the policy to the grassroots matters a lot. And we saw Oyedele do this effectively. He had not just between televisions, there were also several town hall meetings.
Yes, he did.
And he had to meet not just the normal blue-collar people, he also met markets people and was able to do this explanation. So we knew at a point in time that there was going to be a reshuffle and it was going to involve him. But now I want to see that same energy that he brought to the tax matters. I want to see that same energy being brought into the Ministry of Finance.
Well, at least he has a boss, though.
Yes, he has a boss, but it's like our own boss will always say, it's all about influence. So we want to see that particular influence where he is. The next time we'll be talking about the Naira, let's be hearing that Naira is doing $1 to 1,002.
Let's know how much barrels we're shipping. I think we've overemphasized that.
Minister of Finance. Okay.
Yes, they do. They need to. They need to have that data.
They need to. Since NNPC is paying directly into the single treasury account right now, I think we should start knowing more.
Exactly. We now have metering in this particular state. Yes, okay. So we should.
You really want to shake some tables, but
I'm not shaking tables.
Cautious.
I'm giving him his mandate. I'm giving him some tasks, some expectations.
Okay, now let's talk budgetary allocation. Now, budget defense has revealed a whole lot. A whole lot. Now, the deepening cash shortages in ministries, departments, and agencies, it's up there and everybody's seen it. Where is it coming from? The ongoing budget defense seasons at the National Assembly has revealed a worsening cash crunch across ministries, departments, and agencies. Lawmakers say the shortfalls persist despite improved government revenue performance. Officials noted that while sustained borrowing has provided temporary relief, many MDAs are struggling to meet operational obligations and capital expenditure requirements. The situation underscores growing concern over liquidity management within public institutions. Now, this particular section for a very long time has prompted calls for tighter fiscal discipline, better cash flow planning, and prioritization of critical spending. Analysts are also warning that prolonged funding gaps could hamper service delivery and slow execution of approved budget. The question now comes, this
Who's sitting on the money?
Who exactly
is sitting on the money?
Is sitting on this approved?
You know, I watched a hearing like that too. This one of these budget defense. I think one man from the Farmers Association something, and he said they've not gotten anything since like 2024. Budget has been approved, but they never received 1 naira. In fact, he was even asking for as low as 2 million naira, thereabout. It's quite interesting. While we go through a rigorous time, you know, cooking up this budget, after the budget, we'll hear there are discrepancies in the budget, but the budget is approved. Then we hear, we need to first sort out 2023, 2024, then we'll now start April 2026. Then we're now here again that ministry departments are not getting what they're supposed to get. So is it that the necessary signatures or signatories to that document were not done, or one particular person said, or probably this budget never existed from the ministries, or they were cooked up something? And I'm just trying to, you know, look at the possibilities as what is happening. Is it that CBN is not releasing the money, or what is happening?
Now, the budget is more of a paper of what we want to do.
Yes.
We don't have the money yet, but this is the plan. Pending as these monies are coming, this is where we will get the money, this is what we'll do. So at the end of the day, look at that. We wanted to do 10 naira, but what we got at the end of the day was 5 naira. But now, even at that 5 naira...
But they're not even getting the 5 naira. That's the point. We wanted to do 10 naira, but we got... where's the 5 naira?
Okay. Now another issue. The 5 naira will now got. Most times does not go to the ministries, the agencies and departments on time. We want to see that
That's why
change.
We had contractors coming out to complain.
We want to see that change in this particular administration, where releases happen at the end of the year, towards the end of the year. We need to see that change happen. Those envelope, it needs to stop.
I think for ministries, departments, and agencies, we need to implement something like a budget timeline. This is your budget for this particular year. So we should have a timeline from the time the amount is disbursed.
From January.
Yeah, from the time it's disbursed, and time of completion should be stated.
Yes, because recurrent expenditures are paid. Salaries are paid. And it's in the budget of every ministry. So it's the same thing for any other project within that particular ministry. If it's not going to happen, cross it. For those that has to happen, then let there be, just like you said, let there be a timeline, and let everyone know when those monies have been released. The same way the SOUQ allocation notification is given to us, I also think that monies released to ministries should also be made public.
Then why are they
and when it's released?
Waiting.
How much is released?
Till the 9th hour to come out and say, oh, we've not gotten this, oh, we've not gotten this. I think that's another issue we need to look at. We shouldn't have to wait this long. So that's why I'm recommending a timeline. So if the timeline is between January and December, and by June or August, you've not gotten anything, then you come out and say, we've not gotten anything. You don't have to wait till November or December and say, oh, we did not get anything. So what happened when you didn't get what? I mean, maybe this is the federal government, this is the ministry. In the private sector, when you want to get things done, it's not getting done. You're not getting it done. You escalate. That's the language we use here. You escalate to higher authorities and let them know that you've tried this, it's not working. You escalate. Then the higher authority takes care of it and the job is done. Whatever needs to be fixed is fixed. Why can't you apply that same theory or that same mechanism in the civil service
okay.
I mean, is there bureaucracies involved or what is it actually? Because that's where my mind is also going, bureaucracies.
Okay, now if we follow your chain of thought and we have this particular timeline for project execution, for release of funds and all that, it's easier for at every point in time, and it's transparent and made public. It's easier for at every point in time if we see that the monies are not released or released and we are not seeing the result of the release. It's easier for media and civil society to start asking questions.
Yes.
But right now, it's still looking like a very dark cloth where I can't even say how much the Federal Ministry of Finance is spending.
There's so much secrecy in, well, I understand that, yes, there should be some form of secrecy. I mean, it took a...
Secrecy or accountability? Which one are we going to go for?
Both. Because, of course, you sign some certain documents of secrecy when you enter the civil service.
Yes, that's to divulge government. How much government is spending should not be a secret.
Yeah, of course. It took us a very long time to find out that after the judgment of the local government, they still are not getting their allocation.
Is it officially or not officially? Because we knew they were not getting it.
Okay, but it took a while for the media, even though the media knew, to come out and say they've not gotten. But why did they keep quiet?
Are they getting it? No.
We heard some are getting it.
Some.
We heard that they get it and they give it back to their
They
masters.
don't get it. It goes to the state. It goes to the state account.
Okay.
And the state is now supposed to disburse to them, and the states are not disbursing. The president himself had to stand up and shout. If you remember very well.
Should it take that
long?
long?
The president has to stand up and shout.
So until they themselves start to come out. That's what I'm saying. So that's the secrecy I'm talking about.
Who should come out?
The people themselves. The ministries,
exactly?
departments, agencies,
okay,
the local governments.
Oh,
if you're not getting this thing.
If you involve the local government in this, I would
we saw what happened in Ogun State. Yes, okay. I remember.
Okay, let's
not go there.
Let's not go there. Let's still talk about states and issues stemming from state. It's money. Money issues are a very serious problem. Now, Anambra State is saying, hey, we are going to reduce salaries for workers missing Mondays. Let's go back. Now, the sit-at-home started a long time ago. Anambra State said, it's enough. Stop the sit-at-home. Other states have stopped it. Abia State was the first to say, hey, this can't work here. Enugu State tried the same thing. Imo State did the same thing. Now, Anambra State is saying, stop the sit-at-home. Okay. It now stems to the market issue. Yes. But now the state government is saying they will cut February salaries for workers who failed to report for work on Mondays, previously observed as sit-at-home days called by the indigenous people of Biafra. It was called by one man. The measure is part of efforts to enforce regular attendance and discourage disruption. Now, authorities announced that the salary payment will now be made on a pro rata basis for civil servants across the state. The adjustment applies to February 2026 and reflects the government's commitment to maintaining productivity in the public service. Officials say the move is intended to encourage compliance with work schedule and end the Monday sit-at-home pattern. ensuring that state operations continue without interruption. Okay. This is my advice. If you did not work, you will not get paid.
It's
but
quite
you
interesting.
need security
what
to
civil
work.
servants are enjoying that the private sector is not enjoying.
You need security to work.
It's quite interesting. We are talking about missing work. In the
On
private
Mondays.
sector, we are battling with not even coming late. That's the discipline in the private sector. You come late, there's an amount that is deducted from your salary.
The HR is down there with a pen waiting for you by the door.
You take your biometric, gives the accurate time you come in. So if it's a minute, you're charged by the hour. So whether it's 1 minute or 2 minutes late, it's by the hour. And there are certain hours that you miss, and it's termed a whole day. So I mean, the civil service, they really enjoy. They really enjoy. But the truth about it is, if you do not work, you should not receive salary. It's as simple as that. And you shouldn't use that as an excuse. Monday sit at home by the iPod and say you're not coming to the office. It's indiscipline, basically, for me. In as much as we talked about the market people and their security and all that, these are civil servants. It's a different board game, and we shouldn't joke about these things, because while the government is increasing FAC allocations, while the government is increasing in revenue generations and all that, and trying to ensure, even though some state governments are still owing salaries, but some are actually paying salaries and making sure that salaries are paid on time. Some are even going as far as paying 13th month. So I see no reason why anybody should miss work. It's as simple as that.
As simple as that, he says. To those in Anambra State, don't worry. It's just this month. Yes, it's February salary that is going to be affected. So that will give you enough impetus not to miss work for next month. I hope you've not even started missing the work already. There is supposed to be some good security on ground right now in Anambra, and the state at home itself has been called off. So please, let's not use that.
It's quite interesting. I like the pro rata policy that they're bringing into it, because in the private sector, I mean, it's about the number of hours that you work that has been calculated. So if you don't meet up to that particular hours per week or per month, it's deducted, it's calculated, and the differential is deducted from your salary. So I like this pro rata. It's something that maybe to keep them on their toes, because there's a whole lot. When you go to some certain ministries, especially when you're trying to get one particular document, you're trying to do this, a particular office, they will tell you to come back and come back and come back because the person is not around, but you see the person's bag and slippers there. Let me stop there.
Okay, now while you stop there, we also want to see this happen in local government.
Tricks.
Yes.
You want to crash the table.
That's the one that concerns us. They are the arm of government that is closest to us.
Actually empty.
We want to see this happen in local government. We also want to see this happen in our institutions of learning.
Local government.
And universities and polytechnics. And College of Education.
There was a particular, I think it was Fashola. Sometimes he does these surprise visits to some certain local governments, some certain institutions and all that. I think we should have that. It should not even be the governor this time around. It should be the local government chairman.
The local government chairman too should also affect him, because I see no reason why a local government chairman should be living in the state capital when your local government is in the hinterland. And some of them are living in Abuja, not even in the state.
Well, who checks them?
Okay, someone has to do that. Okay. Now let's talk about the emerging market and debt. Now, Nigeria Eurobond yield jump on Middle East risk aversion. Nigeria's Eurobond yield spiked by 7.11% from 6.98% last Friday, as escalating tensions in the Middle East triggered a global flight to safety. The move reflects a sell-off in emerging market debt, with investors shifting towards traditional safe haven assets like gold and U.S. Treasury amid heightened geopolitical risk. The broader sell-off followed a dramatic escalation in the conflict involving the United States, Israel, and Iran, with markets reaching an uncertainty over oil supplies and economic stability. Investors remain cautious about emerging market exposure as risk aversion deepens. Market analysts say the yield rise adds to borrowing costs for Nigeria's dollar-dominated debt. and underscore sensitivity to global sentiment shift. Some see the spike as a technical response that could reverse once tensions ease, while others warn that sustained instability may keep yields elevated. Okay. As long as it profits us, I would say yes. This takes us back to the first issue we're talking about, our ability to see opportunities and take charge of them. We can't be at the mercy of any other continent or any other country or people that are putting monies in our economy. We should not at any point in time be at their mercy.
Well, let's keep our fingers crossed to see what happens, because a higher yield means investors demand more interest to lend Nigeria money. So we have to look into that also. But it's just the will and power. If we decide that this is what we want, this is where we're going to put our feet down and say, no, this is who we are, you can't come and do this and do that, then we can start, seeing positive changes.
Seeing positive changes. Okay, now let's look at this from this way. Let's take example in the Middle East. Even in Asia, it doesn't matter how much you put into the economy. There is a specific period of time allocated for you to take that money out. We don't have that here. We might not even match their 90 days or 120 days, but at least we can do 30 days.
We're trying.
I don't know if we can do 30 days. So good and fine. We want to move, beautiful. We'll boot the assets, but it's going to happen in 30 days. That way, it will bring down a whole lot of shocks in the economy.
We're trying, Tricks. We're trying. We're a developing nation, so we're trying. And we're heading for a $1 trillion economy. So.
While we are heading for that $1 trillion economy, I think we should also comfort Dele Alake. Every major central bank.
Going through a lot.
No, he's not. Major central banks from Asia down to the Middle East, everybody is showing up, and they are showing up on gold.
I've talked about that gold, and that's why I said let's just leave Dele Alake alone, because I really don't know what he's. Maybe he has something he's doing. Maybe he has dreams. Maybe it's just it's taking longer than we are expecting. We're an impatient kind of people. We always want things done like yesterday. But imagine if we had amount. Now, is it China that has a large amount of gold that it doesn't even have as natural resources, but it has it. It has acquired it. Talk less of we who have it in abundance in different states. What are we doing? At a point, Ghana used to trade with gold, even though Ghana also is into debt and all that. But at a point, that was what they were doing, and it helped some way to stabilize their currency. Now, the good thing about gold is it does not depreciate. I think per gram right now is about...
Gold an ounce as of yesterday was selling at 5,400 plus as of yesterday. As of yesterday. So once there was this particular conflict, people are taking major monies off several equity markets, off several government bonds, and putting them on those assets.
Well, let's see what Dele Alake would do from here on.
We'll keep
calling his name.
We'll keep reminding us that, hey, we have possibilities that we are not exploring, and we really need to get serious. If our downtown brothers here in Africa, Burkina Faso, could do 95 tons in a year, that was for last year. What are we doing?
Are we going to even start to insure the miners first before we talk about this? Or
there's a whole lot before we get to insurance. Okay, let's keep talking global energy market. Now, this particular one is one of those particular stories you get to hear and you ask yourself, okay, if you're taking care of yours, who takes care of ours? Now, Trump has signaled that the U.S. Navy may soon start escorting ships through the Strait of Hormuz. You heard that from us. President Donald Trump has indicated that the U.S. Navy may escort vessels through the Strait of Hormuz to prevent disruption in global energy supply. The statement was shared on the Truth Social account and via the official White House X account on Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026. Now, the announcement comes amid rising regional tensions and escalating threats to maritime traffic in the Gulf. Shipping operators have faced growing uncertainty following targeted attacks in the area. Major marine insurers have also withdrawn war risk coverage in Iranian waters and the Gulf, prompting concern over safe passage of commercial vessels. Now, analysts are saying that a naval escort could stabilize shipping routes and reassure global energy markets.
Quite interesting.
Okay.
Protectionist.
The question we'll now start asking is this. If this should happen, payment to be involved.
Of course.
It's not going to happen for free.
It's not going to happen for free.
Okay, now, if they do it for their vessels, who will do it for ours?
We have a president, don't we?
Is it the one that will escort?
Trump is doing it for him.
Yeah, because they have the capability and the capacity to get their navy to do it.
Okay, we don't.
Europe can also have the capacity to come together because they have that particular standing instruction already, protecting some places already, which they can now shift to that particular side. Although it's going to be very risky though, because all what the Iranians need to do is just to target one.
Nuke, yes, nuke the place, nuke the ship.
No, they won't do that.
Oh, okay.
Just to target one with a drone or so. But how visible is this? Stopping the war and turning the ocean into a Boy Scout zone, which is easier?
We both know what started this war. It's not about one dictatorship or one person trying to take over the world or one person who has nuclear capabilities. You all know the reason why. And it's now reflecting. We have seen the reason why. That's why he's providing escorts. You say where your treasure is.
Your heart will be there also.
So where Trump's treasure is where his heart is. That's why he's... So, I mean, like you said, Europe might try to do it. It might be risky, but ours, well, I have no solution to that.
You might not have solutions to that. African countries, we need to really come together and see how we can protect African economy. Because a lot of things, when these things happen, it shows us the loopholes that face us on this side.
I think the truth about it is they saw this coming. This is a backup plan. This is a contingency plan. They already had this contingency plan in place. So, okay, they've done all the assessment that, okay, if this war starts, how might it affect us? Our assets, would they be targeted?
They knew
the Strait of Hormuz, will it become a war zone?
This is not the first time.
Yes.
This is not the second time.
So what can we do to ensure that business does not stop? It's all in the contingency plan. As a protectionist person that he is, he has, done the blueprint. The sad part is that, we all just woke up on Saturday morning and started seeing nukes flying everywhere, missiles flying.
Not nukes,
no nukes, sorry.
Missiles.
Bombs flying everywhere. But they had already planned all this. I can bet you they planned it months back, not just 2 days or last week. They've done all the contingency plan, and that is a working president and a working government. Even though Trump and Israel has, somehow in Nigeria, what they call it, cobalized every other person. They've implicated every other person, and we are now stuck, or we're at the mercy of this war because of the oil and every other thing. But we can only, I hope the UN now would sit and try and see how they can resolve this, how they can, but does UN, does President Trump, does he really have regards for the United Nations? That's another question we need to ask.
Okay. We really want to see the war stop.
Who's going to stop it? Israel?
The people that started it can't stop it. And we've seen some negative comments, and I won't call them condemnation. Yeah, at a point, condemnation coming from some European countries and some European presidents, and some backing out and saying no. But
China and Russia, they've been vocal.
Yeah, they've always been on the other side, side of the divide. We want to see an end to the conflict. We want to see an Iran that is also prosperous, in better hands. We want to see a Middle East that is not afraid of anybody arming themselves with nuclear capabilities. We want to see trade happen. If the president is saying we will put the Navy there, in my mind's mind, they have done that already.
Yes.
If they are not almost there.
Yes.
Because if you remember the last time there was bombing in Iran, this same issue happened and the Navy was on the ground on that particular stretch. But covering that entire stretch is where there is a problem.
Maybe
because
they could have
it's,
a partnership with
massive,
Europe, a collaboration
it's a massive
or something. They can all come together. Israel too. I mean, they put us in this mess.
So they come together and cover
They come
it.
together and cover, you know.
And like
it's a form of insurance.
Like the private sector, they'll now toll the place. Okay. So Africa, we need to wake up.
Yes,
Africa, we need to wake up. Now let's take our last story. That we have our time is almost over. We'll take this particular story and we'll be out of here. It has to do with digital economy, stable coins. They are now driving global crypto economy. The current crypto economy is increasingly powered by liquidity rather than speculative assets like Bitcoin or Ethereum. Dollar-pegged stablecoins have emerged as the main driver of trading and settlement across platforms. From trading floors to decentralized finance networks, funds flow through stablecoins before reaching risk assets or privacy coins such as Monero. This shift reflects the growing role of stablecoins as a global medium of exchange rather than just a trading tool. What began as a convenience for traders has evolved into a settlement infrastructure that is reshaping cross-border transactions. Stablecoins now facilitate seamless money movement across exchanges and blockchains, transforming how value is transferred in digital economy. For those that are still not in the know or not in the play, you can literally buy anything with a stablecoin right now. Just like you, well, some places in Nigeria and some shops in Nigeria. But if you're shopping outside this country, if you're shopping outside this country, China, doesn't matter what or how big or how large, you can actually use stablecoins.
Do we have stablecoins in Nigeria?
We had a Nigerian coin that what's it called? CBN tried launching, e-Naira.
Yeah, the e-Naira.
But as we speak right now, it's still more of from the CBN side and utility from the people's side. Acceptance is still what is breaking that gap. Yeah, we have
the acceptance gap there.
Breaking that
because it's there actually. The e-Naira is there. It has been there for quite a while, but are people using it to transact? What's the confidence people have on it? What trust do we have on it? Because it's quite interesting how, you know, if you remember back then when Bitcoin came, how the current government then took Bitcoin and, you know, at the point they resisted it. You know, the point it was illegal. Police officers will stop you, check your phone to see whether you have a trust wallet or whatnot, and if they find that, you know, you spend some time in the police station. At the point they picked up two representatives in Abuja, who at the point we had they escaped, this, that. You know, it was a whole lot of back and forth. While other countries were advancing, while Trump came out to say, oh, we started using it to trade and all that, and it's mind-boggling that we're always the last, you know, to accept something or to make it work or see the opportunity or see the advantage. But that's not discrediting the fact that in the tech industry in Nigeria, it's booming. But the acceptance from the federal government and all that is another thing. Why the e-Naira was created, the benefits, the opportunity, have they even been able to do some sort of awareness to educate people about the stable coin? Get some big brands to, you know, promote it and all that. We say buy Nigeria. Why are we not trading with it?
Definitely, that's
Nigeria first. So e-coin should play the forefront.
That's free consultancy you're doing right there.
It's not free. I mean, Even a 4-year-old should know this. It's simple math. We say buy Nigeria first. So what is the e-Naira doing? I always mention this e-Naira because it's not this year, it's not last year.
Okay. Another thing we need to consider is this. Now, for those that are not in the know, USDT is equivalent to $1.
Yes.
On all platforms. And you can buy off anything, off any rack outside this country. You don't even need to source the dollar, just with USDT. Anything. We are looking at scarce FX that we've made, that we are going to make or that we've not made. The government should also start looking at these platforms and see how we can harmonize the e-Naira with this. Because if you remember some time ago, a lot of speculations and a lot of back and forth was talked about Binance and the money laundering issue and they are bastardizing the Naira and all that. But the government needs to play. The government has to be a major player. The government has to regulate. We can't stay outside and talk and keep talking. We have to be major players in this particular field. On this note, we'll say, hey, thank you very much for being part of this. Go out there today and buy PMS at 1,000 or 900 and something. And we all pray this conflict is resolved as fast as possible. One thing is sure, anytime pump price increases, every other thing follows. That is our reality here in Nigeria. Businesses will feel it. You will all feel it. Want to see something better happen and want to say, hey, play your part, I will do mine. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. It's been a pleasure having you here today. Have yourself a beautiful day. It's
been a pleasure staying with us on SOUQ Business Landscape. Be a good citizen. Always think Nigeria first. Patronize Nigerian brands and Nigerian-made goods. I'm Olumide Shokoya. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
It said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
For years, uncomplimentary features including obsolete books, lack of power supply, leaking roofs, and sparse library infrastructure have become an integral feature of public libraries. Visits to some of these facilities, particularly in Lagos and Ibadan, indicates a litany of pathetic public libraries. Attempts by governments to turn things around have been weak and sometimes non-existent. Expectedly, the impact of this on learning is telling. This is the basis of today's news talk, which focuses on public libraries. An American writer, Sidney Sheldon, once said that libraries store the energy that funds imagination. He added that libraries open up windows to the world and inspire us to explore and achieve and contribute to improving our quality of life. For many years, many young Nigerians have failed to improve the quality of their lives by expanding their knowledge or nurturing their latent reading skills, hence leave most parts of their lives in doubt, contrary to the advice by British novelist and screenwriter J.K. Rowling, who said, "When in doubt, go to the library." Public libraries play a crucial role in a country's educational system by providing free access to a wealth of information and resources through offering a diverse range of books, journals, and digital resources that are essential for learning and research. They serve as a repository of knowledge accessible to everyone, regardless of socio-economic status, in addition to supporting lifelong learning by providing resources for all age groups. Their role in promoting literacy by offering reading programs, story hours, and access to books for young readers is very crucial for early childhood education and developing a reading culture. It is in light of this that the declining state of public libraries and poor management of the existing one, particularly in Lagos and Ibadan, are posing concern to critical shareholders. These concerns are there because of the overreaching effect on the standard of education in the two states, Oyo and Lagos. Most libraries in Lagos and Ibadan share similar attributes. They range from old buildings with leaking roofs, obsolete books, empty shelves, disused tables and chairs, uncomfortable ambience, and overgrown shrubs. Also, while the world is migrating electrically and libraries digitalized to bring them up to speed and make them fit for purpose in contemporary times, most libraries in Lagos and Ibadan are without electricity and manually driven. With fond memories of borrowing books to read in Lagos and returning them to the library in the full care of the other students after digesting their contents, Mrs. Felicia Adeniyi is pained that many years after, school children are longer enjoying such opportunities because of what public libraries have become. For starters, most of the libraries in Lagos State belonging to the state government are in a ruinous state. In its wisdom, the Lagos State government some years ago has turned the age-long library on Broad Street into a drug laboratory or whatever. This reporter used to use the library in the 60s, 70s, and 80s before the politicians decided to change their minds. In Oyo State, the surrounding of the Oyo State Library Board at Dugbe in Ibadan betrays what a reading environment should look like. Inside the facility is equally disheartening. Additionally, makeshift shanties cluster the precincts of the library, making it difficult for visitors to recognize its presence. Random samplings carried out among students revealed a worrying situation. While many of them hardly know where the public libraries are located, some don't even know that public libraries exist. This perhaps explains why the standard of education in the state is on the decline. The reference section, located on the first floor, is lightly deserted, with only one patron present apart from the staff. The shelves are filled with old, dusty books, revealing lack of maintenance and updates. Public libraries in Ogun State are also a worrisome sight. Users no longer patronize the state library. One of the major factors causing this is because the libraries are not digitalized and facilities are in a poor state. When the director of the Lagos State Library Service, Oyadipe Ashimiyu Amao, asserted that the state libraries had been standardized and are offering quality services, one can't help but wonder the cause of the growing apathy among residents so far as the use of public libraries is concerned. But the answer is not far-fetched, as some of the existing 13 libraries that exist in Lagos State have not been developed to the expected standard. Amao had recently, at a function organized by the State Library Service held for secondary students, claimed that the state libraries offered a conducive environment for libraries. But when SOUQ News visited Ikeja's Secretariat Library, the National Libraries on Abamakoli Way, Butemeta, the conditions of these libraries were against the assertions made by Amao. It is completely against what the gentleman had told the public. While the National Library opens at 8:30 a.m., library users they insist that the discomfort they experience there is a discouraging factor which they have continued to bear because of the little or no choice that they have. One of the library users said that they often come to the library with their hand fans due to the lack of electricity, and when there is power supply, the air conditioners and fans may not be working. Is this what we need in the center of excellence? Let us in Lagos declare a state of emergency on public libraries because the reading culture is gradually vanishing right under our nose. My name is Bayo Olaoye.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshi. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
The Nigerian National Medicine Development Agency, NNMDA, was created in 1997 and backed by Act 2019 to enable the federal government of Nigeria through Federal Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation actualize its critical and strategic mandates to research, develop, document, preserve, conserve, and promote Nigeria's natural medicine defined as indigenous medicine. 4 Director Generals had steered the affairs of the agency since its creation 28 years ago. A new vista, however, opened in the history of the existence of the agency when Martins Emeje, a distinguished pharmacist and professor of nanotechnology, was appointed as the 5th Director General and Chief Executive Officer in May 2023. Before taking on the mantle of leadership at the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje was the Chair R&D at the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, with many feats on drug formulation and R&D results to his credit.
I deliberately applied for this job. There was advertisement. I applied. I wrote the exam. It was an online exam. Nobody saw anybody. And 1-hour exam online. When you submit your answer sheet, you have a copy of the answer sheet. So I have the copy of the answer that I submitted online that day. And that is my manifesto. So every month, I look at the answers that I submitted, and it guides me in the work that I do. As a researcher and proudly the first and only research fellow in Nigeria who is heading a research institute, I know exactly the problems of R&D in Nigeria, because nobody in Nigeria has or is currently heading a research institute, and he went through the rank and file from being a trainee researcher to an intern researcher, an NYSC researcher, and then a research professor. This is the background that I have.
Call him a round peg in a round hole, and you won't be wrong, as he hit the ground running, leaving a lot of innovations on his trail, achieving great strides in the areas of education, agriculture, and health, thereby raising the bar in R&D in natural medicine for the agency. From May 2023, when he was appointed, within just a few months, 4 oral solid dosage formulation products were unveiled.
My greatest moment actually happened on 8th of March 2024, when the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Naji, came to Lagos in the campus of NNMDA here to launch 4 oral solid dosage forms. It was not just the first time it was happening in NNMDA, the very first time it was happening in Nigeria. we decided that we will go for education as a major target, as a major KPI. And we went for it aggressively and got accreditation to start a 2-year national diploma in natural medicine. So this agency, for the first time in Nigeria, we now have a school of natural medicine. It's never been heard before. It happened in this administration within these 2 years. Within these 2 years too, because the country saw that we had made explosive advancement in this area, we got upgraded to what we call an awarding body for national skills acquisition in traditional medicine. One of the best medicinal gardens that you can find in Africa right now is in this country, owned by the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency. And we did this these 2 years. In fact, two of our products that is waiting for Mr. President launching was we got our raw materials from our Nasarawa State Farm in Karo. Nigeria is the largest producer of cassava in the world. Cassava. The only country that competes with Nigeria is Brazil. Yet, Nigeria does not have value-added cassava products. Yet, Nigeria imports starch to make pharmaceutical products. We made a presentation to the National Assembly, and the Senate of our National Assembly supported us. So we went into development of pharmaceutical grade starch. Today, we have pharmaceutical grade starch. In health itself, we have developed and submitted to NAFDAC about 23 different products. 23. And they are all at advanced stage of NAFDAC's regulatory assessment at this point. Now, 3 of such products plus 5 of what we did the previous years is available, and people, because we are a research institution not capacitated or competent by reason of mandate and skilling to do marketing, we do proof of concept, and we wait for entrepreneurs of pharmaceutical industries, nutraceutical industries, food industries to come take them to the market, right? But we also owe, because, like I said, the huge component of the Renewed Hope agenda is that people should be attended to so that they know that they cannot lose their hope completely in their country. So in this environment, anybody who wants drug for hypertension, for malaria, for erectile dysfunction, for arthritis, for diabetes, for hepatitis, for about at least 8 different disease areas, they come to our pharmacy here to get the drugs.
The past 2 years, under the leadership of Professor Martins Emeje, has seen human capacity development like never before. A development that propelled the agency's researchers into breaking new ground.
This agency had never, in its almost 30 years of existence, had never participated in any local conference where researchers went with work they did in their own laboratory to go make competitive presentation. In our maiden outing in these 2 years, we won 2 awards. We went out for the first time and we got 2 awards. We took first position and we took third position. That is gold and bronze. When I came, I met researchers that have been here working for 15 years but with 1 degree. And I told them, you can't be a researcher with 1 degree. So I embarked on rigorous and aggressive drive to partner and collaborate with universities. So we went into that. Today, as I'm talking to you, we have at least 13 researchers and of the agency that are doing different postgraduate studies in different universities in Nigeria. I have a staff that was in Zimbabwe for 6 months. Now he has a master's in intellectual property. at least 7 of my staff have gone to India.
Quality assurance has been one of the top priorities of the NNMDA Director General, and the accreditation of the agency's laboratory and product development unit for pharmacy internship program by the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria a year ago. Under the watch of Professor Martins Emeje, the agency recently graduated its pioneer pharmacy interns.
I went into nanotechnology or nanosciences after PhD, and I had to go out of the country to train in this area for more than 4 years. So it's an area that I'm keen about. I'm one of the first people, if not the first, in Nigeria to have put in practice nanotechnology. What it has done to me as someone who studied Western pharmacy, which is more like macro study, it is that it has taught me how to manage resources, no matter how simple.
The last 2 years has seen NNMDA signing important memoranda of understanding with reputable academic institutions and other critical stakeholders in the areas of training and laboratory services to Nigerian universities. As part of its advocacy and public enlightenment drive, the agency brought together critical stakeholders in the nation's natural medicine space for a national dialogue on rethinking natural medicine aimed at galvanizing the needed support and political will.
I want the president of Nigeria to just be coming on television and saying that people, natural medicine, no other thing. Natural medicine, let's do our own. Let's do our own. Let him just be saying it. Anytime he's talking to press, let him say it. Because once people know that this is where the president is, this is where his mind is, this is what his body language is, they will start investing in natural medicine.
A turning point for the agency was the resolution of the National Assembly on Natural Medicine Gazette. The visit by the chairman, House Committee on Legislative Compliance, was a further demonstration of the renewed impetus.
We cannot have 160 million people subscribing to something, and then the remaining 40 million people, you now want to say that foreign medicine, what you call allopathic medicine, that is the superior to our natural medicine. No, it's not. So when the House of Representatives passed that resolution, I told myself, I have now achieved. So what I was thinking would take me 4 years to achieve, actually, we got it done in 2 years. And it's one of the, so our target has actually increased. The best place to actually functionalize or operationalize Renew Hope agenda, Mr. President, is in the health sector. It's in the health sector. And I always tell people, 2 things that if you have security in it, then you are safe. Food and medicine. Any intervention, any project that we do, that it is not about developing our own indigenous resources, is short-term. It's not sustainable. The only sustainable form of development is indigenous development. So anybody who wants to give me support now, I will just tell you what I want. For example, I want all my staff to live in this compound. If you go to other countries of the world, all these staff of the research institution, they live inside the compound.
Inspiring a new mindset among staff and attitude to work, for the NNMDA Director General, the task of achieving the mandate and the vision of the agency is work in progress.
The Trump administration has once again thrust U.S. immigration policy into the global spotlight with the recent announcement of a new voluntary self-deportation program that offers a $1,000 stipend to undocumented immigrants who agree to leave the country on their own. This incentive-based strategy is a calculated shift from the traditional, more aggressive deportation measures and is already stirring debate among policymakers, immigration advocates, and the public alike. The program, introduced in early May 2025, is being implemented by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. It allows undocumented migrants to register for voluntary departure using the CBP-1 app, after which they will receive a government-funded flight and a $1,000 stipend upon confirmation of their exit. Homeland Security officials argue that this move is designed to save taxpayers significant amounts of money. According to data provided by the DHS, a forced deportation process costs the government an average of $17,121 per individual. In contrast, the stipend program is seen as a cost-effective alternative that also reduces the strain on overcrowded detention centers and court dockets. This new measure is a part of a broader, intensified effort by the Trump administration to curb illegal immigration and tighten control over the U.S. southern border. Since returning to power, President Trump has reinstated several policies from his first term, while introducing new ones aimed at deterring undocumented migrants. Deportation numbers have surged, with nearly 66,000 individuals removed from the U.S. within the first 100 days of his new term. Family detention centers, once heavily criticized for their impact on children, have been brought back into operation, while legal aid for unaccompanied minors have seen severe cuts. These developments come at a time when the United States is experiencing a historic high in its foreign-born population. As of 2023, nearly 47.8 million immigrants were residing in the U.S., with an estimated 11 million of them undocumented. Many of these individuals have lived in the country for over a decade, raising families and contributing to the economy. Immigrants, regardless of status, are a vital part of the U.S. labor force, contributing billions in taxes and significantly shaping industries such as agriculture, construction, and caregiving. Critics of the $1,000 self-deportation offer argue that the program may oversimplify the complex reasons behind undocumented migration. Many of those targeted by the program have deep roots in the U.S., including U.S.-born children, community ties, and long-term employment. Human rights organizations warn that such policies, while less aggressive on the surface, may pressure vulnerable individuals into making life-altering decisions without legal representation or full knowledge of their rights. There are also concerns about the ethical implications of offering monetary incentives for departure, particularly in cases involving asylum seekers or those fleeing violence. From a strategic standpoint, the administration insists that this approach is a practical way to reduce the migrant population without resorting to mass raids or extended detentions. Supporters say it offers dignity and a choice to undocumented migrants while protecting national interests. However, immigration experts question the actual effectiveness of the program, noting that similar efforts in the past have yielded limited results. The offer of $1,000 may not be enough to motivate individuals who have risked everything to seek better lives in the United States. The debate around this policy underscores the broader tensions within American immigration discourse, balancing border control and national sovereignty among humanitarian obligations and economic realities. With the 2026 midterm elections approaching, immigration remains one of the most polarizing and politically charged issues on the national agenda. In the wider global context, policies like this could set a precedent as other countries monitor the U.S. approach, especially those in Europe and parts of Africa facing rising migration numbers. Questions around voluntary migration, incentives, and state-led deportation policies are likely to spark wider international debates. What remains clear is that the Trump administration's latest move is not just a domestic policy. It is a bold, controversial experiment in reshaping the global migration conversation. I am Moyosore Adibi for SOUQ News TV.
I'm Godi Odidi, the CEO of Mindset Media and Achievers Gabro Limited. Mindset Media is all about celebrating people from nobody to somebody. We celebrate excellence, we celebrate innovation, we're also celebrating networking people from one part of the country to another. Oh yeah, the events about Global Mindset Media Achiever Excellence Awards, celebrating people with integrity. We celebrate our 13th anniversary at Lekki Noventa Hotel, Lagos, last Sunday. And I can tell you that this is the first time we are giving an award to non-Nigerians from Syria alone. They're based in US. And most of our awardees were from abroad, you know. This is the first time we did that, and this event was so fantastic that, you know what boss said, it's beyond me, because the crowd we're expecting 150 guests, but we had over 250 guests. The hall we wanted to use, it's not the hall we wanted to use, but God did it one way. We used the hall of 1.2 million naira, where at least the 1,000 capacity could reach everybody, and everybody were so happy. The mindset I was about being inspired by God. I started from Ajegule to First SOUQ. Actually, we started from a church venue because we cannot afford a venue then. That was 2011. But consistency, determination, perseverance took us to where we are. We have been doing the program at First SOUQ. In 2001, I just made a prophetic statement that I'm taking this program out of First SOUQ to Lekki. One of the guests that came and one of the awardees told me, said, that November, he reminded me, December, said, what you said, you have to fulfill it. And last year we did it, but I can tell you this year was fantastic, because I've received calls all over the world. People are telling me that this program is beyond. Even people are now beginning to nominate. As I'm telling you now, we have already have people nominating for the next award. So the program is all about networking. I did something again that day. Everybody in that program, like what Mindset Median, everybody's equal, whether you are rich, you are poor. We had our guests, and I told them publicly that everybody should network. Everybody should collect each person's number to network. Tell them your business. Even my team, I advertise them what you are doing for a living so that people can contact you. So Mindset Media is about connecting people, their businesses, anything they are doing, but they must be credible, they must have integrity, they must have professionalism. Yes, the individual that received the award, you know, from different categories. We have people from the business world, the technology. We have people from politics. We have, and the way we nominate the people, we have a style we're doing nominating our people on website. And we have our website. We advertise your name if you are nominated. We throw it to the public. We started our nominations, that was June. Our nomination was open by June, so we started nominating people. The nomination came over 700 nominees, but we have to select them with my team to 31, because we discovered that we can't just give everybody an award. People were ready to pay, but we said we are not giving award based on money. But because of the economic hardship, we have to say, okay, let them have a standard. We have gold table, we have a platinum table, where each of the awardees they sat down, and we did a lot of things to improve humanity in this award. Oh, this award this year, I'm very flabbergasted. Let me use that. I'm super excited because this year award was fantastic because when I met our boss here, the first day I came here, we discussed. I was super excited because this year award was fantastic. People are calling me all over the world because I have not seen that. I discovered the award has grown beyond me. As what boss said, it has grown beyond me because even my team, we couldn't even meet up the people, the guests, and I was surprised. And we did so many things, what we have not done before, because in every year of our awards, every mistake we have done, we improve on it the next year. But this year we did something very fantastic. We brought things that world-class awards, Headies awards. We brought classic things into the system. He now made it look so, so great that people were saying, is it God or this? Somebody was asking, do I do ritual? We're asking, what happened? Even people saw the picture. People are still calling me from Sweden. People calling me from UK, telling me that, are you the one doing this award? You did an excellent job. What we did is that we have to go through a lot of people who are experienced, like Mr. Victor Oluwafemi, a lot of people who believe in my dream. I listen to their advice. I even listen to the advice of my team. And so as young as them, when they brought their ideas, I said, okay, let's work on it. And those ideas work for us. So, and at the end of the day, we did so many things. When you look at the economy and look at such an event put together. So if our people went home and they are thanking God today too. You see, it's a very big problem in Nigeria, searching for a good leader. The economic hardship is not helping matter. And today, for you to see young people driving leadership force is very difficult now because they have made the system so very poor that you have to think about your stomach first before you talk about quality leadership. And this situation is that it just depends on youth like us who are determined, I resigned from my political appointment. I had a political appointment. I was supposed to be in Abuja with a senator who won the election. I was the chief press secretary. I have to resign because I discovered that my vision was so great. I don't want to sit down somewhere waiting for political salary and other stuff, killing my vision that I've built for 13 years. I have to resign to enter the streets, which I am. So to build leaders, it will take years because, first of all, let's look at how Nigeria was given. It was a foreigner that gave Nigeria this name, Florence Shaw. That means everything we are doing in Nigeria is foreign. We cannot live without foreign things. So you don't expect quality leadership at this moment because we are not really electing the right leaders in the right positions. If, for example, the last elections, Nigerians came out and voted. If our votes are counted, Nigeria can decide that this is the person we want. If you make any mistake, we'll tell you, go out of the leadership. But it's not like that. So it will take some years because the system has impoverished, have made many people poor. So when they see money, they can say anything. They can support anybody they like. But I'm praying that by God's grace in my generation and other generations coming, they should also look at how you as a youth must be self-employed. Self-employed means that you should, when you see something that is wrong, say it out. Even though somebody is paying you salary, tell the person this thing is wrong. So if we're able to have such leaders in place, Nigeria will have a better leadership, but it will take years. First of all, you must be educationally equipped. The level we are now, we're in the social media era. Social media can teach you good, bad, ugly, and so on. You can expose yourself to many training skills. The reason why our youth remain where we are not ready to learn. We know it all. We have a lot of youth. At this age, I've written over 14 books. And this time around, my books sold so much in this the program where people want to read. I was surprised that Nigerians are still reading, despite the hardship. So people want to read. People want to learn. People want new things. So I'm advising the youth now, try to be self-independent. Have integrity. Build yourself for tomorrow. Don't allow any political leader to take you unaware. So if we can build ourselves, I'm telling you, the future is bright for the youth.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, boy, if this POS matter, don't pass your call. This go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Maybe you fake alert the warriors.
Okay, so wanna listen to If you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Ogbefi, they don't walk that road where they worry for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what, development where they work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Oyemike, aka Ogbefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
Cocoa remains a significant cash crop in Nigeria, predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country's southwest region. Historically, cocoa served as a major source of foreign earnings until the 1970s, when the discovery of petroleum shifted the focus away from agriculture. Despite various challenges from its introduction in 1807 to the present, efforts by successive governments and the resilience of cocoa farmers have sustained its production. To better optimize productivity and ensure fair prices for farmers and high economic returns for the government, the Cocoa Marketing Board, CMB, was established in 1947. However, the goal was not totally achieved as pricing policy weren't favorable, discouraging farmers from producing export crops, and that eventually led to the board's abolition in 1986. These resulted in reduced yields and lower quality cocoa beans. Meanwhile, the millennium era witnessed a shift in farmers' focus towards more economically viable crops like oil palm, due to the high cost and intensive care required for cocoa production. Cocoa production faces several obstacles, including limited access to fertilizers, unfavorable climate conditions, pest infestation, poor infrastructure, and land shortages. Also, Headers' attack on farmers have deterred farmers from expanding their farmlands. According to research, despite challenges, cocoa production has empowered many farmers and more stakeholders in the value chain, improving their living standards, enabling them to provide education for their children, cover medical expenses, and build better homes. Concerning the future of cocoa farming in Nigeria, there are mixed opinions among farmers. Some are hopeful that government's reinvestment and addressing current challenges can revive the sector's past success. Others are pessimistic due to the persistent issues and the trend of farmers shifting to other crops. Regardless, hope remains for the sector. Solutions like improving land-labor relations, infrastructure, and financial support could revitalize cocoa production, reduce out-migration, stabilize prices, and enhance value chain development, ultimately securing a brighter future for Nigerian cocoa farming and its stakeholders. Ojai Michael, reporting for SOUQ News.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
That we should relax and enjoy every minute of the program, of the conference. We have a lot of things
Also would like to recognize the presence of the chairperson of today, in person of Morenike George Taylor. She's the president, Restaurant, Cakes, Bars, and Clubs Association. You're welcome. Thank you for coming. We also like to recognize the presence of Mr. Lucas Rahim, who is the director, SIRD, Lagos State Consumer Protection Agency, NASCOPA. You're welcome. Thank you for coming. Also in our midst is Engineer Greg Ashibogu. He's the chairman, GK Foundation and Grashi Global Foundation. You're welcome, sir. Please a round of applause for him, please. He has been a supporter of Mr. Razak's work. Thank you so very much. You're welcome, sir. We also like to recognize the presence of Engineer Oyatoye, who is the Director, Policy Research and Development, Lagos State Safety Commission. Thank you for coming, sir. We appreciate your presence. Thank you. Representing the DG of NAFDAC in our midst is Dr. Ifeoma Okapo. A round of applause. Thank you so very much for coming. We appreciate your presence. Thank you very much. We also like to recognize the presence of Mr. Oluwole Ogundele, who is the guest speaker. Thank you so very much for gracing this occasion. We are elated to have you around. Also in our midst today is Mr. Laja Shomiron. He's also a guest speaker today. A round of applause.
To be the one that convened this maiden edition of Restaurant Managers Conference, it is my utmost pleasure to welcome you all to this occasion. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. First and foremost, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to each and every one of you for taking your time to join us today. Your presence here is a testament to the commitment to excellence in the restaurant and hospitality industry. Together, we gather under the theme, elevating the art of restaurant management, innovation, sustainability, and excellence. The theme reflects our shared passion for advancing the restaurant industry and our dedication to staying ahead of the curve in terms of innovation, sustainability, and excellence. And as we navigate the complexity of the modern restaurant landscape, it is imperative that we prioritize these three pillars: innovation, sustainability, and excellence, which will form the foundation of our discussions today as we explore the cutting-edge strategies, best practices, and innovative solutions to drive success in our industry. We have assembled impressive lineup of speakers, including our keynote speaker, my own mama, Mrs. Bose Ayeye, the founder of Atalanta PSC. Please help me to clap for her. She's also the past president of Restaurant and Food Services Providers Association of Nigeria. And another motivator, Morenike George Taylor, the president of the Restaurant, Cafe, Bars and Clubs Association, who is the chairperson of today's occasion, to guide through this conference proceeding. I'm equally happy to have the Deputy Managing Director of Street Sensation Professionally and the host of others. I was happy when we wrote letters to the DG of NAFDAC and I said, we are going to be there. So, this year, Dr. Okafor, I'm happy that you are here. God will bless all of us. Throughout the day, we'll be treated to insightful presentations, engaging discussions with our special guests, eminent speakers, AI experts, social media marketing specialists, financial gurus, regulators, industry leaders, and many more valuable networking opportunities for us. Throughout the day, we will explore the latest trends, best practices, and innovative solutions that are shaping the restaurant industry. As Hospitality Care Company, we are dedicated to empowering restaurant professionals with knowledge, skills, and expertise required to excel in our increasingly competitive market. And this conference is a testament to our excellence, to elevate the art of restaurant management The conference is designed to provide a platform for restaurant managers, operators, and industry professionals to come together to inspire, educate, and empower you with the tools and insights necessary to excel in this dynamic and competitive industry. I would like to acknowledge the support of our sponsors, partners, and collaborators who have made this conference possible. Your contributions are invaluable, and we are grateful for your commitment to the growth and development of the restaurant industry. Equally, I would like to acknowledge the tireless effort of our team, who have worked diligently to bring this conference to life. Your hard work and dedication are truly appreciated. Without much ado, the MC has said we need to engage ourselves fully, ask questions, and share our perspective. We're ready to learn, unlearn, and relearn, and enjoy the company of your peers at this Restaurant Managers Conference 2005. So let us work together to elevate the art of restaurant management and take our industry to the next and enviable height. Once again, I want to appreciate you, and I know by the end of the day, we are not going to leave on getting good health. And at the end of the day, our return on investment is not going to be a waste of time. Thank you once again.
Dedicated to the growth and development of the restaurant and hospitality industry in Nigeria. The restaurant and hospitality industry is a vital pillar of Nigeria's economy. It provides employment to millions, drives tourism, supports local farmers and food suppliers, and contributes significantly to our GDP. This sector is not just about serving or providing accommodation. It is about experiences, innovation, and economic transformation. With Nigeria's growing population and increasing demand for quality services, we must continue to evolve and expand our industry's potential. This conference is an essential platform for sharing best practices, discussing industry challenges, and exploring emerging trends such as digital transformation, AI, sustainability, customer experience enhancement, and food safety. It is through collaboration and knowledge sharing that we can stay ahead in this competitive landscape and ensure our businesses thrive in an ever-changing world. The RCBC Association is dedicated to uniting industry players, advocating for policies that support business growth, and providing resources to help our members excel. By joining our association, participants have always had access to valuable networking opportunities, training programs, and strategic partnerships. That's one of the reasons we're excited to partner on this particular conference. With that in mind, I encourage every person here to actively participate in the discussions, share your insights, and take full advantage of this event. It is now my honor to declare this event officially open. Thank you. I have just a few more things to say before I hand over the microphone. So my question one more time is, did I get my slides up or will I be winging it? Can you see my slides? Thank you, it's okay, don't worry. So this is supposed to be a little bit interactive, right? It's a manager's conference and I always have something to say to managers. So do we have any managers here? Can you wave your hands? If you're in a managerial or supervisory position, can you wave your hands, please? Fantastic, thank you. So I think I'm in the right room. I wasn't sure when anybody raised their hand. Okay, so I want to ask a question. Who is a manager? Someone should help me, please. Who is a manager? Who is a manager? Anyone can take the answer. If nobody gives an answer, it's you that needs to answer. Who is a manager? Who is a manager? I have my team for 355, so don't worry, I came prepared. It's called Start With Your Why. You are standing in a position and you have an opportunity to improve your life and improve the lives of those around you. You impact people's lives. Someone that Active manager will lead by example. Lead by a round of applause. I am in the right room. I think I'm in the right room. I'm starting to feel like I'm in the right room. Another answer, please.
As effective manager, first you need to work on yourself because you can't be.
A manager must work on themselves. I don't know if any of you are familiar with the book 21 Laws of Leadership by John Maxwell. And there's a law called the law of the lead, meaning that you will only lead people up to where your capacity is. Once your capacity is here, you're not going to lead anyone above that. So working on yourself is critical. Please give her a round of applause. Can I have one more answer because my time is limited? What does an effective manager do?
An effective manager must be proactive.
Thank you. I like that word, proactive. Let's please give her a round of applause. I stepped out a few things I think that a good manager should be able to have under their sleeve. And I'm just going to take just about 2-3 minutes and I'm going to get off the stage. Don't worry. So I have here you must be hospitable. I call it the spirit of hospitality. If you don't have the spirit of hospitality, what are you doing here? Why are you the manager? Hospitality is such a critical spirit that it influences you. Are you the kind of person that when people walk into the room, you would say hi? Or because it's your job that you're saying hi? When somebody is panting, would you offer them a glass of water? If someone sits down and they're sweating profusely because they just came out from outside, do you think that the person has to order water before the waiter goes to them and says, sorry sir, would you like a bottle of water? The act of being hospitable. So if you are not hospitable, definitely this will not be the right career for you. What else should a manager be? A manager should be in control. I expect that if you are actually told to govern an organization, you are in control of what's happening in that organization. How can you be in control of what you don't know? So you must be aware of everything that's happening in that place. From the kitchen to the floor, to your marketing, to your customers, what are they saying? If you sit in your office all the time, how are you going to know what your customers are saying about your product, about your space? A good manager must be able to supervise. What is supervision? Is it just giving orders? Or ensuring that orders are completed? How many times do we need to follow up with you when something is stated? A good manager must be meticulous. Because sometimes, staff are very tricky. They will tell you that they clean the place, they will clean only the top. When you now go and lift it up, you now notice that this cleaner did not clean the bottom of this place. How are you going to ensure that the right thing is done if you're not meticulous? Almost done. A good manager must be intentional. You must decide that you have decided that you're going to be good at what you do, you're going to be among the best. Really and truly, I am for women empowerment. And I do specifically love coaching women to stand out. Because for a woman to have an opportunity, she usually must be 10 times better than a man. So if it's a man that's pretty good, people will just say, oh, let us give that opportunity. But before they give a woman an opportunity to go and become a CEO or a CEO, you see her CV. Her CV is double the CV of the man that equally goes and job. Please give women a round of applause. Okay, the men are happy. Give all of themselves a round of applause. A good manager must be a good example. And finally, practice servant leadership. I want you as you attend this conference to pick up a few things and decide what will I do differently following this conference. Maybe I missed something. Before I close up my work with, does anyone want to add anything else that they think a good manager should be? I leave the floor. Any other comments? Thank you, ma'am.
Good teamwork and good communication.
Give my round of applause! There's no I in team. If you are not a team player, why are you a manager? You can't do everything yourself. You must believe in division of labor. And that's why I asked all of you to join me with my presentation this morning by asking questions. So thank you so much for your time, and I hope that this conference will be as impactful for you as it is for me. Thank you. development and strategic business management. She currently serves as Deputy Managing Director and Executive Director at Sweet Sensation, a pioneering quick service restaurant QSR company in Nigeria. Ayo's career began at PwC, where she managed audit and compliance reviews for publicly listed companies in North America. She earned a reputation for driving change, optimizing processes, and building strong teams, rising to a global managerial role. Her ability to innovate and lead has been instrumental in Sweet Sensation's ongoing transformation. Under her leadership, the company has implemented strategic growth initiatives, enhanced internal accountability, and restructured internal processes to ensure business continuity and sustainability. Ayo's empowering leadership style emphasizes coaching, collaboration, and clear communication.
I know that there's a team of people who support him, who coach him, who help him, who partner with him. So I want to also take time to acknowledge and recognize them. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you. Special thank you to the distinguished speakers and guests. I also stand on all the existing protocol. But even with that, I cannot but honor Mrs. Bola, who's here. Mrs. Bola, the founder of It's also lovely to meet the chairperson of RCPC, an organization I belong to as well. So welcome. Thank you. Again, I don't follow my NAFDAC people, I will get in trouble. So well done, man. Thank you for all you do at NAFDAC. Making sure that food is safe and that people can live quality lives. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. Before I dive into my very, very brief speech, I must honor my mother, Lady Dame Kende Hampson, the founder and CEO of Sweet Sensation. Also, the chairperson of restaurant. I'm grateful for the organization she built because giving me a platform, it's giving various people a platform to lead, to inspire others. So she's not able to be here, but I bring lovely greetings from her to everyone. Okay, so I've been asked to give a very, very short welcome speech, or I think it's opening the short speech by special guest. And you know, this topic, elevating the art of restaurant management, innovation, sustainability, and excellence, is so relevant. So this, I want to start by just saying, this topic is so relevant to our industry. Anyone who's been in an industry for a few years knows how important these topics are. The industry is shifting rapidly. Things are changing so fast. Sometimes you understand your consumers, sometimes you don't even understand them anymore. Technology is reshaping how things happen, and things are moving at a fast speed. So I'm so grateful to be part of a conference that recognizes the importance of these topics and brings people together to learn about these topics. Sustainability is no longer just a buzzword, it is a business imperative. How can we make sure that the organization not just survives, but thrives and can be sustainable for years to come? And I'm really grateful that we have the opportunity to learn about that at this conference. So, for those who are here, whether you sponsored yourself to come here or whether your company has funded you, I want to really encourage you to listen. The ability to invest in yourself, to come for conferences, for trainings, it's a powerful investment in yourself. My team who's here, hi team, they know that we talk about growth a lot. Any investment in yourself, whether it's training, conferences, networking, learning from others, at the end of the day, it's a powerful investment in yourself. And as you grow, you can also inspire other people to grow as well. So please be open-minded, please listen, please take notes, network with your peers or colleagues or people who you admire within the industry. But please make sure you learn, make sure when you go back to your companies, you're teaching others as well, others who couldn't be here, and then you're allowing others to grow as you you again to the convener for the opportunity to be here.
Let's clap for him who is not here. Which message from the Special Advisor to the President of Capacity Development? As the Special Advisor to the President of Capacity Development, I'm honored to extend warm greetings to all attendees of this prestigious Restaurant Managers Conference. This gathering is a powerful reflection of our collective commitment to the growth of our hospitality sector, an area that the President deeply values. His administration recognizes that capacity development is not merely a strategic initiative. It is a cornerstone of our national vision for economic diversification and sustainable development. The President is genuinely interested in empowering our workforce, as he understands that the success of our industries rests upon the skills and dedication of our people. The hospitality industry is an integral to Nigeria's economy, playing a vital role in job creation, cultural exchange, and promotion of our rich heritage. By fostering a thriving restaurant sector, we contribute to the broader narrative of national pride and economic resilience. The President believes that by investing in the training and development of our hospitality professionals, we are not only enhancing service standards, but also positioning Nigeria as a premium destination for culinary experience and global tourism. As we look to the future, our administration is committed to organizing more training programs and conferences that will empower our hospitality professionals, and conferences like this is one of those things. We envision a collaborative framework where industry leaders, government, and educational institutions work hand in hand to cultivate a workforce that is not only skilled but also innovative and adaptable to the evolving landscape of our hospitality industry. Thank you for your participation and for your vital contribution to this essential sector. Together, we will build a robust and dynamic hospitality industry that meets the diverse needs of our citizens and visitors alike. Honorable SOUQ Ravi.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm highly privileged to be here. You imagine what this young lady here is doing. I'm particularly excited for this opportunity to stand in this capacity from Nigerian Institute of Food Science and Technology, especially where I represent as the chief servant. You know, that name chairman is just a name. They're actually the chief servant of the institute, and I'm privileged to be doing that because the Institute of Food Science and Technology has raised me to be a confident person and to be able to add value to the society. And I think that's the beauty of life. That life is not just who you are, but those you are also able to raise. And so, anywhere I have the opportunity to speak, I always give that credit to my mentors, my several mentors who are now fellows of the Nigerian Institute of Food Science and Technology. Particularly, let me congratulate Mr. Razak, our own food evangelist. We call him Mr. Food. He has several names. I have my Google message, but I don't feel like speaking to us. Mr. Razak is a blessing to us in the Institute, and we are praying for him. This is just a tip of the iceberg of what God is about to use him to do in Nigeria and beyond that in the world. And so I'm happy to witness this maiden edition of the Restaurant Managers Conference. This is a great one. Please can you give yourself rounds of applause. I'm particularly excited because just yesterday I was privileged to train bakery and pastry staffs, you know, in a big conglomerate when it comes to confectionaries in Lagos, Ogun, and some states at Shagam Axis yesterday. And one of the things I told them is that as leaders, as managers, you are the team leader. It is not just what you tell your staff, it is what they see you do. No food, the best of food safety management system will not fly if it does not start and end at your table. If the staff need PPEs, you are not providing it, what more can they do? If you can enter the processing floor without doing the needful, then we have not shown them the right example. And so as restaurant managers, as supervisors, when it comes to anything food processing, you are at the center and you must do what is right. And you know, if it is not safe, it is not food. If people buy your products and they come down with gastroenteritis, then there won't be a repeat purchase. And that's the truth. And so that means they are losing trust in your brand. So for you to build trust in every bite, like one of my friends who is also a food safety trainer here would say, then you have to do the right thing. And so we are here, that's why we are all here. To learn, to unlearn, and relearn. And I'm sure you'll get the best from this conference. So this is just the beginning. I wish you all greater and bigger opportunities to learn and shape the Nigerian economy and ensure food security in Nigeria. So you're all welcome. Mr. Razak, congratulations. You're a brother and you made a brother who will to support all that you do. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Don't worry, I'm coming back to the lecture on Wednesday.
Mr. Razak, we are here now. You will not understand the meaning of that statement. My name is Okpara today. I'm the Executive Secretary of Restaurant and Food Services Providers Association of Nigeria, RESPAN. I'm representing, or rather I'm standing in for the President of the Association, Dame Pende Gampi, ably represented by the DFP of Sensation Confectionaries, Mrs. Sayo Alibaba. I said, Mr. Razak, we are here now. Almost around this time, November, we met here for a function. And this was the place that Mr. Razak informed me about this program, November. And since November till January, he kept calling and calling and calling and calling. I'm not like, this program is in March. You started bugging me November, December, January. Calm down, Mr. Razak. Through January, February, you would think I'm the one in custody of his kidney. At the time, I have to ask myself, I'm not holding this man's kidney now. Why is he disturbing me? And eventually, you know, I did this call February, and I told you, I know. You sent in every necessary documents. December, the rest assured, we will come. Since I'm not hearing from you, I'm not, you know, getting any feedback. I'm like, the program is March. We will come. So, Mr. Razak, I say again, we are here. Thank you. Now, RESPAN, Restaurant and Food Service Providers Association of Nigeria, we are a non-partisan, non-profit making organization established with the aim of protecting the interests of our members in their dealings with regulatory bodies and regulatory agencies. Like the moderator mentioned, that was then. I can give you the assurance that you enter into any of our member restaurants, you will be served quality, not just quantity, quality hot sizzling meals that you will like. Formerly, we used to be Association of Fast Food Confectioners of Nigeria, AFCON. And you know, we tried getting more members. We approached the fine dining restaurant and they're like, no, you guys are Association of Fast Food Confectioners and you know the mentality. When it comes to fast food, they believe it's all about junk. And mind you, our logo is there, used to be Eat AFCON, Eat Safety. They're not like, you are saying eat fast food, eat safety. Isn't that a contradiction somehow? But we ask ourselves, and you also need to ask too. You walk into a tantalizer outlet, you
walk into a street sensation outlet, you walk into a Labule outlet, you walk into a TFC outlet, and you get to be served a icon. You have pottage, you have jollof rice, you have fried rice, you have a roll, you have pounded yam. Are these fast food? No. So that is the reason why we decided to change the name and reorientate that conception that we have regarding AFCON. We now became Restaurant and Fast Food Proprietary Association of Nigeria. And our motto still remains, eat respect, eat safety. You can be rest assured that any meal you are eating from our member outlet is safe and is okay. Elevating the art of restaurant management, innovation, sustainability, and excellence. I want to give you the utmost assurance that the keynote speaker for today is someone who is not just a person, but a voice when it comes to restaurant business in Nigeria. Quote me anywhere. When it comes to restaurant business in Nigeria, the person of Mrs. Bossa Ayede. She happens to be the restaurant sole representative, myself as well, with the Nigeria Economic Summit Group, whereby, you know, the foundation, the program, the roadmap for the new agenda regarding hospitality in Nigeria is being put together. And she was being given an award for her participation, her full involvement and participation in this program, deserved by the Honorable Minister for Tourism, Art and Culture. So, like the MC said, speaker before me said, please relax or learn, relearn, because we are here for a whole lot of robust, lecturing, teaching, and the rest. And every other guest speakers that are taking the sections today, you can be rest assured, yes, they are sound. Mr. Razak, count on us as an able and ready-made partners for this program going forward. Thank you. God bless you all.
My name is SOUQ News. Look at SOUQ. I'm standing here for my general manager, Labor Esquire. Let me start by congratulating the organizers of this auspicious program that is due to be highly educated. I can see that. Because the Consumer Protection Agency was actually established in 2015 by Lagos State Consumer Protection Law to ensure that consumers in Lagos State get value for money spent on either goods and services. And also to ensure that Lagosians are protected from hazardous products and also protected against unfair trade practices. So these are our core mandates. Going back to this event, which is about food safety, I know the keynote speakers are going to do justice to their topic. So in order not to preempt, I don't think I have the knowledge to be able to do that. So I would just want to mention some brief issues in the kitchen area from the experience we've had over the years as an agency. This restaurant operation involves handling, preparation, and storage of food. So those are the key areas we want the operators and managers to look into, to look to the improvements on these three areas. Also, while preparing food for consumers, they should try as much as possible to avoid cross-contamination and food spoilage, so on and so forth. But the area I want to really dwell on is service, how consumers are treated on and off the restaurants. So the first point of contact for every consumer
or every customer in the restaurant is the on-the-spot service, how they are received. So I want to say that since the managers are here, over the years, most of the complaints we attended to in the agency has to do with how consumers are received. Not necessarily bad food or bad meal. So I want us to look into that, and possibly our speakers should help us to address that. Then, apart from all the sports services, when I buy food in the restaurant, possibly I take it away, and I get home, I realize that what I bought is not what I actually want, or I detect. In some cases, we have seen somebody who bought food and saw a fly in the food. You cannot rule that. So now, why try to reach out to the restaurant? The person at the other hand failed to do justice or to attend to the complaint hearing. So I want us to, apart from putting somebody that is correct, I think that is the most practice. We put somebody that can speak well. Not that. We should endeavor to ensure that the person at the other hand knows well about the business. He can answer questions, treat issue on the spot. And if the person that is receiving complaint at first time cannot do that, he should be trained to escalate the problem to a senior manager or somebody who is well equipped about how the business is run, so that we avoid sanctions and penalties from government agencies like ASCOPA. I want to inform you that the 2015 law has been reviewed and signed into law by His Excellency Mr. Governor, 2024 law, that empowers the agency to seal off premises without referring to the court. Initially, we have to go to the court to seek for a seal order. So I'm not saying that we are out to, like my general manager would say, allow business to thrive in Lagos. We are not out to destroy businesses. But then, we are not going to lose our focus, which is to ensure that consumers in the Lagos State are protected. We are all consumers. So, this is a very big opportunity for everyone here, both managers, the operators, and of course, all of us are consumers, to ensure that we improve on the service delivery in our restaurants. To round up, like we always say, consumers in Lagos State are kings. So I want to enjoy all of us here. We always treat consumers as kings. That is the message from my general manager, Afanabi Shiriko Espe. Thank you, and God bless you.
The distinguished guests, esteemed restaurant manager, industry, stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to extend warm greeting to you all on behalf of the Lagos State Safety Commission at this prestigious gathering, the Restaurant Manager Conference. I commend the organizers for selecting such a crucial and forward-thinking team, elevating the heart of restaurant management, innovation, sustainability, and excellence. The hospitality industry, particularly the restaurant sector, plays a vital role in the economic and social fabric of Lagos State. As a hub of diverse culinary experiences and a key driver of tourism, restaurants are more than just places to eat. They are spaces of creativity, culture, and commerce. However, ensuring safety, sustainability, and operational excellence is paramount to their continued growth and success. At the Lagos State Safety Commission, our mission is to promote a safe, secure, and sustainable environment for businesses and residents alike. We recognize that innovation in restaurant management goes beyond culinary creativity. It responsible waste management and energy efficiency to ethical sourcing and consumer well-being. Sustainable practices contribute to business longevity and environmental preservation. I urge all restaurant managers to adopt best practices that align with global standards while enhancing customer experience and food safety. Excellence in restaurant management is achieved through continuous learning, strategic leadership, and a commitment to quality. As you deliberate on strategies to elevate your businesses, I encourage you to prioritize staff training, adopt digital innovation, and maintain compliance with regulatory standards to ensure the safety of both the employee and patrons. Lagos State remains committed to supporting businesses through policies that foster growth while ensuring public safety. Lagos State Safety Commission will continue to work collaboratively with stakeholders in the hospitality industry to uphold safety regulations and promote a thriving, resilient, and innovative restaurant sector. Once again, I applaud the organizers of this conference for creating a platform to discuss these vital issues. I wish you all exciting deliberations and successful outcome that will drive the restaurant industry towards greater heights. Thank you. May this conference inspire transformative ideas for a safer, more sustainable, and more excellent restaurant industry in Lagos. Director General, Lagos State Safety Commission, Mr. Larry Mojala.
Thank you so very much, sir. That was very well said. Very well said.
I actually don't know what it means. I recognize everybody that is here, and I have not addressed you in person, it's not that slight, but I think we are beginning to look at the time and to see how we can manage our time. I welcome you all to this year's edition. I know it's not happened before, but from what I heard today, it looks like this is the maiden one. Forgive me if I'm wrong. I welcome you to this conference, and let me start by again joining everybody to salute the doggedness and the passion of the convener, Mr. Razak. They have described it very well. I used to know him as a foodpreneur, but I've heard today that he's actually a food evangelist. Whatever name we call him, and what thing we can't take away from him is his passion for this industry. This avenue that he has provided for us today, where we as restaurant operators gather together to share and to sharpen our knowledge, is a major gap that he sees in our industry that he's trying to fill. I congratulate you on your achievements so far and all the people that have worked with you, and I wish you success in your future endeavors. I'm excited to be here, and I count it as an honor to be called upon to share with you from my limited knowledge and experience, and also to learn from the different experts that have been put together, that have been invited to help deepen our knowledge in specific areas of restaurant operations today. The theme of our conference, as we have heard over and over again today, is elevating the art of restaurant management through innovation, sustainability, and excellence. I will start by talking a little bit about our industry. The Nigerian food service market is estimated to be about $10 billion and growing. About half of this market is held by the quick service restaurants, while the other half is shared by casual dining, fine dining, cafes, and the cloud kitchen industry that is not only large, but also has a great potential for growth. As restaurant managers, do do you see yourself as of today in this huge market that I've just described? Do you see yourself as a tiny drop, like a pinpoint? Or do you see yourself as a significant player in this big industry? Wherever you think you are, one of the things that you should begin to think about from today is how can you increase your portion of this large market that I've just described. The restaurant industry itself has changed rapidly in the last 5 to 10 years. From the imposing brick and mortar structure days, where the idea of social entertainment was limited to visiting fast food restaurants, to today, where the customer would rather be in the comfort of his home and just get his food delivered. Pop-up stalls, food trucks, or sometimes you see them as food cars, are becoming a trend in urban and densely populated areas of our country. These are beginning to account for a good portion of the restaurant, of the revenue of this industry. How then do we ensure that as restaurant managers, we also get a significant portion of this growing pie? Our industry is not without its own share of challenges operating in an environment such as ours in Nigeria. These challenges, which cannot be underestimated, range from rising costs, multiple taxation from different tiers of government, poor infrastructure, strong and formidable competition, manpower skills shortage, and to changing consumer preferences. How do we then, as restaurant managers and restaurant owners, sustain our business in the face of these challenges? Again, when we look at the theme, elevating the art of restaurant management through innovation, sustainability, and excellence, the aim of this theme is to ginger our thoughts as restaurant owners or restaurant managers. First, let's look at innovation. There have been changes in the lifestyle of our target audience, as there have been changes in the demographics that we target. The changes in our industry range from the building structure, like I said, it used to be imposing buildings that we all had, to application of technology, either in the food processing or in consumer engagement methods. And of course, marketing methods have changed dramatically. On a lighter note, while I sat there, Morenica took the picture. She got somebody to take a picture of us, and she said content. And I laughed. I don't know if I said it out to her, but you know, we operate in two different generations. My generation would rather hide, but her generation is to put it in the face of everybody, and that was what she wanted when she said content. That's again a difference that has happened in the environments that we are currently operating in. COVID-19, with the attending lockdowns and movement restrictions, forced many companies, like some of us who haven't invested in technology, to embrace digital innovation to survive. Innovation in restaurant management can be in the area of technology, can be in the area of offering unique products, can be in the area of introducing new processes, and of course, it can be in the area of enhancing customer experiences through unique customer service methods. Embracing innovation, no doubt, has its own definite benefits. The benefits could range from increased visibility. You can also leverage technology to reach a wider network of your consumers or potential customers through all these mobile devices that you carry around. Innovation can help us in improving our service delivery. You can leverage technology Technology is therefore playing a key role in food processing process, how to order, when to order, and how to pay for the order. These apps are also being used to manage customer loyalty. The use of technology itself impacts the need for brick and mortar stores. Like I've said, not only will it impact or has it impacted the size, even the existence of those structures, and of course the size of the restaurant itself. Who needs a whole building if you can reach your customers through technology, or if your customers can't reach you through technology? Customer engagement is another area where innovation can be seen in our industry. These engagement methods are geared towards giving the customer unique dining experiences from, for example, I've seen restaurants where your food is put right in front of you. It's a unique experience just to hook the customer. And of course, you can use technology to modify your recipes to suit the customer's preferences. Unlike where we have fixed recipes that is made to fit a general populace. These emerging changes mean that the restaurant operators, as restaurant operators, we must be ready to also have a mindset shift from the way we used to do things, if we are going to remain contemporary, or if we are going to remain relevant in the industry that we currently operate at. How do we adapt to changing consumer preferences if we do not innovate? Innovation must therefore reflect not only in our marketing methods as the customer profiles and lifestyles are changing. These days, we talk about brand ambassadors, brand influencers, and social media influencers. These never existed 10, 15 years ago, but in present day, they constitute a major chunk of the marketing budget. I go on to sustainability. An organization, much like a living human being, is constantly changing, but it's constantly adapting to it. Sustainability will touch on key decisions that we take, from the business model itself to what our capital structure should be if we want that business to survive, and of course to the key business processes that we go through, all with the view of continued survival of the enterprise. In other climes, the care for the environment and the society at large is linked to business sustainability. Implementing global sustainable practices like reducing food waste through repurposing leftovers, using eco-friendly packaging materials, and so on and so forth, can reduce costs while at the same time reducing environmental impact. Of recent, we all know Lagos State bans the use of styrofoam and other single-use plastics. All major supermarkets are no longer using the carry-out bags, the traditional carry-out bags that they had before, and customers are now being forced to pay for reusable bags or biodegradable bags. We as an industry must be prepared for the extension and enforcement of safety to our industry. What then will that position be? I keep wondering whether they are going to charge for the more expensive bags, or how do we absorb the additional costs in the cost of the meal in the restaurant? How are we focusing locally produced items to replace the imported ones, from raw materials to packaging? How are we managing our inventory systems to reduce waste, which impacts not only the environment, but also increases our cost or reduces our profit? How do we reduce or minimize electricity use? How do we reduce carbon footprint and create a greener future for the planet? How are we supporting ethical labor practices? Embracing sustainability leads to several advantages, which include profitability, as I mentioned, and profitability, you all know, is a must to the survival of our enterprise. on to excellence. Excellence must encapsulate all that we drive in the restaurant business. How do we achieve customer service excellence or ensure consistent customer satisfaction? Operational excellence is what sets one apart from competitors. Excellence is what leads to growth and success in the business. Managers, but quite a number of us are managers working for other people. If you are not the policy or decision maker in your organization, then you must pass on whatever the takeaways are from today's conference. You must have a clear understanding of your market, the environment in which you operate, the type of people that you cater to, and of course, what actually appeals to them. You must have a full picture of your costs and of what determines your profit. It is good to be able to benchmark your performance against industry standards where applicable. You must drive year-on-year growth, both revenue and customer throughput. Because anything that is not growing is dying. The knowledge experts are here today. Let's listen to them attentively. And after their presentations, we can seek clarifications as found necessary. Thank you all for listening. I wish you a successful day.
Temperature abuse is very important. Madam had mentioned temperature abuse. Again, I will repeat, you cannot take away food safety, quality control from food loss and waste. Customer self-service waste. I know a lot of times if I go to a restaurant, I go to a hotel, I would want to serve myself. And, well, maybe the Nigerian, I wouldn't say the Nigerian way, right? But sometimes as customers, we tend to overtake what we cannot finish. So you go, oh, this is a buffet, we're paying 20K. But the whole, they say, oh, really? I want takeoff, I want hamburger, I want this, and then everything on your plate, and then you end up eating just one spoon. That is another waste, and that is waste on the part of also the restaurant. And they say, oh, they've already paid now, so what's the point? That is also another waste because those ingredients that would have been used to prepare another thing is wasted. But you can even serve more customers and make more money that will be in your pocket, but it is not going into the trash, okay? And the last one is the trash and the waste bin. Sometimes we talk about sorting. I know a lot of restaurants that have the whole, this is recycle, this is food waste, but people don't follow it. They don't follow the common rules on their waste bin. They end up putting all the food waste that can be recycled with the plastic waste all in one trash can. And then what happens in that case? It goes down to the landfill, which is also money. In fact, not just food waste, money taking steps in a very nice way, catwalking into the landfill, which is profits going out. Or you don't have a plan for donation or recovery. Now, there are many charity organizations that restaurants can partner with when you have excess food. You can partner with the Lagos Food Bank and also other charity organizations that you can say, okay, we have this whole pattern of excessive food and people can come and take some of this food. I mean, why can't we feed the nation? Are we not one? Anyway, moving on. Now, what is the role? Am I communicating? How about not too fast? Are we enjoying this discussion here? Very good, thank you. Now, what is the role of food safety failure? Poor food handling practices and quality control in food loss and waste. Food safety failure, improper storage. If you don't store your food properly, you will end up having older products or you will not follow FIFA, right? She has mentioned it, she has given us explanation of what FIFA and FIFA is. I won't dive into that. But if you don't store your food properly, you end up having food waste. Most times when I audit restaurants, right, it's very simple for them to have a failure in non-conformity in this aspect because they all just tend to go on the shelf, and nobody's really checking for dates. Another thing that can cause this problem is when you have all of your products on the shelf. Why? Or you buy a lot of this product that you end up not even using, especially those ones with a short best before, a short shelf life. Temperature abuse, that's another food safety failure, and cross-contamination too. Now when it comes to poor food handling practices, again, you can never take away FIFO from this. Mishandling during preparation. If you don't handle your food properly, and they go to the floor, that's waste already. Except of course in your restaurants, when food drops on the floor, you pick it, you clean it, and you serve the customer. And I'm sure that I don't have any restaurant managers that are doing that poor quality practices. The lack of hygiene. She has talked about washing your hands, your earrings, all of those things. It's very important as managers or as food business staff, we need to have proper hygiene. If you lack good hygiene, it's as well as putting money into the waste bin. And lastly, quality control, overcooking, undercooking, inconsistent portioning, rejecting food for minor defects. I don't know if this is new to many of us, right? But sometimes people reject product because they look ugly. Not for food safety cases, or not for the sake of food safety, but because I don't just like how this tomato is looking. It's not looking very fine. So they end up throwing it away. But you need to understand that nobody knows whether the tomato is fine or ugly when it is being cooked. So you need to have a very good relationship with your vendors. Tell your vendors, okay, these are the qualities I am looking out for. Have a checklist. Train your vendors and train the staffs around, those who are handling it. Training is very important though. It's not you come to work, you resume work that first day, wear your hairnets, wash your hands, remove your earrings, and that's the end. Training should be continuous. You can have on-the-job training. You can have trainings with external people. You should have a trainer who is already in a restaurant that can train down on those who are upcoming, okay? So the role of food safety, poor food handling, and risk control can never be taken away from food loss and waste. Remember, food safety failure can make you bleed money. Poor food handling practices will make you lose money. Poor quality control, you are losing money, and that is money, and that is profit that should have been generated back into more money. Now, what are the best practices, tools, and techniques in combating this hidden cost that is draining into your profit, which is food waste? Number one, for your purchasing managers and storekeepers, let them check orders for quality when receiving. Have a checklist. If it's not documented, it means it is not done. So if there's no checklist and you are not coming to the is good, there's a tendency that there will be a mistake. And once it gets into your kitchen, it may get rejected. Ensure people when storing, donate under-used items, but always track. If you know that you're always having excessive products, you need to keep a track and say, okay, why am I having this product? Is it that it's not moving? People don't like it. So that you don't end up buying a lot of things that you're giving out, because really for restaurants, you're not buying to give out for free. You are buying to make money, to put back into your business. So we have a lot of product that's every day or every month, getting here out, you're donating it excessively. They need to have a track record and say, do I need to take this off completely, or do I need to reduce it? Again, train your staff. Now for chefs and stewards, smart menu planning. You need to plan your menu with ingredients that can make too many food products. So if you're having, say lentils for instance, how many food products or how many menus can lentils do? Start thinking in that way. Start menu planning. Don't just plan I have 55 menus. Look at them in one day. At the end of the day, just 5 food. What happens to the rest of them? It is waste. That's money that should have been used for any other thing that's going to waste. Okay? Portion control and just portion control. I know as Nigerians, many of us we don't like it. But then again, for food business owner, if you do not manage your portion control, you end up having a lot of food waste. Your calibration, your skills, are you calibrating them? So you're calibrating your skills. Why are you calibrating the dry weights? So it's not a function of every morning you carry 5 kg, you put your seat, it's good. 10 kg, you put on your scale, it's good. Those drawing weights? Are you calibrating them? Do you have external parties that come to calibrate those skills to show that you're ensuring the right portion? What about using data to track your demand? Again, forecasting, demand forecasting. The product or the number of products you would have each Ramadan period. You agree with me that it is different from the one you start experiencing from next week. True or false? I need an answer, please. True or false? Exactly. People are fasting this period, right? So the likelihood that there will be a lot of people in the restaurants might not be as much as when people are not fasting. So consider all of those things when you're planning your menu. Then of course, digital waste tracking. There are a lot of AI tools that can help you tracking your waste. We have Uno and a whole lot of others. And then have taking off. I think Nigeria has to take away options and those of us take away options. What about for your buffet host and event coordinators? So that everybody is involved, from the purchasing manager to chefs and stewards, even to event coordinators. Know the amount of guests that you are inviting to an event and plan accordingly. Have a food waste policy. This is new. I know for manufacturing companies, because those who are the FSS version space, it is not new to them. But for restaurants, having a waste policy might be new, and to be a good initiative so that your customers know that you're trying to make money and to also save the environment. So to be a good thing to have a food safety, a food waste policy initiative, partner with food banks, and again train. But the important thing is train. Do not get tired of training. If you get tired of training, call experts that can help you train your people. Please again, I'm saying train your people. And FHSC also carry out training. Just let me put it out there. Now, what is an action plan? I have mentioned what food loss and waste is. I have mentioned where food waste can be gotten. Can be from the preface or the post phase, right? Before the customer or after the customer. What do you need to do? Start with a food waste audit. We all know that we all have the HACCP team, right? You can also have a food loss team. Everybody should be involved. And should also start from management. You see, food loss and waste should not be having conversation on the shop floor or in your kitchen. You should be having food loss conversations in the boardrooms where your boss is saying, we're having a lot of waste, what do we need to do? That's the only way you can drive change. But if you're talking about food loss and waste in the kitchen, you might not really have that effect you want it to have. So the important thing is to have meetings, with the top management, get them involved, and have a team. Then start with a food waste audit. Every food business is a system to identify where waste is happening, to track reduction and enforce prevention. So we talked about where the waste can happen. Now, I do not know your individual kitchens, so I cannot tell you where your hotspots are. That is the work of everyone here. After this conference, remember that the lady with the glasses said, know where my hotspots are. Go to your kitchen. Managers tie into their KPIs. Let everybody identify where the hotspots are. And then there's a strategy of technology that we talk about. It's called TNA. You target, you measure, and you act. But I'd like to expand it a bit. You target, you measure, you reduce, and you act when you communicate. It's very simple. Have a smart goal. Tell everybody, or you tell yourself, okay, in the next 6 months, I want us to reduce our food waste by 30% in maybe portioning. And because if there is no goal, you'll be too relaxed to want to try. So goals keep you on the edge. Like, okay, I have a goal, what do I need to do? So that is what targeting goals. Then you measure, you track, where my waste coming from. Is it from the preface or from the post phase? You need to know, you need to measure. When you measure, you know whether or not you're reducing or you're not reducing the waste. And then you act. After knowing your hotspots, after measuring, okay, what do I need to do? Do I need to call down? Do I need to do a smart menu planning? What are the things I need to do? And then you communicate with people. You cannot have all of this and keep it to yourself. You cannot drive change and keep it to yourself. So you must communicate with everyone, and I mean everyone in each department. Let them know that, look, this is serious business, so we all have a part to play generate gas for cooking. So you end up not spending so much money on gas, and you end up spending less money for waste disposal. Now, like, are you sure this works? But I've known you for quite a while now, and I know restaurants that have been doing it for 2 years, 3 years, and that's one way of them helping the environment and also saving money. But so that you can actually, food just a waste is avoidable. It is avoidable. You just have to do the right thing and put your mind to it. Okay?
Is the source of deliciousness. We've been in existence since 1909. Did you know that? So for those who don't know, some people just scream, eh? We are an ancestor brand. Thank you very much. You see, this is what we know how to do the best. Bring deliciousness to homes, to your meal time. And this was the initiative of two Japanese persons. One is a scientist who discovered that glutamate was the ideal substance to make meals. And then the other one, an entrepreneur who has the money to start the business. So you see, idea, meeting, capital, and then a business is born. So this is how our Ajinomoto came to be. By the way, it's a Japanese brand, and Japan products are quality products. I re-emphasize, quality products. So we've been in Nigeria since 1991, and what are we doing? We are founded on the aspiration to contribute to well-being of the human being, well-being of the society, well-being of the planet through amino science. Amino science is the technology and the specialty of the Ajinomoto Group. The NAFDAC people here know us, we are registered. The SOUQ people here know us, we have a man cap. So we are very regulated and very compliant. So what is Ajinomoto? My targets are here, the caterers are here, LSCDA, and my other catering group. Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. So these are my targets, and I know restaurant people are here who use it. The people used to say that all those big restaurants, they use Ajinomoto, but they hide it. So I want to ask, what do you gain if you don't use Ajinomoto? And what do you gain if you don't use that cook? You still they hide them. Tell people the source of your deliciousness, because you understand that it is safe. It is made from sugar cane. It helps you to reduce salt in your food. People call it magionio, thinking because there may be salt. Not salt. It is a product that has glutamate, and glutamate is an essential amino acid which gives the taste of umami. Umami is not sweet, not bitter, not sour, not salty, but delicious. And that is the fifth taste, in case you don't know. We don't have only 4 taste sensations now, we have 5. The taste of tomatoes is not sweet, not sour, not salty. Every speaker has talked about tomatoes now. It is a taste to make almost every meal. And so it is not sweet, not bitter, not sour, not salty, but it gives that umami taste. That's the 5th taste around the world, and it's not different to Nigeria. And that's the taste of our Ajinomoto. Ajinomoto is produced through a fermentation process of sugar-based sugarcane, beets, cassava, maize. So all of these are products through which Ajinomoto is made. And then it is made up of, our MSG is made up of simply sodium, glutamate, and water. This is it. And
promote that deliciousness that you want in your meal. That's what we are talking about. So it is used around the world to bring out deliciousness. You are what you eat. All of us agree to that, right? It's consume that forms you. Some food experts will tell us to avoid all these fast food, pastries, cakes. Don't eat this, don't eat that, don't eat. Reason. They tell you some of you it gives cholesterol. A lot of they just call a lot of hard names that will scare you. But once in a while, even in the pyramid of food, all these things are there. You take them, but maybe sparingly. Not that you don't take at all. So you are what you eat, and when we eat food, we don't eat to swallow those chunks. What we eat is to get nutrients from the food. Bringing one of that. So look out for it in the market. It is very beautiful for jollof spaghetti. One pack is 25 grams, and then you use it for 500 gram spaghetti. Just add 30 cl of water, and then mix it to get the sauce, and voila, deliciousness is all the way. And we love to get questions, we love to have feedbacks. Like the MC has said, a pack like this is going to be given to everyone here, and we hope that you will use it and continue to enjoy deliciousness.
Of this program, and Grassy Global Foundation, headed by Engineer Greg Ashibo, we are presenting this award to the DG of NAFDA, Professor Christiana Adeyomi. And she was one of those ones that played premium importance of production, the quality aspect of it. And I'm happy that I happened to be one of the first production supervisors that became an athlete manager and never stopped. So, on behalf of the organizer of the maiden edition of Restaurant Managers Conference, we are presenting this award of honor to Mrs. Kosa in recognition of her contribution to the growth and development of Nigerian restaurant managers. We are doing that one today, and we are happy that you say that actually to be here to see this award. Restaurants, cafes, bars, and club association. You can see, I think from what we have had today, you can see that we are blessed to have her. And ever since she has been taking me up and down, Mr. Dada, we are having a cocktail meeting. Can you come? We are having this one, can you come? Forget me the fact that I say Borodu, they want me to be Lama. But I have to squeeze my time to get there. So she has been very supportive. We are the chairperson and president of RCBC Association, appreciation of the professional leadership, selfless dedication, tireless effort, and outstanding.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, boy, if this POS matter, don't pass your code. This go swipe, alarms no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
They use fake alert, the warriors.
Okay, so wanna listen to If you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk that road where they worry for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what? Development where they work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Oyemike, aka Ogbefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
Thank you for having me, SOUQ News. I'm excited to be here. My name is Anna Maria Orlu. I am the current Miss Nigeria United Nations. As well as that, I am an actress, a model, and I also am the founder of Little Blessings Foundation, and we focus on orphanages in Nigeria. For me, I feel like it's about bridging the gap between like how the UN can help Nigeria and what ways we can like kind of be a part of the United Nations as a whole. I feel like every pageant queen picks a route that they go towards, right? So some people pick to bridge the gap between like health, bridge the gap, education. I've chosen to help children and orphanages. So after my last pageant, I actually was reached out to. They were like, you did a great job. I really loved how you presented yourself. Would you like to take part in this pageant? And of course I had to do my own research just to see like, is it for me? Is it not for me? I did hesitate a bit only because, you know, you need to just let it sit. I'm used to just making decisions really fast. So I like to just simmer down and kind of do my research. After that, the process was actually a lot of fun. I got to meet a lot of girls from different states and just interact with them and just learn a lot from their background and a lot of the sisterhood and just having fun in that whole 1 week. It's a week process, so it's like boot camp. You're waking up, you're working out, you're visiting different places, you're doing some charity work, different segments like the swimsuit, also evening gown traditional, all of those things. So it is a week of like intense work. It's been good. I think that for me, it's all about what you can do with the crown and not necessarily like the crown, right? The person wearing the crown. What is your interest? How passionate are you? And for me, it's always been important to relate with the everyday girl. Like just because I have a crown on my head does not mean that I cannot go feed the homeless. Doesn't mean that I cannot like be in the streets doing other things with like that may not be, you know, what I live like, you know. So I definitely think that it's opened my eyes to like different opportunities as well, and just like making sure that I am sticking to what my purpose is, and which I think that is my Little Blessings Foundation. I'm currently working on my new project called The Dream Day Out. So basically what it does, it takes children in the orphanages to like amusement parks, zoos, all the things that children don't get to do in those places because they only go to the school and come back. I want them to feel like children. I want them to be able to just not worry about the circumstances, even if it's just for like 5-6 hours. My foundation already donates clothes, shoes, school supplies already. So I just wanted to kick it up a notch and just like try something else that would just enrich their life a little bit. I think yes. For me, I was a foster kid for 10 years, and I think like I might not have got like the same childhood as everybody. Go to different things just because who was gonna fund that? You know, who was gonna take us to the zoo and the park and like things that we really wanted to do? And it was like, I feel like I didn't go to an amusement park till I was like nearly an adult. So I think with that, I wanted to just have something different. I know that a lot of people, and even in Nigeria, donate food and stuff like that, but how are we like enriching their lives? Like how are we making them like not always think about them circumstances of what they're living? That's a really good question. For me, I think that my family also have done a really good job with that as well. My dad is always in Nigeria, and he tried to instill that you're Nigerian no matter what. My mom as well, and my brother never spoke English to me when I was younger. So I was able to understand Ikwere and Igbo, which, you know, nobody even believes that I would understand that because I wasn't born and raised here. So I think my family as a whole really just instilled, they try as much as possible to instill that even though we didn't live together to like a certain age, they still were just like, that mental, you know, your mom would be like, if you're around these people, they're not like you, they're not like you. Like my mom would always say that, like, you can't follow these American people, they're not like you. So I think that's always in my head that like, you're Nigerian, like, and I started coming back a lot more too. For me, it's always been anything I'm doing, I have to start at home. I have to start at home because that's where it feels right. That's the purest way to do it for me. So even though now I could go try to be Miss Ireland, but I know that I've done Nigeria first, and that's who I represent at the end of the day, always. So how I knew I could act is because I started off singing. Actually, I started off singing. I thought I was going to be a singer. I was very annoying to my family. I was singing everywhere we went. My mom actually encouraged it. She'd be like, go sing at church, go sing. I loved it. And then I got into musical theater because they were like, oh, you could sing. We need somebody who could sing. And that's how I got into acting, because with musical theater, you have to act and sing. So after I was like, wow, like I love this. This is what I want to do. I want to watching yourself, it's so surreal because how other people perceive your work, you know. So if somebody sees something that I do and they're like, oh my God, like I really like, you touched me, like I believed what you were saying. And that's the stories I want to tell. So I think like after the music theater, I was like, I want to act. Like acting is the destination, and there might be other routes, and I'm just grateful that God blessed me with other talents. Like I sing, I also dance, and modeling. I just feel like everything would lead me into like the final destination, which is acting. I actually did my first Igbo play like this year, which was, you know, different because I've never done that, and also in LA that's not a popular thing, right? So my last one was an Igbo play, and it was Emeka 1985. It was really, really dope. It was literally about a man who moved from Nigeria to America, and just that transition. Nobody really tells the story of how hard that could be. And for us, we don't even know because our parents did it, right? So that was a really provoking story to tell as well. I really enjoyed that. And I was also in this film called Marche. It's telling a Haitian story about like a Haitian woman, and I was the lead for that as well. There's a lot of films, and short films, feature films, movies that I've done that I feel like they always tell like provoking stories, and that's really what I love. Absolutely, and that's the main reason that after my projects with Little Blessing, I actually start filming a film on the 15th of January. My goal is to be able to work anywhere, and I don't want to just depend on Hollywood to fulfill what I need to do. If I have to be in India working, I will be there. But Nollywood has always been an interest of mine. I've had it on my goal every single year, like I need to be in a Nollywood movie. So this is really a great opportunity for me to be here and just meet other creatives, directors, and storytellers and really get to work here as well. I actually do. I work from home, so I have my laptop. But right now I am a social worker, but I work from home. I think that for me, just my background and my childhood, I never wanted to be a broke artist. Being an artist is so hard where, like, you know, it's not stable. One day you have a role and you're working 5 days, and then another 2 months you might not have anything. You're auditioning, you're trying to get something. I just didn't want that to be my life. Like, I want to be able to help my family. I want to be able to take care of myself and not be a burden to my family. So I needed to have a job. I needed to have something that didn't demand maybe as much energy from me, where I could still kind of focus on the art as well. I would say definitely acting. If I can act every day and not have to do anything else, that's the goal. Like, that's really the goal. I'd rather not do any of those things, really. I think that entertainment has always been where I'm supposed to be. And I'm lucky enough that, like, I knew that from a young age, you know? A lot of people don't know what they want to do, and they spend a long time, like, trying to find it, explore different things. From a very young age, I already knew that, okay, you're gonna go to school, because you will not hear the end of it from your parents if you don't, but you're still gonna go and do entertainment. I think those stories, like you say, African American, they have been told a lot, and I think it's because that's people's experiences, right? A lot of people start from their experiences, and for me, I think I really want to tell a lot more about immigrant stories. I think that there's so much that happens when Nigerians or any other like immigrants leave their country and go to America, go to the UK. The things they experience, people don't even tell it enough. Like the things that my dad went through, I only know half of it. And I'm already like, whoa, this is a lot for one person. Especially Nigerians are so resilient, like they can do anything, and just to make sure that they survive in that country. So I definitely want to tell a lot of immigrant stories. I think it's really, in 2024, it's how she was treated was terrible. Like, Nigerians are everywhere. So for me, when I first saw that, I was thinking, I lived in Ireland all my life. If somebody told me that I couldn't compete for Miss Ireland, why not? Why? I have been living there all my life. So I think that it definitely made me feel like, are we moving forward? Like, are we actually, like, as a society, that shouldn't be a thing in 2024. But I'm just happy that she actually went back to her people, because those are the first people who are gonna accept you first, right? And look where she is now. So I think that everything probably led her to where she was supposed to be. I think some of the misconceptions is that we're not very smart. We're just pretty, and or some of them are like, oh, they just did it just to have a crown and have the attention or whatever. And I mean, some of those things might be true for some other people, but for me, I feel like I'm a pretty regular girl. Like, I feel like I like to do the same things. One of the things I will say that people will automatically stuck up. Like, we're stuck up. We can't be in certain places. We can't talk to certain people. And that doesn't apply for me. I feel like there are places that I've been and I'm like, maybe this is not where I would like to come again, but I'm here now, so let me integrate myself. So some of those misconceptions, I think it doesn't apply to every queen. And my daily, like how I live daily, I feel like I work. I do a lot of presenting. I'm also a host, so I do a lot of red carpet events and stuff like that. So I always like to make sure that I am in the entertainment scene because I know that like that's where I want to be. I take care of myself a lot. I do work out a lot. I don't eat the best because I work out a lot, so I compensate for that. But yeah, I think I live a pretty regular life. I just take care of myself a lot. The rest part lacks. I think probably don't sleep enough, but it's just the passion, really. It's the passion to want to do all these things. I think that even my social life is actually pretty good. Like I go out pretty regularly with my friends and I travel a lot. I think traveling is really my safe haven. It's where like I feel like, okay, this is where I get to do something I want to do. Like traveling and working out, those are the two things that I'm like, okay, this keeps me sane. But time-wise, I think I have good time management skills. That's another thing too. I think in this industry you have to have time management skills and just prioritize what you want to do because you're not going to have time for everything and tomorrow is another day. So before Miss Nigeria United Nations, I started Little Blessings. So I started Little Blessings like maybe 7 months before I actually did the pageant. So I already had that going where I was supplying shoes, clothes, things like that. So then Dream Day Out came after I became the queen. And I think my mission is just to keep adding initiatives that are gonna enrich these kids' lives, right? Next thing, I want to start looking for grants to fix the orphanages up because some of them are in such a bad condition. And I think that if we're setting these children up for success, it starts at home. It starts with the basic needs. Like, if you don't have clothes to wear, you're not going to go to school and feel like you want to learn. If your environment is traumatic, you're not going to have that space to want to even be a doctor or a nurse or whatever it is that they might want to be, right? So I think it's just, I want to start with the basic needs, like your home needs to be together. Some of the orphanages have holes in them, like water coming, and the kids are comfortable. They just hop over the bucket. And I'm looking around like, wait, this is okay? So I just want to start off with like building that up and then go and add more and more orphanages that I'm sponsoring. So start getting some from the east. Right now I have in Port Harcourt as well. So just adding more and seeing how we can make a difference that way. Some of the challenges is just working with different people, right? So these things that I'm organizing, I have to reach out to the resort park. I have to reach out to the orphanage, the workers there. I have to like really just work with them. And sometimes, you know, when they hear your accent, the bill goes up. So things like that are really challenging because it almost means that I have to try to get somebody to do stuff for me instead of I like to do stuff for myself. Like I'm pretty like dominant in that way. Like I want to call the resort park and organize stuff. I want to call the sponsorships and make those deals myself. But sometimes it's challenging because I might have to depend on somebody else. Like for instance, we're getting a bus, right? And we're getting a bus and I have to have somebody else call because it'd be cheaper when they call. But if I call, when they hear me, they're like, oh, $500K, like the price goes up. So those challenges is what like really bothers me. I think it's just believing that anything is possible. I think that I truly like believe that like I have to make it. And also like your background as well should motivate you because I didn't come from like an easy background, and for me, I was like, it cannot get down there, so it has to go up. Going to school was very like beneficial to me because I was able to like actually make money, take care of myself, and sponsor my goals. You have to be able to sponsor your goals. Just for acting, you need headshots, you need show reels, like all those things cost money. So I think just first thing, just believing that anything is possible and it doesn't matter what anybody else tells you. Like nobody can tell me today that I'm not gonna make it, and I would believe them. And surrounding yourself with people who really like believe that about you too. Like it took me years to even tell my dad that I was into entertainment because I had to block out that negativeness. And it's not that they mean it, but you know, African parents, they're focused on stability. And entertainment doesn't sound very stable. So I don't want anybody to project their negativity on me to make me feel like I'm not gonna be where I wanna be. So that's one thing I had to just block that out. My dad found out that I was Miss Nigeria like after I won, not even through the process. Because I don't want anyone to tell me that, oh, you know, you might not get it, you might not know. Why not? Why don't I have those opportunities? So that's why it's really important for me to like try to create those opportunities for other people as well. I think for me, one of the things I've had to lose is some friendships. Just because where you are, not a lot of people are supposed to be there with you. And that was hard for me to accept that. Certain people I might have known for a long time are not aligned with my future or aligned with where I am now. So those are things that I'm still like trying to balance, you know, like, because having good people around you is really important, and having people who are gonna always uplift you, speak life into you, and just make you feel like you are where you're supposed to be. So I think like that was a main thing for me, where it's like, okay, you may not be able to be around certain places anymore as well. Like I had to also, and I'm still assessing that, like where you can be and where you can't be. There's certain places now that I feel like as a queen, like you really shouldn't be there. Like it's low-key like not where you can associate with anymore. Some of the upsides is being in certain rooms where you wouldn't have been able to be in as maybe like a regular person, right? Being able to speak to people who are actually change makers, being able to get sponsorships and fundraising, things like that. It's harder. It was harder for me when I wasn't a queen, but I was still trying. I did online sponsorships and everything. So I think that being a beauty queen gets you into different rooms so you can actually speak and people can hear your voice more and hear your initiatives, hear the things that you want to do. Oh, wow. First of all, I love how dramatic Nigerians are. Like, I think it makes my day. Sometimes we're just driving and I'm just looking and everybody is just, it's like a movie. Like, and I love how successful Nigerians are. Like when you leave Nigeria and you see Nigerians in different countries, like we are doing amazing things. There's like, out of all the African countries, I just love how determined, how hardworking, resilient, like things now that I see some of my friends in Nigeria do, I'm like, wow, this took you all day. They're like, oh, no, it's no problem. Like, it's not a big deal. But for me, I'm like, that's all day. So I just love how resilient we are, how nothing can stop us. Like, we are literally unstoppable in every country that we go to. And even some of my Ghanaian friends would be like, I love Nigerians. I love how you guys can just work so hard, but also play so hard too. So yeah, and the food. I can eat. I can eat.
Congratulations on the new channel, and I'm happy to be here. The Omniverse is imagined as a collaboration platform. So it's a platform that, as the name suggests, is bringing together ecosystems. So it's like an ecosystem of ecosystems, aggregating aggregators and community leaders who are able to bring together their communities together to a platform. So the summit in itself was, well, it was a big event and a heavy lift for us and the team. And I have to thank our team of volunteers. We had a team of about 40 full-time core volunteers that delivered the Omniverse. So one of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event. It's designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. So we will be launching our digital platform. We have about 70 community partners already, including a number of government institutions. So to answer the question, there's public-private partnership within the Omniverse. There's regulators, there's government departments and agencies, there's ministries. But more importantly, there's diverse sectors across the economy coming together with the understanding that tech is the biggest enabler for development across all sectors, and that if we can drive collaboration, we can scale. So that's the ethos of the Omniverse. Collaboration is the superpower that we're trying to bring to the fore. That operating in silos has not paid us, but if we come together, understand that technology affects every sector, then we think the Omniverse is here to stay. Nigerian companies, Nigerian associations, global associations, and when I say associations, it's from things like the Nigerian digital artists who have 3,000 members, right, in the NFT community, the Visual Artists of Nigeria, the Society of Nigerian Art, the AfriLabs, which is the biggest innovation hub network on the continent in 54 African countries, ISN Hubs, which is our core partner, which is the biggest innovation network in Nigeria, innovation support network, with something like 189 hubs in 30 states in Nigeria. And these are primarily private sector-driven platforms, from aggregators who are major promoters of major platforms such as Lola Shone from Ake Book Festival, Choma Ode from AFRIF. We have a lot of these people who are either on our advisory board, they are co-chairs, or they are community partners, because what we're building is beyond any one person. It's about collaboration both at the top level, but through the line down to the bottom. The role of my council is, first of all, to be the primary sort of mandate is to infuse Nigerian arts and culture into everything the Nigerian government does, at state level, at federal level, and to input it into schools, education, and everywhere. So in that sense, to make arts and culture functional and front line everywhere. This will involve the foreign minister, making sure it's embedded in our foreign policy, in our embassies, in the government policy, in every sector. So we're literally going to be reaching out to collaborate to all government at all levels. All other agencies, MDAs, ministries, federal government and state government institutions, to see how we can find common ground. Because obviously we don't necessarily have a lot of money, but I feel we represent the real crude oil of Nigeria, which is the IP that the Nigerian people create. That IP they create, even if you valued it at $100 per Nigerian, that'd be something like $20 billion. And I believe each Nigerian is worth more than $100. So my own estimation, it's limitless, right? So what we have to do is we have to rethink how we imagine ourselves, rethink our own possibilities, and therefore from there, take off by pushing that agenda. But it's not an agenda for me alone. It's actually an agenda for all of Nigeria. Because when we put it front and center, it means we're putting the Nigerians front and center. And we put the Nigerians front and center, I think we win. I think historically you will find that the federal government and the governments of Nigeria have not funded heavily these sectors. They funded the heavy industries, the military-industrial complex, heavy infrastructure. But the funny thing is, whilst Africans will say, oh, this is grammar, what are you people talking about in arts and culture? What you find is that the West, right, for 500 years has dominated the world. How have they dominated the world? Through narrative. Okay, but what do we complain about? Narrative. But we haven't invested in narrative. So if you don't invest in telling your own story and owning your own story, why are you complaining about how you're perceived? So I think it's counterintuitive, and it's about time. And I'm very pleased and very happy that Nigeria now has a full ministry focused on this one specific issue. Because the truth of the matter is, we are older than time itself. We come before Christ. We come before the entire Western hegemony. We are actually the origins of everything, of innovation, of technology, of science, of education. But if we don't believe it ourselves and we don't express it, how can you expect anybody else to believe it? Well, I think the difference is that as a creative entrepreneur, there's really nothing to stop me, right? I can take all the risks. I don't have to worry about anything. I can decide, win or lose, we're doing this thing. But of course, as a public official, I have rules and regulations I have to go by. I have a boss. I report to people, and I have KPIs I have to deliver on. So there's a big difference in that regard. There's a difference in bureaucracy, maybe a difference in response time, but there certainly will not be a difference in my personality. So I think it's really about how you perceive what these things are. For me, it's an elevation, obviously, and it's a privilege and a pleasure to serve at this level, to do something that I believe in, to do something which is that I believe in Nigeria. I believe in Nigerians. I know our ability. I think we are world class. I don't like all this, it's good for Nigeria. I hate that. So I think for me, that is what's important. And to have the opportunity to try to deliver on some of the things we've been trying to do from the private sector for the last 25, 30 years. So there's nothing new for me in that regard. But of course, the position is new. Being in government is new. But with a lot of support from friends, family, professional colleagues, and other people in the industry, plus my co-DGs and the minister, hopefully we'll do well. We're under the Ministry of Arts, Culture, and Creative Economy, and that's very, very powerful because it means Nigeria itself has taken a decision to own the agenda. Hopefully I have a good time, have a good tenure, and I don't make any enemies. And well, for me, if you leave a place and the people that worked with you have good things to say, if they feel better about their work and about themselves, and if the brand that you're now leading is now appreciated by the people for what it does and how it brings it to the table, then I've done my job. I think Afrobeats has already established the fact that we are originally Nigerian. Some people say arrogantly Nigerian. And it was intentional. We built this thing, and it was intentional because we're not going to ever apologize for being Nigerian. We're not going to apologize for being black. We're not going to apologize for being African. And that's front of mind. Because, you know, when you do show business, you have to validate it. So we validated the show maybe at least 10 years ago. So now we're in the business phase. So when you see the exit of Maven Records with UMG, you see Iwaju coming, Comic Republic with Universal Studios, you begin to understand where we're building to. And when you think about where we're coming from, where there was no infrastructure, no funding, no support. And I think part of what we hope to do with government at this time is, because we come from the sector, we can collaborate with everybody in the sector. We don't have to talk at them, we talk with them, we build with them. And together, I think it's limitless. You know, Nigerians like to say the sky is your limit. I think it's limitless. There's no limit to the whole situation. One of the things I talk about all the time is what's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part. That's a lack of us delving into the richest thing we have, which is our mythology. Our mythology is endless. If you look at the Marvel universe and the DC Comics universe, the Orisha are basically the same thing as the X-Men. But the Orisha, some people are still afraid of them, whereas the X-Men are north of $100 billion in revenue. So I think we have to think, we have to understand and reimagine our mythology, our history, our stories, and how to bring them to the world in new formats. It's not just film, it could be live action, it could be gaming. There's so many different ways to action these things. And when you do them and you do them right at the right level, as Iwaju is beginning to show you, our stories have always been world class. Our characters are world class. What we have not had is the resolve and the confidence to finish. But I think that is coming now. For me, I think it's still the fact there's more to do. My young brother, Misan Harriman, is nominated at the Oscars, the first Nigerian nominated for a director for a short film. Because I know what that will do for the next generation of Nigerian directors, right? So for me, there's still more to do. There's so much more to do. When we see our first $100 million movie in the global box office, we need to celebrate it. When you win a Grammy, you need to celebrate it, because these are stages that we were locked out of. The technology and new media has allowed us to invade these spaces we were not even invited to. But now we're beginning to enter them and dominate. So even when you do that, you have to do it with grace and dignity, not with arrogance. And that's something that some of us have to learn. But the truth of the matter is, the greatness of the Nigerians is just beginning to come. And I feel strongly that this century, we're already in the African century, and the soft power that we hold here is what will define the future of the century. I think the most important thing, the first thing to think about is IP protection, because the minister is working strongly, intellectual property. The US, if you take the state of California, California is probably in the top 5 economies in the world, and 70% of the economy of California is driven by intellectual property, by 2 core industries, Silicon Valley, which is coming out of Stanford University, and Hollywood, which of course is the music and film industry. Now, that is for anybody that says, oh, what is this thing that they're talking about? We don't understand it, it's grammar. The grammar is the money, okay? The narrative is the money, the story is the money. So any of your children or your nieces or nephews that have talent, visual art, performing art, arts and crafts, adire, all of these things that we've been taking as vocation, they are occupations. They are extremely valuable. And with digital technology and platforms, we can scale these things and generate incredible revenue. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things. I think Nigerian cuisine is going to be on the level of Chinese and Indian cuisine worldwide in the next 10 years. And if you understand that, then you understand that the Indian restaurants in the UK, as far back as 2009, were generating more money than the UK automobile, shipping, and metal, steel industries combined. That's just restaurants on the high streets. So that is why we must invest and we must put our energy into this sector, because this sector will provide the jobs, provide the revenues, and provide the global dollars that everybody's looking for. Oh, I think it hasn't even started. The Maven Records deal is giving you an indication of that. The reason why that valuation of $150 to $200 million has been done is because of the upside potential of Rema, who's 23, and Arya Star, who's 20. So they're looking at the fact that in 10 years' time, these guys could have generated $1 billion each. Do you understand? So it's a safe bet when you already have a built global talent at 23, when it normally takes years and years and a lot of money to build the talent, right? So what has happened is that we Nigerians have been able to build global talents, global following, with a percentage of the money it takes people in other places to do the same thing. So because of that, the value and the valuation is much bigger, right? So I would say the Afrobeats wave, it's not even a wave. It's been going for 15 years already. So when you encounter it is when you encounter it. If you think it's an overnight success in 2024, that means you were not around in 2008. 2006, I'd say, is a good time to think, when the sort of continental, because we took Africa first, working very closely and collaboratively with South Africans, Ghanaians, and Kenyans. Then we started going into Asia and the UK and America on the black, what I call the Nigerian chitlin circuits, moving through the Nigerian communities. And then by about 2010, begin to come into the mainstream with Oliver Twist and all these kind of records that break globally. And now you have gold records from Oliver Twist in 14 countries. And now, in a situation now where an artist like Ashake can come out of Lagos, speaking a language that is not known to most of these people, and generating, selling out arenas. To become an arena artist, let me tell you, there are only 4 or 5 arena artists from Africa, and they're all Nigerian. Don't take it for granted. I think a lot of people feel that, but what I should tell the rest of the country is that the rest of the continent is also trying to get to Lagos as well, right? It's not just the rest of Nigeria. From Accra, from Luanda, from everywhere on this continent, they're trying to get into Lagos, because if they can break in Lagos, they can break anywhere else in the world. But what I would say is this, from the perspective of my agency, our purview is national and global. We have 10 regional offices. We'll be visiting all of them. And our duty is to spotlight and showcase everybody. So we can't deal with just Lagos. And I think as we go forward, people begin to see the activations and plans coming. But the easiest way to do it, and the way we're going to do our best to do it, is to provide digital platforms to give everybody the opportunity to be seen. Because in this world, we live in the attention economy. So to be seen And to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made. But I know for a fact there's significant talent in all parts of Nigeria. I was watching last week, a gentleman called Ehi Benite was showing me all this content from Jos with these guys rapping serious stuff. They're rapping in Hausa, they were doing ciphers. And then he was like, what do we do about these guys? I said, just keep pushing them because there's an audience for everything. There's an audience for everything. Don't be worried about that. There's an audience for every single thing, including the thing that you may be doing in your bedroom, but you think is not important. Somebody's interested in it. My label was a hip-hop label. I even refused to sign singers. There's almost every singer you could name was trying to get us to sign them. And I used to do it based on, can you rap? If you can't drop a freestyle, don't bother, right? It was that simple. And we helped all the other singers get signed to labels that we thought could help them and develop them in that direction. Hip-hop has changed, and obviously it's generational, right? So hip-hop has changed, and everybody approaches music from their own generation. Like, oh, I like this kind of hip-hop, or that kind of hip-hop. What I feel is that Afrobeats became overwhelming, and it overwhelmed every other genre here. So the hip-hop guys had to fight for relevance, but the best ones always rise to the top. That's just the simple truth. So I don't worry about that. And I've heard enough guys. I even saw there was a whole Instagram series some guy was doing about a year ago where he was just bringing out fresh rappers every day from Enugu, from Jos, from Kaduna, from Kano, from Benin. I love it. I think they're incredible MCs in Nigeria. A lot of times they need to focus on doing better songs, right? Not just being a freestyle rapper. If you want to get paid to rap, you got to do better songs. You can't just do the freestyles. And that's something they got to think about. You got to balance the commercial side of it with the business side of it. And what has happened is, to a large extent, the commercial side has won because you got to pay bills. But hip-hop, it never dies. I think, first of all, obviously from the perspective I'm sitting in government, so I'm not in a position to tell government what to do or what not to do. But what I can say is this, is that the agency, my agency will be the home for the music industry, for performing arts, visual arts, fashion, gaming, recreation, festivals, culinary arts, film and television. We're kind of a convening agency for the ministry. So we have a lot of work to do, a lot of places to touch, but we're also going to collaborate with all the other MDAs in the ministry and heavily with the private sector and the developmental sector. Because to answer the question, I've worked in all these spaces for, it's not quite 40 years, but it's a long time. I've worked in all these spaces for a long time. The institution, we have positive relationships to bring to the table to change the approach and to change the destination of where we hope to go. What I will say as well is that the reality of it is we're just beginning the journey. And there are no magic wands. I'm not going to wave a wand and everything's going to be fixed overnight, and neither is anybody else. But we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. And that's really important for me to say that, because people feel there are gatekeepers, but in my agency, there are no gatekeepers, right? We're not interested in whether you have the biggest reputation or the smallest reputation. We're interested in the value you are bringing to the table. Because the truth of the matter is Nigeria is massive. There's a lot of stuff going on in Nigeria. We're going to try to aggregate those things and bring them into one platform so that even as Nigerians, we can know what we're doing. Because to be honest, if you don't know and you don't follow, there's no way you can know 90% of what is happening even in Lagos before you talk about the rest of the 36 states and the FCT. So for me, from my perspective, the journey continues. The objective remains the same. We want to see Nigeria win, but in order to do it this time, I don't think government should ever be disinterested in the nature of the industries in which it is operating. But we also don't need to be owning the space. We want to enable, partner, collaborate, and see how we can push people to do more. Because there are already people doing a lot, and maybe they haven't been recognized, they haven't been brought out, they haven't been celebrated. All these kind of things we can help to do, help to get news stories and people to bring these things to the fore, right? Like I said today, a Nigerian who was nominated for an Oscar as a director, the first Nigerian. It's up tonight at the Oscars. It's not news in Nigeria. That's a problem. We have to be able to tell the stories that are of greatness of our people, because if you don't do that, you can't inspire anybody.
Hello, Nigeria. Hello, Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love on the bad.
Traffic regulations are practices put in place in both developed and underdeveloped countries. They are designed to ensure the safety of all road users, reduce accidents, and promote orderly movement. Either you are a driver or a passenger, every road user is required to understand and follow these laws. Under obligations, drivers must possess a valid driver's license issued by the authorized body. In Nigeria, this is the Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC.
Individual, like I've just said, most Nigerians, as we know, celebrate their date of birth. And as such, when you obtain a driver's license, says for 3 years or 5 years, you already know if you do it today, in the next 5 years, when you'll be celebrating your birthday, you are already aware that your license is due for renewal. You don't have to even wait until that date. By law, a month to that date, you should start processing the renewal of the driver's license.
While other countries have their respective designated authorities, vehicles must also be properly registered and insured, with up-to-date documentation readily available when requested by law enforcement officers. Mandatory rules include observing speed limits, which vary depending on the road type. In cities, the limit is 50 km per hour, increasing to 80 km per hour on highways and 100 km per hour on expressways. Before hitting the road, seat belts are mandatory for both drivers and front seat passengers. Also, all traffic signs, signals, and road markings must be obeyed. Drivers must remember that using a mobile phone while driving is a punishable offense unless assisted by a hands-free device. Drunk driving is illegal, with penalties ranging from fines and license suspension to imprisonment. For passengers, wearing seatbelts is essential, and distracting the driver should be avoided at all costs. In public transport, any reckless driving should be reported to the authorities, and pedestrians, on the other hand, must also cross at designated pedestrian crossings, zebra crossings, or pedestrian bridges where available. They should follow pedestrian traffic lights and only cross when the signal indicates it is safe. Looking left, right, and left again before stepping onto the road is crucial and should avoid running while crossing. Making eye contact with approaching vehicles ensures they see you before you proceed. By following traffic regulations, road users can prevent accidents, protect lives, and contribute to smoother transportation for everyone. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News Television.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, boy, if this POS matter, don't pass your code. Person go swipe, alarms no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
They use fake alert, they worry us.
Okay, so Mona, listen, if you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk that road where they worry for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what, development with the work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Oyemike, aka Ogbefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
Dr. SOUQ A. Adedeji, whose leadership has significantly transformed Nigeria's tax administration, is a distinguished first-class graduate in accounting from the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and he currently serves as the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS.
I firmly believe in the wisdom encapsulated in the statements. Revenue growth is the lifeblood of the nation's economy, providing means to fulfill essential duties to its citizens. These words capture the core principle that will guide us as we navigate the challenging terrain ahead, ensuring that our nation thrives and fulfills its obligation to its citizens. In our pursuit of greater fiscal future, we are determined to align ourselves with President Bola Tinubu's Extreme Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee. This collaboration will enable us to shape the prosperous fiscal landscape that will empower our nation's growth and development.
Born on January 8, 1978 in Ogbomoso, Oyo State, Nigeria, Dr. Adedeji is an accomplished accountant and public officer with extensive expertise in corporate taxation and public finance. His journey in public service began in 2011 when he was appointed as Commissioner for Finance in Oyo State. In that capacity, Adedeji introduced transformative financial reforms, most notably the establishment of the Treasury Single Account (TSA) to streamline government revenues and expenditures. In March 2021, President Muhammadu Buhari appointed Adedeji as Executive Secretary of the National Sugar Development Council (NSCDC). In this capacity, he founded the Nigeria Sugar Institute and spearheaded the Sugar Backward Integration Program, which sought to enhance local sugar production and reduce reliance on foreign imports. In June 2023, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu appointed Adedeji as Special Advisor on Revenue, and by September of that same year, he had ascended to the position of Executive Chairman of FIRS, Nigeria's leading tax authority responsible for the assessment, collection, and management of federal taxes.
The focus will be on these indirect taxes, so that as long as you consume, you have to pay. As long as you have interest on your investment, you have to pay. And this is echoing Mr. President's message that we are not going to tax the seed, but we are going to tax the fruit. The fruit is what we focus on. So all those things, when we have this holistic process, it will be captured, and that the vision is to have a progressive tax, that if you earn more, you pay more, and if you earn less, you will not pay.
Under his leadership, FIRS exceeded its 2023 revenue target of 11.55 trillion naira. As chairman of FIRS, Dr. Adedeji implemented a performance-based system aligning with the service's new slogan, simplifying tax, maximizing revenue.
Dr. SOUQ Adedeji has done incredibly well in transforming and reforming the tax processes and procedures in Nigeria. In a little over a year being at the helm of the affairs of the tax body in Nigeria, we have seen a significant improvement in revenue generation. His policy of not crumbling business with taxation is something that also needs to be applauded. SOUQ Adedeji philosophy is taxing fruits and not the seed, and taxing prosperity, not poverty. Because if you look at the fiscal landscape of Nigeria in the past 10 years, you find that businesses have struggled to live, and that has led to the exit of so many businesses from Nigeria. But with this new reform, we're seeing that the businesses will profit from the reform processes, and that will mean more business for Nigeria. We will have a lot of foreign inflow in terms of foreign direct investment that will actually drive the process of economic growth for the country. And I think he has done so well, and he deserves a kudos, especially for taking the giant stride to restructure FRS for efficiency, for accountability, and for value for money.
He has also made the welfare of the staff a top priority, fostering a positive working environment that has brought smiles to the faces of FIRS employees nationwide. Supporters of the tax reform bills highlight several key benefits, harping on the need for streamlined tax processes that could reduce bureaucratic hurdles and foster an environment where businesses can thrive.
He has initiated a lot of reform which dovetail into the tax reform bills that is before the National Assembly. This initiative is to improve on the tax administration system in Nigeria with a view to improving on the collection systems that will be beneficial to every member of the Nigerian state. SOUQ, as is well known, has improved on simplifying tax reform even within the federal landowner revenue, which in no means has improved on tax administration, and he celebrated essentially for the core initiative of the tax reform.
Under Dr. Adedeji's leadership, Nigeria's tax system has gone beyond mere policy adjustments. Its focus is on fostering sustainable growth and ensuring that the benefits of tax reforms reach both businesses and citizens.
So those that are attacking the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them on the VAT allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT. And then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what do some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by this if corrective measures are not taken. Graduation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now the graduation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% graduation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law.
Contributing to long-term national development, Dr. SOUQ A. Adedeji's career is a testament of his unwavering commitment to improving Nigeria's financial systems and enhancing revenue generation, showcasing his exceptional expertise in corporate and public finance.
It begins with the ordinary. A shopper walks into a supermarket, picks a product from the shelf, marked 2,000 naira, and gets to the counter only to be told it costs 2,400 naira. To most Nigerians, it's just another frustrating moment at the checkout. But to the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, it's a violation, one that captures the complex realities of consumer rights and fair competition in Nigeria's fast-moving consumer goods sector. Between March and August 2025, the FCCPC recorded 1,543 consumer complaints within the FMCG sector, the second highest across all industries during that period. The complaints range from deceptive marketing and product defects to poor disclosure of terms and delayed complaint resolution. The FMCG industry, known for its quick turnover and intense price sensitivity, remains one of Nigeria's most competitive sectors. Yet, beneath its vibrancy lies a network of compliance hurdles and market pressure points. Bayo Olaoye notes in this special report that the FCCPC continues to face tough challenges in maintaining balance between regulation and market realities. He explains that some trade associations allegedly adopt restrictive practices such as uniform pricing, high membership fees, and entry barriers, which can distort fair competition if unchecked. In one notable case, he recalls, the FCCPC sealed a supermarket in Abuja in February 2024 after discovering discrepancies between displayed prices and checkout charges, a clear case of deceptive pricing. According to Olaoye's analysis, Nigeria's Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act, FCCPA 2018, provides the strongest legal foundation for consumer rights protection in the country. The Act guarantees the right to safety, requiring that all goods and services sold to the public be safe for ordinary use. Unsafe products must be withdrawn immediately once identified. It also guarantees the right to information, ensuring that consumers receive accurate details about price, composition, quantity, and use conditions before purchase. Where goods turn out defective, the consumer is entitled to repair, replacement, or refund. Sections of the FCCPA further prohibit false representation, bait advertising, and exaggerated claims, with sanctions reaching up to 10% of a company's annual turnover. Olaoye points out that state agencies such as LASCOPA complement FCCPC's efforts, helping consumers access information, redress, and awareness of their rights. Despite these laws, FMCG companies operate under immense economic strain. Rising inflation, forex shortages, and unpredictable input costs have made compliance increasingly difficult. Several multinationals have either scaled down or exited the Nigerian market, citing high operating costs and regulatory pressures. Still, as Olaoye observes, consumer protection and fair competition remain non-negotiable principles for any healthy economy. In 2023, the FCCPC fined a multinational FMCG company $110 million for abusing market dominance and stifling competition. Olaoye highlights the case as a major signal of the Commission's resolve to hold both local and foreign players accountable. Olaoye argues that compliance should not be viewed merely as a legal requirement, but a strategic business investment that strengthens consumers' trust and market credibility. He recommends that FMCG firms integrate compliance clauses into contracts, conduct regular audits, and maintain transparent pricing practices. Predatory or collusive pricing, he warns, can damage reputation and attract severe sanctions. The way forward. For Nigeria's FMCG sector, the path forward lies in collaboration, transparency, and innovation. Olaoye concludes that legal practitioners and compliance officers must continue to bridge the gap between policy and practice through staff training, regulatory monitoring, and transparent communication. I'm Moyosore Adibi, SOUQ News TV.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshi. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoin you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
I hail from Lagos State, from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbo family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious practicing was always done during the holidays at Holy Cross Cathedral. I was working in the sacristy. We used to prepare for the Mass on Saturdays, and we sell the news magazine on Sundays in front of the church. And I remembered fondly that we used to tease a man called Sunday Boku Boku at that time, and he used to run to chase us and throw stones at, how dare you call me Sunday Boku Boku. Those were fun times. Harvest, Corpus Christi. And I was born, raised, baptized, confirmed, married in the Catholic Church. But I got married to Engineer Larry Phillips, who is an Anglican. And I believe that in togetherness of family, it's best we all do things together. So I moved over with him against the doctrine of Catholic Church to the Anglican Church at Marina, where his family belongs and worships. I attended St. Luke's Demonstration School. We used to climb the mango trees, and there was a mixed school. We used to play at during break time. And in my secondary school was a Catholic school. And it's for you to be prim and prudish in life and, set you on as a lady. And I got some finesse from there too. And, but the most interesting one, and the most that I can call a radical one, was my HSC in Olivet. We tried all sorts there. It was fun and highly educative too. Sportsmanship was there. And from there, I proceeded abroad for my accountancy. And I was lucky to finish in a record time. And I came back. Did my articleship, but married in between. I met my husband abroad, and we came back home, got married in Nigeria. I worked as an accountant with USC, very proud of the drill professionally that I got from USC. It had set me on a discipline for working. And I thank God that I had that opportunity, which still helps me today. Apart from the fact that my educational background sets me to be a diversified person in so many professions. And you know, as an accountant, accountancy is the best of all, is the creme de la creme. And I've been able to fulfill my professional exposure in every species of responsibilities that I had opportunity to take upon me. And from USC, I proceeded to work for the bank. I went to politics. I became a commissioner in Lagos State, served with the present president of Nigeria. And you know how Lagos is. Lagos is like a country to other states. We went through governance. My team, as you can see, I have some of my colleagues in Abuja now. I have Honorable Minister Wali Edu. I have Honorable Minister Dele Alake. I have Honorable Minister Yemi Cardozo, and so forth. And I served in the bank as a director in Keystone. I've been a chairman of so many committees. You can say that again. In different aspects of life, professional, political, social, and currently I'm now the chairman of SOUQ Insurance PLC. When I was growing up, it was so free and enjoyable. We can take off at 11, 12, escort your friends to Bangboshe here. We go and have the Mosa. We go to the stadium. I remember me in my teenage age, I used to go to Nikon Stadium here. We watch so many matches, and I used to be with those fans, you know, dancing and waving our fans, you know, and bazaars, Easter Mondays, Fela Sports, I mean, you name it. It was fun. But Lagos was good for all of us. It was cleaner. It was amazing. Security isn't much to fear, you know. You can just live the way you want. And money and values of life are completely different to what they are today. I was with my grandparents, and we had so many tenants, and we didn't realize they were tenants. We were all playing together, eating together, and we are still like one family today. But the story is not the same again. I wish one can turn around and change it, but we have all given our kids sheltered life for the fear of unknown. And I think the disadvantage is very grievous. I think first and foremost, God gave me the chance, the opportunities to pass through that in the journey of life. It's not only money that can make you successful in life. I want you to get that. It's an added support for you if in life you have the opportunities of parents who can financially support you. But at the same time, there are kids who didn't have any financial support and have been successful. So to me, success is about self-determination. I grew up around uncles and aunties who are thoroughly educated, and I've always had it behind my ambition that I must be in that cadre. And thank God the opportunity was there for me, and I seized it. And I remember myself telling my kids, when I was abroad, I never lived like my father was a rich man. No. I was behind the desk reading and reading till I got successful. And I passed in record time. First and foremost, I think I'm a people's person. Secondly, my educational background. Thirdly, my pedigree. And you can't be a Lagos person and don't have a bit of intelligence about how you can maneuver yourself, even in the midst of challenges. And I can tell you that boardroom politics, especially when you're a woman, is tough. But when you manage those that you sit around with, eventually, when they see that you're there to work, it has no business and basis for any other thing. I've had issues on boards because I'm female, and I put my foot down. It is the work we are doing. There is no gender sensitivity in this issue. Even in my early days as an accountant, when I head the accounting department, it was even tough at that level because the young accounting class, some of them can be daring to say, how can you talk to me like that? How can you make it? And I'll say, please, what do you mean? We need to get this target work done. So it's the work that is talking. That's nothing to do whether I'm a man or a woman. So I will like the idea of gender reasonableness to be better played. At least for now, we're not having it at 3 1/3, no. But I guess we are in the region of 20%. And it should be better. You give a woman a chance, she will devote her life to it. But, I mean, when we have 1 or 2 issues from women who have been there, that should not create hurdle or boundary that you say a woman shouldn't cross. No. Nobody is perfect in life. And I want to let you know, it's tough for a woman. These men, when it is a woman having a corrective measure to be taken, they do not handle it the way they do for the men. They're in a rush to pack the woman out. You see from what has happened all over the world. So I will still make an appeal that women should be given better chances, better allowances. It's so quick to make a woman a scapegoat, the sacrificial lamb. Let's take it easy. And please, women, when they put you there, make us proud. I should remember the other women coming after me. If I make this trouble now, they turn around and say, this is why we don't give them the chance to get to the top. So you manage the situation, you know? And let us remember that Africa is still very chauvinistic. It's still a man's world here. We are only trying. So just give us, for now, our required 33 1/3% as per Beijing recommendation. having been in politics, there are so many factors that bring you up there. Some sensible, which I would call sensibilities. Some sensitive based, which I would call sensitivity. And some as per geographical distribution. If it's not the turn of your section, your district, there's no way they can put you there. But then sometimes it's the turn of your district, the party supremacy decrees that they don't want to use you. What do? You have to show some resilience as a stable character and do whatever you are given very well. Excel. Somehow, one day, you'll be there. Like Martin Luther King. At the end of that tunnel, I can see the light. Someday, somehow, you'll get there. I was in tourism shortly, and it's not enough time to propagate the excellence of your work. But in special duties, I give the ministry class. I was able to represent my Lagos State very well. NYC was under me. Proudly, I served. And we ensure that all students that need to go to orientation camp are well registered and got their NYC certificates. It's not about where they put you. It's about what you are able to do in that place. And you do it even to the enviable eye of somebody who believes has the best ministry with a lot of funding and allocation. I'm different in that respect. A hard-working man, a man with a lot of sagacity, a man that is very kind, he has human kindness in his heart, a man that is highly focused. My office was very close to the Roundhouse, and I tell you, I wasn't surprised. And I kept telling everybody, I wasn't surprised he got a clinch that position, because I knew that even when in 99, from the day we stepped in, he's been working towards his election in 2003. So a man like that who is focused, his business is the end of the tunnel. All the distractions you are given, he doesn't consider it. So don't waste your emotions. You know, when you provoke yourself unnecessarily, and the person you are provoking yourself upon is not even responding on that line, you know you're wasting your time. But he's an astute politician. He knows what to do at every point. And don't try him, because he's a hard knock. And he's easy to forgive. That bit, I don't know how he does it, but it's easy to forgive and move on. He understands politics, maybe from a young age, I don't know, but he seems to have the knack of it at all times. I think that's in the pipeline. I don't have to come here to say that. And even in the insurance company industry that I am now, I'm propagating that, look, you need to take it easy. Is it at these hard times you want to recapitalize the industry and make life harder? Yes, recapitalize, but not with large gap. The variance should not be too much because you need to recapitalize so that companies will be solidly based to address financial issues and risk issues that we have in the country today. I studied religion for my A-levels in school. I did divinity. It's not just reading Bible, the interpretation, the history, the analogy, all of that I did. And it has helped to shape me for life. It has molded my conscience to a large extent. What I see in religion today, if I go back to the way I have studied religion, I will say I'm worried. The way we have churches established in this country now, I'm talking of my experience in Lagos State. On the street, you can find 6, 8 churches, but there is no school. Education is key. Religion molds the character, the moral values about life. I'm not saying they're all totally condemned, but I think there should be more conferences and seminars to appeal to their conscience. It's one God. And in Lagos, the families, both Christian and Muslims, and the third religion, which is the native religion, we all interact and live together. And usually you find out that all of them talking about this God. I am a Christian. I talk about my God. And I don't denounce anyone in any other religion that faithfully talk about their God. And I don't allow that to affect a lot of decisions that I have to make, and didn't affect a lot of decisions that I had made. The expectation is too high. We are still a developing country. The awareness of covering up your risk is not too much there. In terms of life insurance, in terms of property, people are not still there. People don't cover themselves well enough. They take unnecessary risk. I'm glad Lagos State Governor is saying everybody must have a health insurance now. That, again, will expand the scope of the insurance business. In insurance, there are so many seminars, there are so many conferences that are being put up there now, where the ability to educate the masses, and even the high-ups one, to please insure yourself. And when I say yourself, your life, your property, your children, and see how far it goes. It is important. And in this era of insecurity, it is highly important. Just make sure you insure yourself. And with what the governor had proposed now, definitely Governor Sanwo-Olu did well. Health insurance is key. Health is wealth. First and foremost, inflation all over the world has gone haywire. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Those who live in the Western world, they're crying hula baloo about the price of petrol, the price of even eggs. So it's not just Nigeria. Let us wake up and see that we're in a global world and everything is intertwined. The issue of the central bank now trying to manage inflation, these are not easy times all over the world. They're not easy times. And when I say we are a developing country, we are still trying. very hard. I don't want to say it's sad. It depends on the environment. You know, you can't just bring UAE here into Nigeria. The environment here from inception has not delved too much on tourism. The tourism is just go on holiday and go back. The beaches are there. And even from day to day, they are trying to redevelop along the beach so that tourist activities can happen. And I'm sure they're still on it. You need tourist attraction where you have every aspect of life when tourists come over. But with the problem of infrastructure that we have in the country, you can't do much tourism for now. It wasn't easy, but as I said, once you try to be a bit methodological about it, then, you get by. Because from the days I came back from England, starting a family, working in large corporations, you just ensure that the home front solidly settled. And it wasn't that easy, because you know that I'm talking of almost 40 years back. To be able to excel amidst men, you probably have to do 2 times, 3 times more than them. I'm lucky I have a husband who accepts me being what I am. Because if you have a partner that does not appreciate your ambition and your dream, will not support you. But I have the support of my husband, and we are able to keep the home together. Make sure that his food is given. Make sure the kids are well looked after. Make sure the husband is well looked after at all times, and don't grudge. I try to give myself to people in terms of needs. I try to recognize people's needs, and at the moment of that need, I try to help. And it's a legacy I try to sound to my kids at all times. Recognize needs at that point and do it. Because at the point that you recognize it, if you don't offer the assistance, it may not be meaningful again. But if at the time that a need arises and you can do it, promptly do it. And I cannot manage people who are not sincere. I cannot. And that is the only thing that bothers me about life. And once I find out that you're not one way, I make my U-turn and I don't go back again. And that's one thing I have learned, I have seen, and I'm trying to learn from Mr. President Bola Tinubu. The way he can switch from being so hot and then swim as if nothing happened and carry on. That is tough for me. And I hope I'll be able to, within the space remaining, I'll be able to copy that. At the same time, I like hardworking. I recognize people who are hardworking, who are intelligent, and I recognize people who are hardworking and need to be helped in terms of training to be a better person. And I like fun. Now let me start with that girl child. That girl child is not so common again. At least most female children are educated now. Outside Lagos, girl child is a big reference. Yeah, I think everybody should be given equal chance to make a life, and a life worth living and contented with. Because if you don't have enough drive and motivation, then life becomes static and you just wear it out and go. But I believe that for women, don't let the men scare you off. You are equally hardworking and intelligent. Expose yourself, but don't mess yourself around. Don't get corrupt. Do unto others as you want others to do unto you. And there's one good prayer. Everybody that knows me, and I always say, my God is a just God. His judgment is always fair. So whoever hurts you, attacks you, leave them to God. He's a fair God. The judgment of God will come. Just move on and pray that in your lifetime, that judgment comes up. My favorite food, I like eba and ewedu. I'm an expert in cooking. I love cooking, and I tell you, I can challenge anybody to come and compete with me. On that level, I score a good card. But I love fresh fish, with ewedu and eba. I'm not too much of an amala fan, and my favorite color is green. Or it's green, but with that green, I love bright colors. Even jewelry, it has to be bright for me, but still worn in a conservative way. As loud as whatever I pick may be, I still give it a conservative umbrella. I love to dance. I'm a good dancer. I love to socialize. I'm a good mixer, but highly disciplined.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
To start with, let me give some introduction to myself. As you said, I was a former commissioner of finance. I was a commissioner of finance during the Ganduja's administration from June 2015 to October 2018. I was there for 28 months, okay, as a commissioner of finance. And I had been with Bayero University, Kano, before I was appointed commissioner of finance.
Still, I'm a professor of accounting in the university, but I double as a commissioner of taxation because at the Prince Abubakar Audu University, Ayumba, Kogi State, there was a chair that had been vested there by the Federal Revenue Service in 2011. And they invited applicant for that chair, and I was the successful person, successful applicant. So I still occupy that chair, even though the chair is not functioning. But I got the privilege of serving as the elected or selected professor of taxation in that university. So I am in the area of taxation. I've done a lot of researches in that. And then I serve as the Federal Commissioner of the Tax Appeal Tribunal. So it was on 15th November that our tenure came to an end, from 2018 to 2024 November. So you can see that I have been involved at various levels on the issue of fiscal policy, tax revenue generation, tax revenue utilization. So this the reform that we are talking about was brought about by the president with a view to maybe perfecting the tax system in the country. So he formed a committee to advise him as to how to go about coming up with very good national fiscal policy, not just tax policy, and then how to reform the taxes in the country to make them better so that Nigeria can compete with other economies that are advanced in the area of utilization of taxation as a means of growing up the economy and achieving sustainable development. So this I know, the process and all that have gone into this project of reform. So bills were developed out of the report of that committee appointed by the president under the chairmanship of Mr. Tayo Oyedele. And for the first time in the history of forming a committee in Nigeria, we had a committee that the president has given the power of implementation. So it's not just about recommending something to him. It is about coming up with a report which will be convincing to him, and if he's convinced, he will ask them to be involved in the implementation of the recommendation of the report. So I think that is why the committee just presented the proposed bill to him without taking this bill to the public domain. Because of the trust that he has on the committee, he just sent the bill to the National Assembly for consideration, for passage into law. And in the bill, they even gave deadline as to when the bill to be passed into law. They expected that the National Assembly would deliberate on this committee, on this bill, to the extent that the bill will be passed into law before 1st January 2025. So that by 1st January 2025, the content or the provision in these bills will begin to be implemented by the government. 4 bills were developed and proposed. And then, unlike the expectation, the comment you made that people are more concerned about the administrative, tax administrative bill. What the bill that is generating the highest controversy is the Nigerian tax bill. That is the bill that has made provision for repealing about 11 taxes that are currently existing, including the VAT itself, including petroleum profit tax, including personal income tax, including companies' income tax, and other taxes like capital gain tax, casino tax, etc., etc. And then about 14 laws that are related to taxation, including laws that are designed to exercise control over consumption, over production, they made substantial amendment on them, and then take the amended aspect, amended part of those laws into the Nigerian tax bill, which means that the laws have suffered from, or they have enjoyed consequential amendment. So this bill, which is expected to become an act by 1st January, is now becoming an amalgamation of most of the taxes that Nigeria is using now. Most of the taxes, those that have been repealed, part of them, part of the provision in them have been injected into the Nigerian tax bill. Those that have been considered for consequential amendment, they are also captured in the Nigerian tax bill. And then they made a lot of paragraphing, creating part, creating section, etc., to the extent that the content of that bill is about 220 pages. So you have to develop the stamina. You have to be used to reading before you read everything from the beginning to the end. And if you don't do that, you may miss a lot of things. And you may be talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. And unfortunately, that is what is happening in the public domain. You hear people talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. They just listen to news, radio, television. When they hear the comment of somebody, then they will amplify their comment ignorantly without reading the bill and understanding the content of the bill. So that is the one that is enjoying the greatest controversy. Of course, others too are enjoying some controversy. The Nigerian tax administration bill, because it is in that bill that the new sharing formula for VAT was stated. VAT have been extensively explained or described in the Nigerian tax bill. But how to share the proceeds of VAT have not been captured there. That provision could only be seen when you go to Nigerian Tax Administration Bill, which is the bill that has been designed to show how the tax authorities in the country at the federal level, state level, and local government should be relating with one another so as to avoid conflict, so as to avoid a situation whereby all of them may go to a taxpayer with different dimension of claims. The bill was designed to achieve this main objective, to resolve the conflict that has been happening between tax authorities or even revenue generating agencies. Because when you talk about the revenue, we shouldn't be talking just about the tax revenue. You have revenue that custom is collecting. That bill, second bill, is saying that custom should no longer be involved in collecting revenue. It is the Nigerian revenue service that should be collecting. Custom, let them take care of their responsibility of checking item coming in, item going out, which is another area of clash. These custom people, they are used to collecting money, okay? And they are used to, many of them, a lot of allegations are there as to how they are collecting this money, how they are not remitting the correct amount. So now, collection of custom duty will no longer be the responsibility of custom official, custom service. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collecting. The same thing with all other agencies of government that are considered as revenue centers. So that bill has made adequate provision to show that they know the moment this bill was passed into law, they don't have any power to collect revenue. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should collect. Let them deal with their own responsibilities of stabilizing the economy, ensuring control over consumption, over production, over whatever. But then collection of revenue is not their own. And then between the state internal revenue service and the Nigerian Revenue Service, there should be harmony. If there are revenues sources that are difficult for the state revenue service to utilize and generate revenue, they can bring in, they can collaborate, or they can reach agreement with the Nigerian Revenue Service to do the collection and then share the amount collected as per the agreement, or take cost of collection as per the agreement and then give the state internal revenue service or even local government revenue committee what they deserve. So the expectation of the Nigerian Revenue Nigerian Tax Administration Bill is to bring about harmony and understanding. So how that could be brought about is a question to be answered because of the nature of Nigerian, the nature of official, and the way the people put their eyes on money. They want to be the one collecting money or keeping money or doing something with money. And now you are saying that all those that are used to that, they have to, they will be suspended from doing that, or they will be banned from doing that. It is only that agency, the Nigeria Revenue Service, that will be doing it. So there are some issues there that are calling for a question, okay, understanding among the agencies involved or the tier of government involved, and then of course patriotism to ensure that whatever we do as revenue collectors, as treasury managers, as revenue utilizers for the execution of various projects, we demonstrate ethics, we demonstrate honesty and integrity. The revenue agency itself, before now, the revenue agency is behaving as if it is for the federal government. And this bill that has been sent to the National Assembly is encouraging the Nigerian Revenue Service, which will now replace the Federal Revenue Service and the law that established it. It's encouraging it to consider itself as a federation agency, not federal government agency. It is to be serving the interests of the federation. And so the concern of the state should be addressed by that agency. The concern of local government should also be addressed. It should be an agency that should be mentoring local government revenue agencies or tax authorities and state government revenue authorities or tax authority, so that they carry themselves together as a team, then ensuring that we have very good tax system in the country, that we have adequate revenue generation on taxation, which should be put to use for executing various projects that will bring about sustainable development in the country. So when you look at all the provision made in the Nigeria Revenue Service Bill, they are talking about the need for harmonious working relationship. They're talking about the federal Nigeria Revenue Service to serve as the model to state revenue service and local government revenue committee, so that they have very good understanding in implementing the provision in the Nigerian tax bill and the Nigerian tax administration bill. So all the provisions are like that. And then provision have been made adequately as to the position of the executive chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service, the need for governing board, which should have that chairman as the chairman, the need to have the technical committee at the state level, and who are to be members of that committee, the whole representation to be drawn from various MDAs and other agencies of government and federal government into the committee, and many other issues. And even at the local government level, there is a need for revenue, local government revenue committee, which should be chaired by the councillor in charge of revenue or finance at the local government level, and who the members are and their function. So when you look at all the provision there shouldn't be any controversy. Even if there will be controversy, it should be less, and it should be something that could be resolved. For example, personally, I will not support a situation whereby the chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service should also be the chairman of the board. This is against corporate governance system. And then the same person will be the chairman of the technical committee. The same person will be the chairman of the
a revenue joint committee where all the representatives for local government will be members and other agencies. So it will be as if the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will become the alpha and omega on all revenue issues in the state. And that person may even be seen himself to be more powerful than Commissioner of Finance. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I was serving as the supervisory person on all the activity in the Internal Revenue Service. The chairman of Internal Revenue Service should be reporting to me, should be taking orders to me. He shouldn't be going directly to the governor. But the provision is showing that the chairman of Internal Revenue Service is equal to the commissioner. And in fact, they were even saying that governor is just to nominate him and has to go to the House of Assembly for clearance. Just as commissioner will go to House of Assembly for clearance. And there is no provision to show that this person should be answerable to the Commissioner of Finance. So something like this, I think many people may not see it. But with my own experience as a Commissioner of Finance, who have been intimately related to the Minister of Finance that time, I know the problem many states were facing as they empower the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service, they empower too much the Accountant General against the Commissioner of Finance, who should be the supervisor to all these agencies of government. So issues like these are there, and appropriate action need to be taken by the National Assembly in correcting the lapses in the bill. Then the last one, which is about institutionalizing revenue board. Okay, a revenue board. Before we have joint revenue board. Before we have joint tax board. So now that joint tax board is an appendix of the personal income tax. It's just under personal income tax. So now the drafters of the bill, they will want joint revenue board to be on its own, have a law supporting it, so that at the federal level where we have the chairman of the Federal Revenue Service, he will now serve as the chairman of the joint revenue board. Then all the chairmen of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will be members. Ministry of Finance will have a representative, Ministry of Budget and Planning will have a representative, and you have some other agencies of federal government that may send representatives into that board. So that board will be taking decision on monthly basis on where improvement should be made, how to solve problems between one tier of government and another, and many other things, which will be very, very beneficial to the president or the Federal Executive Council, and then beneficial to governors and the various state executive council on fiscal policy and on utilization of taxation to generate revenue and on utilization of the revenue being generated by these agencies. Because many people are having the feeling that the agency, they collect this money and they spend the money. But in real sense, they only collect, but they remit to the government, into the treasury of government. So while they collect, they have the responsibility of collection, they don't have the power to spend a kobo from the amount generated. It is the government that takes care of that. So the joint revenue board has been given a lot of responsibilities in that bill. So when it becomes act, become a law of itself, so the joint revenue board will now be more powerful than what we know before as a joint tax board. So this is just the summary of the bill that have been sent to the National Assembly for passage into law. Yeah, my concern is that we need reform in our tax system. As a student of taxation, I have the belief that no economy can make any progress if it doesn't have a good tax system. Most of the economies of the world, or I can say all of them, all the developed economies of the world, they are tax-based economies. And most of the natural resource-based economies, they are among the backward economies in the world.
look at it. All the members of OPEC, none of them is part of the G20. They have the revenue, they have the oil, they are producing it in great quantity, but they are still being considered as developing economies. Well, when you look at UK, Germany, France, US, other countries like that, they don't claim to be having enough revenue, enough oil to refine for their use and then to export the excess for sale. They don't claim for that, and that's why they don't belong to the OPEC, Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. They base their economy on taxation, but then they have very good tax system, which is just attracting minimal complaint. And the moment they hear some complaint from either the taxpayers or the tax administrators, they take appropriate action immediately, so that at the end, nobody will complain. And because of the reliance on taxation, the citizen of that countries, both natural and artificial person, companies and individuals, the citizen of the country, as they pay tax, they have the right to demand accountability. They have the right to demand prudence. They have the right to demand transparency. And for that, those imposition of austerity, they are always in fear that whatever, if they steal a kobo, people will shout, this is our money. We contributed this money for execution of progress that will amount to a project that will amount to sustainable development, not for the money to be stolen. So this person that is stealing money, appropriate legal action should be taken against him. Sometimes you hear some leaders being hung. Sometimes you hear some leaders being shot at the firing squad because of the misuse of public money. So members of the public that are contributing this money in the form of taxation, they complain, and then they insist on appropriate action to be taken. So before you come out and claim that you want people to vote for you to go to the parliament or to be the governor or the president or whatever, you will have it in your mind that when you go there, you touch public money, that may be the end of your life. Because the contributors of that money will be, their eyes and attention will be on the money. And the moment you misuse it, they will take appropriate action against you. Your image will be tarnished. You may even lose your life. So those economies that are considered as developed, they rely substantially or totally on taxation for their development. And then those economies that are reliant on natural resources, oil, cocoa, solid mineral, whatever, as they use the money from this to execute projects, the members of the citizens of that country, both natural and artificial, they don't care if they see them stealing the money and abusing the money, because it's not their money. It's not their own contribution to the economy. Number one, the prohibition on VAT, which you said earlier has attracted a lot of attention from leaders in the northern part of the country. VAT could be addressed in two ways. Okay, the first way affect everybody, and then the second way is what the leaders in the north are complaining about. The first way is on the increase in the VAT rate. We have never had a situation whereby progressive increase will be brought to VAT rates in any country in the world. From my reading, I have never experienced it. But this is being brought about in Nigeria through these laws. They said VAT rate now, which is 7.5%, as per the Content of Finance Act 2020, will be increased to 10% from January 2025. just about a month away. If the bills are passing to law, VAT will be increased to 10% of all battable goods and services. And then just 1 year after, 2026, it will be increased to 12.5%. Then you have a small raise for 3 years. By 2030, the rate will be increased to 15%. So you can see the progression in the increase of VAT. And the moment you increase VAT rate, inflation will come up very powerfully, especially as you are increasing from 20 to 2025, 2026, you are increasing 2.5%. So the goods and services throughout the country, you see their prices going up. And there is no separate market for battable goods and services and non-battable goods and services. No separate market. Don't just feel that when you increase VAT rate, the increase in prices will be on battable goods only. All other goods and services, their prices will go up. And how do you survive that? Nigerians now are complaining about fuel subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal, and many people have become unemployed. Many people have become disabled. Nobody, any earner of salary can claim to be saving anything for investment. People are borrowing money to top up to the income that they have for survival. And those that have no work, they are complaining. We just finished induction for ICANN. About 3 inductees met me that if I have any chance for them to get employment, you are qualified as a chartered accountant and you are looking for jobs. So what about the secondary school leavers, diploma holders, and other people that have not even attended school? So unemployment is on the high side. And increase in inflation is a killer to businesses, because when you don't have people buying, you have to stop production. You have to stop providing services. And when you stop production, you sack your employees. And then you have more people going into the employment market and labor market. So increase in the VAT rate is a very big killer to an economy. And this is a problem that affects all the states in Nigeria. And our president himself in 2020, I could remember, when they are trying to increase VAT rate from 5% to 7.5%, he came up and warned the government that this increase in VAT rate will be harmful to the economy because of the inflation that it will ignite. That was during his, I think, 68 or 69 birthday lecture. When he was to comment, he talked harshly against the increase in VAT rate. And now the same government is accepting the bill to go to the National Assembly for increase in VAT rate on a continuous basis. So I see this as a very big mistake. The timing is very wrong. And then the policy, the idea of progressively increasing VAT rate, especially as Nigerians are complaining about subsidy, fuel subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal. So this is one thing that need to be looked into. And as we are interested in generating more revenue through taxes, particularly consumption tax, we have to be very careful about the consequences of the increase. And this is for the whole country. So that is one part. The second part is about the sharing of the amount that will be generated. Yes, right now, when VAT is generated internally, and of course the one for custom, they put it together and share it using vertical formula and horizontal formula. Vertical formula between federal government, state government, and local government. So federal government takes 15%, state government 50%, local government 35%. That's how they share it vertically. And then for local government and state, since they are not at the same level in terms of population, in terms of level of economic development, in terms of weight for industrial development, so they have to use the separate formula. And they agreed that 50% of whatever belongs to state government should be shared equally. 30% should be shared on the basis of population. And then 20% should be shared on the basis of derivation. And that derivation, in the simple language, is about the contribution of every state to the VAT that has been generated. And at the local government level, they are to consider the contribution of each local government to the VAT that has been generated. Okay? So at the state level, when you say contribution of every state on the VAT that has been generated, consumption is not more in some state than in some other state. But then the formula, the derivation, the term derivation, this date, that is being applied now, is giving priority to states where the head offices of companies providing services and goods are located. You do consumption in Adamawa on services, maybe the chat card and other communication or telecommunication services or bank services or insurance services or whatever. So since you are just dealing with the branches there, the head office of the bank producing these services is in Lagos or in Rivers or wherever. So it will be deemed as if you do the consumption there. And so the credit will go to Lagos or Rivers or Ogun or wherever, where the headquarters of it is located. Not where you do the consumption. So at the end of the day, you see that a state like Lagos, its own contribution may be 50% or 60% or more every month. At the state like Rivers, its contribution may be about 15% or 20%. Abuja may be about 10% or 50%. And then the heavy consumers, the northern state, like Kano, which is a commercial center, its own contribution may be 1% or 2%, because it doesn't have the head offices of the companies providing these goods and services that are being consumed there. So at the end of the day, you see that 20%, if it is 6 billion, for example, if it is 6 billion, for example, so 60% of that 6 billion will be about 3.6 billion. That may go to Lagos. And then 10% of that 60% may be about 600 million. It may go to this. And then you, that are the consumers, you may get 1% of that. So you can see that particular 20% is the crux of the matter. That is the basis of the controversy. So now that this bill has been submitted to the National Assembly, then these people saw that this derivation has been increased to 60%. 60% instead of 20%. Now, not previously, right now, 20%.
Not right now, 20%.
And it has been jacked up. And the deflation has been jacked up. And then in the law, derivation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it, since now derivation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% derivation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law. When you say the issue of derivation has been increased to 60%. But what we mean by derivation is this and that. So that controversy will have been avoided. Or you go under the interpretation section. And so as you are interpreting this and then you say derivation. By derivation, we mean this and that. That has not been done in both the Nigerian Tax Act and the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. So you can sympathize with the people complaining. And then if it goes like that, if they don't correct it at the National Assembly before passing into law, the moment it is passed into law, they will go back to this issue. The suspicion is that they will just go back to a pleasing state where the headquarters of the companies are located, because there is no definition that says that it is about consumption.
So everything needs to be documented. Yeah, in a society that is well informed, you should always talk on the basis of evidence. And evidence in accounting, we said you prioritize when you are to prioritize between two evidence, verbal and written. Written is more important than verbal evidence. Okay, and that is why in court, even if you say you give verbal evidence, they want to write it down and read it for you. Then you sign or you put your thumbprint that yes, this is your comment. Because written evidence will continue to remain. Verbal evidence could be denied in a later date. So these are two issues, all based on that. And then you can appreciate why people are talking too much on this matter, to the extent that they don't even care to notice other lapses that in the act. But they, as student of taxation, I have to read and try to pinpoint lapses that need to be corrected so that we have a perfect reform on taxation or on revenue generation in our dear country. So you see, I saw provision on development levy. That there will be development levy, and that development levy will be 4% of accessible profit of companies whose turnover is more than 50 million per annum. So their accessible profit, 4% will be charged as development levy from 2025 to 2026. From 2027 to 2029, development levy will be reduced to 3%. From 2030 and thereafter, development levy will go down to 2%. So that development levy will be the reason for wiping out other development levies that is used by some government agencies that are providing vital services for this country. You have TED Fund, Tertiary Education Trust Fund. Now they are relying on 3% of accessible profit of companies for all the projects that they are executing across the country. TED Fund, as I hope you know it very well. So it's the one that is most of the infrastructure development in federal university, federal polytechnic, federal college education have been executed by TED Fund. They sponsor lecturers of various institutions to go for further study, to attend conferences. And they have what they call National Research Fund. They take care of all the researches that are being conducted by all these tertiary education institutions using that money. So TED Fund will now get some share from this new development levy. And then you have NIDA, Nigerian Information Technology Development Agency, which is given the mandate of making Nigeria to become an ICT economy. And that agency is relying on 1%, of the profit before tax of GSM companies, banks, insurance companies, etc. These are companies that are pushing for ICT technology development. So the agency is the one to be monitoring the activities, and they want to be funding ICT development in various institutions and taking many other measures which should take Nigeria to ICT economic level. You have NASENI, Nigerian Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure. So that is an agency that has been given the mandate to make Nigeria become science and technology economy, to promote local manufacture of cars, local manufacture of motorcycle, and many other things that we show that we have grown up as an economy that can compete with all these developed economies. So that agency is also relying on a particular share, I cannot remember, from what internal, I think Federal Revenue Service is collecting. And now the government has introduced NEL Fund. So NEL fund is collecting 1% of the total taxes, levies, etc. that are passing through the Federal Revenue Service. So these are 4 agencies of government that are relying on levies, charges, etc. for them to take care of the mandate given to them. So this development levy is designed to ensure that 3 of them are phased out systematically. Only NEL fund, which is for giving loan to students, will survive. By 2030, that 2% that we are talking about, from 4% to 3% to 2%, the whole of that 2% will be for the NEL fund. While all these have been put aside, it's up to the government to decide whether to disband them or to put them into the mainstream budgeting system. So in 2025 to 2026, TED fund will get 50% of that 4%. And NEL fund will get 25%. NIDA will get 20%, NASEMI will get 2%. So by the end of 2026, NASEMI, NIDA will no longer get anything from that development levy. So they will be on their own. It's up to the government to decide whether to cut them out or to continue to fund them through the budgeting system. And then by the end of 2029, TED fund will not be getting anything. But from that 27 to 29, they said TED fund will be getting 66 and 2/3%. And NELDA will get 33 and 1/3%. That is what will happen for 2028 and 2029. By the end of 2029, forget about TED fund. It is only NEL fund that will be getting that 2% development levy that will be charged. So you can see that by 2029, all the 3 agencies that have clear mandate for moving the Nigerian economy forward, they may either be phased out or they may be taken back into the mainstream federal government budget. And agencies that are used to being independent, are going to working on target. How can they survive under the mainstream government budget? So the other implication is that as you have only NEL fund, even before transferring everything to NEL fund is there to give loan to students. All this money that will be coming to you just for giving loan to students. So this shows that a Nigerian student will mainly become debtors. And when they become debtors, will they have the mouth to complain about the government being a debtor nation? Nigeria as a whole becoming a debtor nation. Every day loan is increasing. So students too will now become debtors. Secondly, the federal institution, all these federal universities, they are not charging tuition fee up to now. They only charge registration fee. University of Lagos, University of Ibadan, Bayero University, Kano, ABU, all these federal universities, and many of the state universities, they don't charge tuition fee, just to encourage children of the poor to attend university or polytechnic or colleges of education. So as TED fund is put in place, nobody can claim that he or she cannot pay tuition fee. And then no university or polytechnic should be going to government asking for money. In fact, government may even give them target of the amount that they should be remitting to the government. Because you are charging tuition fee, you are charging registration fee. You are having enough money to take care of yourself. And then we want you to remit something to us because we own the federal university, college education, polytechnic. So at the end of the day, you see that students will become debtors, students and their parents will insist on making sure that their children attend universities or polytechnic or college of education. And then the universities will no longer be complaining about insufficiency of funds. Because private universities are not complaining of it. They have their founders who are funding them and they are charging fee. Some are even charging 2.something million per semester. In Nigeria here, some are charging 2 million, some are charging 1.5 million per semester, and some per session. And so they have a lot of money to execute various projects, to pay high salary to their staff.
And then the private universities, they are complaining that no money. When you go, they say no money. Even for execution of project, you either tell one to do it for you, or you go cap in hand as for support from individual and organization to execute project for you. But now that you are allowed to charge fees, and the student, if they don't have money to pay, or their parents don't have money to pay, they go to NELPO to collect loan for the payment of the tuition fee and the registration fee, and even for living costs. And they made it very clear that when you borrow such kind of money, you will start making repayment 2 years after graduation. And even 2 years after graduation until you get a job to do. And then from the job that you are doing, you'll be paying 10% annually up to when you finish paying the loan. How will that be feasible in Nigeria? How would that be feasible? So this provision too is a matter of concern. Yes, for people that will look about what will happen in the future. Look at the implication of the policies contained in that bill. Okay? So I am of the opinion that to correct these lapses, they should just stop at the first formula. When you collect 4%, you increase the rate to 3%, as again to 4%, as again 3% for third point, in order to accommodate other agencies, and you stop charging the other rate. And then, so the first year they said 50% will go to third fund, which is like reducing what third fund is getting from 3% to 2%. I hope you understand. When I say 50% of 4, that is 2. Before third fund is getting 3% of the accessible profit. So we can manage with the decrease from 3% to 2%. And then NEL fund, which is the baby of the government, will give you 20%. Okay? Then NISDA, which is having very clear mandate of making the Nigerian economy an ICT economy, 20%. Then NASENI, 5%, saying we don't care much about the technological development that may come to manufacturing cars, motorcycle, etc. We give them 5%. And then allow them to look for means of further funding themselves. So you stop at that, but not to scrap any of these agencies. So that's my own advice. Okay? So that is another important area that need to be addressed in this bill before they are passed into law. In taxation, as I said, we encourage payment of what you can afford. A situation whereby, this is my own personal opinion, yes, and people may feel that I am in support of taxing the poor. No, I'm not talking about the poor. Anybody that doesn't have income, that doesn't have profit, that doesn't have gain, it should not be considered for taxation. But if you are making some gain, you are making some income, no matter how small, and you are paying something, no matter how small, out of what you are gaining, that will make you to have greater moral right to challenge government. But if you are put outside the tax net, you are not contributing anything, you don't have much moral right to come and challenge the government for inefficiency, for poor accountability, for poor transparency. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I had called to be organizing some town hall meetings with small, medium, micro, small, and medium enterprises across the market that we had in Kano. I will invite their leaders and inform and address them. You see, we are introducing presumptive tax. We are doing that with a view to ensuring that you own the government. You own the government. This government belongs to every one of us. But then those that are contributing money into running the affairs of the government, into executing various projects for the state, they have greater stake than those that are not contributing anything. And no matter how small their contribution is, you have the right to claim ownership of government. So many of them were encouraged. So I say, okay, you are in this business, you are at this level. How much can you afford
to pay as your presumptive tax. So we say they themselves, yeah, they will accept, yeah. Yeah, so there was a time that we had meeting with some of them. I was saying that you are too small, or maybe every month you should be contributing 100 naira. Some say no, if that group of people can contribute 150, we can contribute 200 naira every month. Through engagement, interaction with the micro, small, and medium enterprise, you can arrive at something that they will be contributing in the form of presumptive tax. And that payment will make them to have the pride of becoming taxpayers. And they will be having their eyes on how government is spending the money. But the situation whereby you come openly and say that you are pushing away about 90% of the people out of the tax net. So you are only relying on 10% of people for the payment of tax. So you are saying that you are now taking the whole of the government to 10% of people, or probably 1% of people. My worry is about that threshold. The fact that you have threshold does not mean that somebody that is not at that threshold, who is making money, cannot contribute with a view to owning the government. I hope you understand. My concern is about ownership. Taxation is a way of owning the government. So if I pay tax, like now I pay tax, I know every month they deduct something out of my salary as a lecturer in the university. I will look at my pay slip and see the contribution that I have made. So if I need tax clearance certificate, I can go there and collect it, whatever reason. But you that are not paying anything, what tax clearance will you ask for? Okay? And then if something bad is happening in government, you see them stealing money, do you have any right to complain? Is it their money? What have you contributed there? So a situation whereby we want people to be economically empowered, to own government. And then we are now having a reform that is saying that, that is even proud to say that about 90% are made not taxable, even presumptive tax. So in other words, I am of the view that as we claim for transactional tax to be paid by the rich and luxury asset to be taxed as that are at the lower level, they should also be paying some presumptive tax, even if it is 10 naira per month or 20 naira per month, so that those rich people claim that the government belongs to them, this one too will say, yes, the government belongs to us. So provision like this is not there in the act. All they are just claiming is that they have pushed people away from the tax net. And pushing them away from the tax net, just pushing them away from ownership. So you are just surrendering the whole of the government to very few people who will now be teleguiding those in the position of authority. And you will just be asking for help all the time. Where you can also claim ownership with pride, or no matter the amount that you are contributing to government. The other aspect of it is this absence of adequate provision in the Act on property tax. Property tax, yes, property tax. Like I was talking about luxury asset. Those with luxury asset, they need to be taxed on the value of this luxury asset so that we generate more revenue. Those that are doing the transaction of high volume of money, they need to be taxed for this transaction. That's what we call transactional tax. So you can see that as we are talking of relieving the poor or income earners from tax, from this tax rate, we are not talking much about taxing the rich in the bill. It is not clear as to how properties of the rich people in this country, who are very small. Someone was even telling me that in Nigeria, where you say 99% of the wealth of the country is in the hand of 1% of the people in the country. That 99% of the people of this country, they own only about 10% of the wealth of the country. What a gap! If this is true, we have not done any study empirically to ascertain this figure. But you can see some sign of it. And you need taxation to bridge the gap. And then as you are arguing for the bridging of the gap,
You now have a reform that is throwing away 90% of the people from the tax net, and then the people drafting the bill are even proud to say it. So I have reservation on this. If I found my way, I will agitate for appropriate correction to be done. And that does not mean that I'm agitating for the taxing of the poor. I'm talking about those that can afford. They are not for the personal income tax rate, but then they pay presumptive tax with a view to owning the government, with a view to ensuring that the government is not allocated to only the very few rich. And then these few rich, and the other way around, there are no adequate provision, there are no clear provision to see how their wealth will be taxed. No. If you look at all the statements that we're making, there's nowhere that I mentioned that the North is having this agitation. I'm just talking to you about areas of concern in the law. Areas of concern. I think I only made reference to the North when it comes to this issue sharing of VAT, that the governors and traditional rulers in the North, they are forced to raise alarm. And they raise alarm on this matter only. But all the other matters that I mentioned, they have not said anything. Maybe they have not seen them. They don't have this perspective that I have. Okay, so I am a Nigerian first before becoming a Northerner. So I talk as a Nigerian. My concern is about the Nigerian people. And the Northern people are also part of Nigeria. Yeah, you see their position, or the worry they express is just about the injustice they suspect from the issue of VAT collection and sharing. And even that provision has been made perfectly, I doubt very much if they will complain. And then secondly, they may be having the suspicion that the drafters of the bill were just reading the mind of the president. A president who was a governor in Lagos State, who developed, people are just having the feeling that he was the one that developed the Lagos agenda, which is about making Lagos State to have a special status in Nigeria. And special status is just about maybe putting it into a position higher than other governors, but not up to the level of the federal government. And then when you are targeting that special status position, then a lot of things could be designed that will be favoring Lagos. So those that are attaching the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them on the VAT allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT. And then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by this bills if corrective measures are not taken. All these issues that I mentioned, I did that honestly as a Nigerian. By all standards, I should be accepted as a Nigerian. Even by virtue of my birth, people should accept me as a Nigerian. I don't have any reason to be sentimental against any part of this country. I don't have any reason to be favorable to one region against another. I don't have any reason for that. But even by the virtue of my birth and my own level of experience, okay? and of course by my age, somebody that is around 60. So that person should only be thinking about what you meet when you die, when you reach your goal. Okay, so I think to be fair to them, we can say that their worry is mainly about that issue, and then all other issues are suspicious.
My name is SOUQ News. I'm the CEO Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing GG. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Arton Keme. I am the head of MSME banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ag Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ag Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ag Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ag Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Aiboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, He started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guarantee Trust Bank PLC, GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ike Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today's office.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Igboje Mokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Ige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Ige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's life. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Igboje Ike Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist. And just like many of the others here, the piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. You know, this is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, you know, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, you know, from works, you know, done by masters like that. After a while, you know, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, you know, her works, you know, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, you know. So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but, you know, with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, you know, I've got to focus on investments now.
Collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion. And so, with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Aiboje is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this SOUQ Imokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him, that experience has continued. We learned so much, we were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed. We scaled some pretty high heights and so on. In a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, those are the things that drove me to write the book.
SOUQ Imokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimo. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Aiboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointment as chairman. Aiboje SOUQ Imokwede is back again. SOUQ Imokwede is married to Ofovwe SOUQ Imokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
Hello Lagos, make we yarn.
Hello, Wefi, this POS matter.
welcome to World News on SOUQ News Television, reaching you live from our studios here in Lagos State, Nigeria. I am Sarah Owusu-Anta. Let's begin with today's top stories. Nigeria's telecommunications industry contributed 18.5 trillion to gross domestic product in 2025, driven by rising data use and accelerated 5G deployment. The federal government unveils 1% presumptive tax for informal sector operators, imposing flat turnover levy on eligible businesses nationwide. South African President Cyril Ramaphosa says Middle East conflict pressures Africa's supply chains, causing energy prices to rise across the continent. United States President Donald Trump criticizes UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer over Britain's limited support for US-Israeli strikes on Iran. And in sport news, Tolu Arokodare admits his transition from Belgian League to Premier League has been more challenging than he initially expected. We'll bring you details of these headlines and more stories after this break. We begin on the home front, Nigeria, where the National Identity Management Commission, NIMC, on Tuesday confirmed that its ward-level enrollment drive, which began on the 16th of February 2026, is progressing steadily across the Federation. The decentralized exercise enables citizens and residents to register for their National Identification Number, NIN, at designated ward centers. The Commission said the initiative is designed to expand access and bring registration closer to communities, reducing congestion at major enrollment hubs. Officials described early participation levels as encouraging. National Identity Management Commission, NIMC, reiterated that the National Identification Number, NIN, remains a mandatory requirement for accessing key government services in Nigeria. It also urged individuals who have not yet enrolled to take advantage of the ward-based registration exercise. Now, Nigeria's telecommunications industry strengthened its grip on the economy in 2025, recording a real gross domestic product contribution of 18.5 trillion naira. The surge reflects rising data consumption and accelerated 5G deployment across major cities. Industry analysts say expanding broadband access and digital services continue to reshape business operations, financial transactions, and everyday communication nationwide. Increased investment in network infrastructure has also supported faster connectivity and improved service coverage. Experts note that the sector's performance underscores its central role in Nigeria's digital transformation, with growing smartphone penetration and expanding online services. Telecommunications is expected to remain a key driver of economic growth and innovation in the coming years. Still in Nigeria, the Youth Against Disaster Initiative, YADI, has revealed that Nigeria generated less than $200,000 from meat and edible offal export, despite having about 20 million cattle. The group described the earnings as alarming low, given the country's livestock capacity. Speaking at a press briefing in Abuja on Tuesday, Youth Against Disaster Initiative Program Office, Farouk Bala, said Nigeria's export performance does not reflect its head size or global ranking in cattle population. He noted that the sector remains largely untapped. He further urged policymakers to invest in value addition, processing infrastructure, and export standards to boost competitiveness. He warned that without reforms, Nigeria will continue missing out on significant revenue from the global livestock market. Now, the federal government of Nigeria has unveiled a 1% presumptive tax regime targeting operators in the informal sector of the economy. The new policy introduces a flat 1% turnover levy on eligible businesses across the country. The regulation, signed in Abuja by the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, also bans the use of roadblocks for collecting taxes and levies nationwide. Authorities say the measure aims to streamline revenue collection and eliminate harassment linked to multiple taxation. Under the framework, micro, smallest, and most vulnerable businesses are exempted from the levy. Officials say the reform seeks to broaden the tax base while promoting fairness, transparency, and ease of doing business. Meanwhile, Nigeria's maritime sector has delivered a record-breaking performance in 2025, with cargo throughput surging sharply, according to the Nigerian Port Authority (NPA). The latest operational performance report highlights a major boost from rising container traffic and expanding export activity across key terminals. Total cargo throughput jumped 24.8%, climbing from 103.6 million metric tons in 2024 to 129.3 million metric tons in 2025. The increase marks one of the most significant annual expansions in Nigeria's maritime history, underscoring renewed momentum in port operations. Managing Director of the Nigerian Port Authority (NPA), Dr. Abubakar Dansoho, described the figures as a landmark achievement. He said the milestone strengthens Nigeria's competitiveness and reinforces its strategic role in regional and global trade networks. Now, the federal government says the long-delayed Abuja-Kaduna highway has reached 80% completion. The Ministry of Works disclosed this during an inspection tour under the ongoing Media National Tour. Officials say 60 kilometers of the redesigned concrete pavement has already been delivered. The remaining stretch, according to the ministry, is scheduled to be completed by the end of April. Authorities reaffirmed their commitment to fast-tracking the project, describing it as one of Nigeria's most strategic transport corridors. The Abuja-Kaduna Highway is a critical link connecting the Federal Capital Territory to northern states. Government officials say completing the road will improve safety, ease traffic flow, and boost economic activities along the busy route. Still to come on the news this afternoon, Indonesia's foreign minister said discussions on U.S. President Donald Trump's Gaza Board of Peace are on hold due to escalating Middle East war. Details of this headline and more stories right after this break.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Welcome back. On the foreign scene, South African President Cyril Ramaphosa said on Wednesday that the escalating conflict in the Middle East is putting pressure on Africa's supply chains and driving up energy prices. He noted that rising costs for fuel and commodities are already affecting households and businesses across the continent. Analysts say continued instability could worsen inflation and disrupt trade flows in key African markets. Ramaphosa called for coordinated efforts to mitigate the impact, emphasizing the need for regional strategies to strengthen supply resilience and ensure affordable energy amid growing geopolitical tensions. Now, Ivory Coast has assured farmers it will continue purchasing a residual stock of 100,000 metric tons of cocoa at a guaranteed price. The head of the Cocoa Producers Organization said the move aims to calm tensions among farmers and cooperatives. Farmers had expressed concern that the stock buying program, launched in late January, might be halted as the mid-crop harvest begins earlier than usual. The initiative was designed to clear unsold beans and inject liquidity into the sector. The program followed a slump into global cocoa prices that left many growers struggling with reduced income. Now, authorities say maintaining the purchases will stabilize the market and protect farmers' earnings during the current harvest cycle. The Iranian government has announced the ban on export of all food and agricultural products as its war with Israel and the United States entered a fourth day. Officials say the measure is aimed at safeguarding domestic supply amid escalating conflict. The decision comes as fighting intensifies, raising concerns about regional stability and global commodity markets. Analysts warn that the export halt could disrupt food supply chains, particularly for countries reliant on Iranian agricultural produce. Economics further warned that this prolonged restrictions may add pressure to already strained markets, potentially driving up prices in affected regions. Diplomats are closely monitoring development as tensions continue to rise across the Middle East. In another news, a spokesperson for the National People's Congress said China is willing to engage the U.S. to boost communications at all levels while defending its red lines and core principles.
China stands ready to work with the United States to strengthen communication at all levels and through various channels, so as to open up broader space for cooperation between the two sides. At the same time, China has its own principles and red lines, and will, as always, firmly safeguard its sovereignty, security, and development interests. For the two countries to be partners and friends is both a lesson of history and a necessity of reality. China and the United States achieving success together and prospering together is a tangible reality. Diplomacy between heads of states plays an irreplaceable strategic guiding role in China-US relations. Since last year, President Xi Jinping has maintained regular communication with President Trump, providing strategic guidance, setting the direction, and injecting momentum for the steady advancement of China-US relations. The relationship between the two countries has remained generally stable and improving, and has been widely welcomed by both countries and the international community. We hope the US Congress will view China and Chinese development objectively and do more that is conducive to China-US relations and to the friendship between the two peoples.
The remarks signal Beijing's careful approach ahead of upcoming high-stakes talks. The comments come ahead of the opening of the National People's Congress annual session on Thursday, where lawmakers are expected to outline priorities for domestic and foreign policy. Both nations are seeking ways to stabilize relations amid ongoing tensions, while officials are preparing for a planned summit between U.S. President Donald Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping in Beijing at the end of March. Indonesia's foreign minister said discussions on United States President Donald Trump's Gaza Board of Peace are on hold due to escalating Middle East war. Indonesia is a key troop contributing member of the proposed initiative. The pause comes as the U.S. and Israel intensify air operations against Iran, resulting in civilian casualties and heightened regional instability. The conflict has disrupted diplomatic efforts tied to broader peace arrangements. The fight has also thrown global air transport into disarray and driven oil prices higher following the effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Analysts warn prolonged tensions could deepen economic and security risk worldwide. Meanwhile, Japan and the United States are working to include the nuclear power project in the second round of deals under Japan's $550 billion investment package, according to reports. The project is expected to involve Westinghouse and aims to strengthen energy supply chains amid renewed concern over global energy security caused by the Middle East conflict. Officials say the initiative is part of broader efforts to intensify energy sources and enhance resilience, ensuring both nations can manage risk associated with supply disruptions and global geopolitical instability in critical energy markets. Still to come on the news, Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney said on Wednesday that the ongoing conflict in the Middle East represents a failure of the international order. These and more stories coming up right after this break.
Elon Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. His talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck, beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency. Musk has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tallulah Riley, Grimes, and Siobhan Zilis. Through SpaceX, Tesla, and other ventures, Musk shapes technology and innovation globally, and his influence extends beyond business into politics and culture.
To some other stories now, where President Donald Trump criticized UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, saying he's no Winston Churchill amid Britain's limited support for US-Israeli strikes on Iran.
By the way, I'm not happy with the UK either. That island that you read about, the lease, okay, he made it for whatever reason, he made a lease of the island. Somebody came and took it away from him. And it's taken 3-4 days for us to work out where we can land there. It would have been much more convenient landing there as opposed to flying many extra hours. So we are very surprised. This is not Winston Churchill that we're dealing with. I will say the UK has been very, very uncooperative with that stupid island that they have, that they gave away and took a 100-year lease, having to do with perhaps indigenous people claiming the island that never even saw the island before. What's that all about? And they ruin relationships. It's a shame.
President Trump made the remark at the White House reflecting growing frustration over London's role in the conflict. The criticism has strained the traditionally closed US-UK relationship, with Trump lamenting that Britain's response has fallen short of expectations. While Starmer initially resisted full military backing, he later approved limited use of UK bases for defensive actions. A former North Atlantic Treaty Organization NATO commander defended Starmer's caution, arguing that entering a wider war without a clear strategy would be unwise. The dispute highlights tensions among Western allies over the ongoing Middle East conflict and differing views on military involvement. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney said on Wednesday that the ongoing conflict in the Middle East represents a failure of the international order and criticized the United States for not consulting its allies before striking Iran. He made the remarks during a visit to Australia while speaking on global security and diplomatic norms.
We support efforts to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon and to prevent its regime from further threatening international peace and security. Because Canada is taking the world as it is, not passively waiting for a world we wish to be. We do, however, take this position with regret because the current conflict is another example of the failure of the international order. Despite decades of UN Security Council resolutions, the tireless work of the International Atomic Energy Agency, and the succession of sanctions and diplomatic frameworks, Iran's nuclear threat remains. And now, the United States and Israel have acted without engaging the United Nations or consulting allies, including Canada. We condemn the strikes carried out by Iran on civilians and civilian infrastructure across the Middle East. And we implore all parties, including the United States and Israel, to respect the rules of international engagement. Canada calls for a rapid de-escalation of hostilities and is prepared to assist in achieving this goal.
Carney lamented that decades of diplomatic efforts, sanctions, and United States engagement have not prevented the crisis, saying the latest escalation shows international institutions are struggling to contain threats. He stressed that actions by the US and Israel were taken without engaging the United Nations or allies like Canada. He called for a rapid de-escalation of hostilities and urged all parties to respect international rules of engagement, emphasizing diplomacy over prolonged conflict. Italy's Energy Minister Gilberto Pichetto Fratin said on Wednesday that the country could reactivate some coal-fired power stations if the Middle East conflict triggers an energy crisis. He emphasized that the plants are held in reserve as a precautionary measure. Speaking with newsmen, Fratin described the coal power stations as facilities he would prefer not to use, but stressed their importance in safeguarding national energy security. Officials say the announcement signals preparedness amid rising global energy prices and potential supply disruptions caused by escalating tensions in the region, ensuring Italy can maintain stable electricity supply if needed. Now, President Donald Trump on Tuesday threatened to halt trade with Spain, saying he had instructed Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent to cut off all dealings amid a dispute over the use of jointly operated military bases on Spanish soil.
I told Scott to cut off all dealings with Spain. They were the only country that in NATO would not agree to go up to 5%. I don't think they would have agreed to go up to anything. They wanted to keep it at 2%, and they don't pay the 2%. So we're going to cut off all trade with Spain. We don't want anything to do with Spain.
Analysts warn that such a move could escalate tensions between the US and the NATO ally, potentially disrupting economic relations and affecting broader economic engagement in Europe. Now, in the world of sport this afternoon, Tolu Arokodare has admitted that his switch from the Belgian League to the Premier League has been tougher than expected. Arokodare joined Wolves last summer from Belgian side Genk. Since his move, the club has struggled, sitting at the bottom of the table with 13 points from 29 matches. Wolves have recorded just 2 wins all season, highlighting the challenges both for Arokodare adapting to England's top flight and for the team as they fight to avoid relegation. Paulo Onuachu reached a major milestone on Tuesday by scoring his 20th goal of the season, helping Trabzonspor secure a 4-2 victory win in Istanbul. The win booked the Black Sea Storm a place in the Turkish Cup quarterfinals, and with this result, Trabzonspor finished second in Group A with 9 points, ensuring progression to the last 8 of the competition. Paulo Onuachu's continued scoring form have been pivotal for the team, providing crucial goals as they aim to challenge for silverware this season while maintaining strong performances in the domestic cup. Now that's a wrap on the news this afternoon, but before we go, here is a recap of our top stories. Nigeria's telecommunications industry contributed 18.5 trillion naira to gross domestic product GDP in 2025, driven by rising data use and accelerated 5G deployment. The federal government of Nigeria unveils 1% presumptive tax for informal sector operators, imposing flat turnover levy on eligible businesses nationwide. South African President Cyril Ramaphosa says Middle East conflict pressures Africa's supply chains, causing energy prices to rise across the continent. And United States President Donald Trump criticizes UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer over Britain's limited support for US-Israeli strikes on Iran. And in sport news, Tolu Arokodare admits his transition from Belgian League to Premier League has been more challenging than he initially expected. Many thanks for joining us. Remember to follow us across all of our social media platforms at SOUQ News Television. I am Sarah Owusu-Ansah. Good afternoon.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love on the bad.
Cocoa remains a significant cash crop in Nigeria, predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country's southwest region. Historically, cocoa served as a major source of foreign earnings until the 1970s, when the discovery of petroleum shifted the focus away from agriculture. Despite various challenges from its introduction in 1807 to the present, efforts by successive governments and the resilience of cocoa farmers have sustained its production. To better optimize productivity and ensure fair prices for farmers and high economic returns for the government, the Cocoa Marketing Board, CMB, was established in 1947. However, the goal was not totally achieved as pricing policy weren't favorable, discouraging farmers from producing export crops, and that eventually led to the board's abolition in 1986. These resulted in reduced yields and lower quality cocoa beans. Meanwhile, the millennium era witnessed a shift in farmers' focus towards more economically viable crops like oil palm due to the high cost and intensive care required for cocoa production. Cocoa production faces several obstacles, including limited access to fertilizers, unfavorable climate conditions, pest infestation, poor infrastructure, and land shortages. Also, herders' attack on farmers have deterred farmers from expanding their farmlands. According to research, despite challenges, cocoa production has empowered many farmers and more stakeholders in the value chain, improving their living standards, enabling them to provide education for their children, cover medical expenses, and build better homes. Concerning the future of cocoa farming in Nigeria, there are mixed opinions among farmers. Some are hopeful that government reinvestment and addressing current challenges can revive the sector's past success. Others are pessimistic due to the persistent issues and the trend of farmers shifting to other crops. Regardless, hope remains for the sector. Solutions like improving land-labor relations, infrastructure, and financial support could revitalize cocoa production, reduce out migration, stabilize prices, and enhance value chain development, ultimately securing a brighter future for Nigerian cocoa farming and its stakeholders. Ojai Michael, reporting for SOUQ News.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshi. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoin you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, boy, this POS matter, don't pass your code. Person go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Then they use fake alert, the warriors.
Okay, so Mona, listen, if you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk that bar road where they warriors for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what, development with the work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Oyemike, aka Ogbefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Directors, President, Nigerian Guild of Editors, distinguished editors, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Mr. Chairman, as part of your engagement, to engage with various stakeholders, you have met with various groups, and another critical group that you are meeting today are members of the Nigerian Guild of Editors. Of course, you had a meeting with NUG where they selected journalists from states of the Federation, where you share your vision and also seek for their support. It's the same thing we are here today. Editors, before you is the chairman of the ICPC. Before becoming the chairman of ICPC, he was the Commissioner of Justice in Jigawa State. And he has a vision that he intends to unveil, or he wants you to help him so that he achieve this vision. Dr. Musa Ali San is currently pursuing a vigorous restructuring of the ICPC that requires your support, your understanding. And that is why I came to Lagos purposely to meet with you and to seek for that support. Distinguished editors, I present you as one of you. I present you the chairman of ICPC and Dr. Musa Ali San. Mr. Chairman, you are welcome, sir.
The management staff of ICPC, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm really happy and delighted to be in the midst of these distinguished Nigerians. And I have to say that we at ICPC, we really cherishes and greatly values the partnership with you all, because we know that you are really great and valuable because of the role which our Grand Norm has given to the media. And there is no doubt that your dedication to exposing corruption and enhancing our efforts has been crucial in fostering a more transparent society. And our decision to come here today is part of our determination to strengthen our partnership. That's why this breakfast meeting is not merely an event, but any affirmation of our shared mission to combat corruption and uphold integrity in Nigeria. And your support for the ICPC in delivering its statutory mandate, including its robust activities and initiatives in fighting corrupt practices and other related offenses in Nigeria, is really commendable, because you have been really helpful in enlightening Nigerians about the problem of corruption. And I'm personally filled with gratitude that the media has continued to positively boost the ICPC's anti-corruption public communication efforts. Your investigative reports, analysis, and overall dedication to truth have helped in exposing corrupt practices, because there are a lot of stories that you published which help us in our investigation. And most of these stories, they have led us to discovering some massive challenges that is facing, or that are facing our public sector. And if I may recall, there is one whereby it has to do with our youth. Contracts supposed to be executed for the benefit of our youth, but the humongous amount of money was diverted. And it was as a result of one of you we discovered the challenge. So I thank you for the contribution. As we salute your commitment to the crusade against corruption, ICPC under my leadership is really serious to ensure the sustenance and heightening of our collaboration with you. And the media is not merely an observer, you are a frontline partner in the fight. And over the years, ICPC has adopted a strategic communication approach in line with Section 36 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, and Section 27, Sub 4 of the ICPC Act. And these laws ensure the protection of suspects' rights while remaining strict, diligent, and stand in our actions. And ICPC will remain resolute in propagating the rule of law and protecting human dignity. And also, ICPC under my leadership prioritizes the protection of whistleblowers and the integrity of investigations, and transparency is a cornerstone of our work, and we will continue to provide verified information through official channels, which include press releases, newsletters, and our digital platforms. May I quickly review some of our engagement last year? Last year, because I was the Attorney General, and I rallied my former colleagues, we had a meeting in Abuja, whereby we look at the challenge of corruption at subnational. We reviewed the problems and also agreed that we need to work together. As a former Attorney General, I know that they are critical because they are the chief law officers of the states. That is why I engaged them, and after the meeting we had in Abuja, we started the zonal engagement. We had one in Kano for the Northwest, where we discussed challenges around corruption within the zone. And also this year we are going to the other geopolitical zones to have similar deliberations. And also in September this year we are going to sit down and review what we have done to see how can we partner. Because I feel the attorneys general are critical. And as chief law officers, they need to work together with us, because by section 15 of the Constitution, all of us are supposed to put heart on deck in order to fight corruption and also to see how can we tackle abuse of office. And also, I had engagement with Nigerian Institute of the NIPR, the Nigerian Union of Journalists, ICANN, Nigerian Bar Association, and various stakeholders on how can we partner in the fight against corruption. Because no single entity can fight corruption. We need to work together. So that is why I reach out to various stakeholders to ensure that we are on the same page. And last year, we were able to reach out fiscally 1,458,000 individuals through our 579 sensitization exercise conducted under our community engagement programs. And we issued about 188 press releases. And also the Commission experienced increased followership in our social media platforms. And also we introduced what we call ethics pods, a podcast, whereby we are sensitizing Nigerians around the issue of corruption. And also, there is no way we can succeed without having planning. Our strategic action plan 2024 to 2028 was unveiled last year, whereby we gathered stakeholders and discussed it, because that will be our focus on how we can work. And our strategic action plan is in line with the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, which has 5 pillars: corruption prevention, issue of enforcement and punishment, ethical orientation, and also enlisting public support of Nigerians, so that, and also recovery of proceeds of crime and management. And this is the area whereby we have upscaled our activities to see that we trace, recover, and manage the process of crime, and also to remit it back to the Consolidated Revenue Fund, so that we won't allow those allegedly took away what did not belong to them to go away with it. Because if you allow them, once they accumulate the process of crime, no doubt they will use it and also to fight back. And also they will deprive Nigerians with what they are supposed to have in the issue of infrastructure. So that's why we focus seriously in that area of recovery of process of crime. And also ICPC, as you know, that it has laudable programs. And one of the key issues which I focus is that I ensure that I consolidate all what the previous chairman of ICPC have done, from late Justice Mustafa Akambi to Professor Wasson. I ensure that all their programs are intact and I'm building up, so that I want to ensure that we maintain that organizational culture of ICPC, and also for me to enhance what they did, most especially to focus on digital transformation, because this is an area whereby we need to use technology in the fight against corruption, most especially in the area of analytics, artificial intelligence, but we'll be able to analyze huge data. And I'm sure you're aware of the constituency and executive project tracking, which ICPC is well known about it. And I know last year we were able to track over 1,500 projects, which has value of over 600 billion naira. And so that at least Nigerians can get good quality projects that is in the budget. And also the Ethic and Integrity Compliance Scorecard, which is an initiative of ICPC, which measure institutions adherence to ethical standards. We released the results, and I have seen the impact, because most of head of agencies that have not done well, they reach out. Chairman, why? What are our challenges? Can you help us to see that we overcome these problems? Which is really good, because I have never thought that it will have that impact. And why? Because of you here. You have gave it wide publicity. So because of that, most of the head of agencies now, they reach out. Please, how can we do well next year? So I thank you for the assistance. And also our sexual harassment prevention program, which is tackling corruption linked to abuse of power. Last year, I know that we had engagement with the civil society, where the ministers of the Minister of Education, then Professor Tahir Mamman, and the State Minister Yusuf Tonko Sununu, they were there. The former Minister of Affairs was there, and also over 20 commissioners of education across the country, they attended, because we discussed the challenge around the problem of sexual harassment, most especially in our tertiary institutions, because our students are victims of this challenge. So that's why ICPC has been doing its greats in that area, so that we ensure that we help our students, we protect them from sexual harassment. And I'm sure that you are aware that currently there is one of the senior academics that is facing trial at Abuja Federal High Court on this issue of sexual harassment. So, and we are determined to ensure that where there is credible evidence, any sexual harassment complaint tabled before us, we will make our efforts to ensure that we investigate it and also take the matter to court where there is evidence. Then there is our Anti-Corruption and Transparency Unit, Act 2, that they have been doing well in the various MDAs in order to help in ensuring that there is transparency and accountability in MDAs in this country. Then, when I came in, I tried to bring up my policy, which I call it Care for Impact, to ensure that ICPs as an agency, I consolidate the good culture of that agency, and also an agency which is accountable, responsible, and efficient in approaching all issues that are tabled before us. So that one too is something that I unveiled it last year, and we have been using it. Now, recently, we are aware of the decision of the Supreme Court about the local government autonomy. So we have looked at the decision, and also we have been having various engagements with civil society to see how can we give our quota, how can we control our quota in ensuring that the local government autonomy operates the way it's supposed to. And also, how can we follow what are happening in the local government councils. And we are trying to bring up what we call corruption prevention program for local governments, whereby we'll monitor activities at all the 774 local government areas in this country. One problem we notice is that in this era of technology, there are only 7 local government areas in this country that have functional websites. So we feel that is not right. So we will now try to see how can we use technology to force the local government council to make information available to Nigerians so that Nigerians can follow what they are doing. You, also the editors and other media stakeholders, can be able to follow what are they doing so that we will monitor if there are issues, questions can be asked. We too, we can follow because we don't have the enough manpower to go over all the 774 local government areas. But we feel technology can help us. And we know that practically, I don't think there are procurement processes in our local government councils. This is an area where we need to look at. And also, we will ensure that there are mechanisms around control of corruption, around the issue of finances of local government councils. So we will team up with the media, with the civil society to ensure that information are available. Nigerians know what is happening so that at least it will reduce the challenge of corruption at local government level. Last 2 weeks, we are in Gombe, myself and Ola, the chairman of the EFCC. And we discussed around the challenges at local government level. So, and we are determined to ensure that we focus there so that Nigerians at the local level can get the dividend of democracy. And even recently, we have been facing challenges around the issue of this local government autonomy because there is even one caretaker local government chairman whom we charged to court because after the decision of the Supreme Court, he continued to spend government money to award contracts despite the fact that the Supreme Court said, look, stop. And also we know how challenging this issue of local autonomy has been since 1999. But ICPs as an agency, we will ensure that by virtue of Section 287 of the Constitution, we have the power to ensure that the decision of the Supreme Court is implemented fully. And also, I'm appealing to those who are making attempts not to comply with the decision of the African Court to please desist. Because Supreme Court is the last court. Once it delivers a judgment, we must comply. That's what is rule of law. Because ICPC will continue to monitor and investigate because any caretaker local government chairman from 11th of July 2024 who spent public funds, who award contract, that is corruption because you don't have the mandate. And also the Apex Court has already spoken, so we must comply. Now, in my 1 year in office, there are a lot of international engagements which ICPC engage in. And in one of the engagements is that last year in September, we had an event in Beijing, China, whereby there is Global Network. Global Network is a coalition of over 200 anti-corruption agencies across the globe from 124 countries. And I had the privilege of leading ICPC delegation and Nigeria, whereby Nigeria participated in an election of steering committee member, and Nigeria was elected as one of the top steering committee member of that global network. And also, one area which I made mention that we have been focusing is the issue of asset recovery. Asset recovery is really area whereby we in Africa, we must focus on it, because we have seen how our own resources have been taken outside the continent, going to the global north. So that was why at the African Union level, if you may recall, in 2015, there is Thabo Mbeki high-level committee, whereby the heads of state of African countries agree that there is need for a forum of asset recovery practitioners in Africa. And the processes of bringing up the forum, it was last year that the forum was established in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, and I was elected as one of the representatives of West Africa, whereby we met in Arusha, Tanzania in November, whereby I was elected as the interim chair of that forum to try to galvanize the 55 African countries and corruption agencies to ensure that we come together to see how can we help Africa to recover and repatriate stolen assets that are kept somewhere else. And we agree that, look, apart from slavery, which is our own human resources that was taken to other continents, there are a lot of stolen assets of Africa outside the shore of Africa. And we know what is happening. Whenever you want to trace and recover, the experts outside Africa will charge you huge amount of money to recover all professional fees, to recover those stolen assets. So that was why we say, no, we need to come together as Africans. Let us identify our experts within the continent. If we need somebody to trace, Nigeria doesn't have the expert. It can look for Ghana, Kenya, or any other African country. Do you have the expert? Yes. So that's why we are coming together to see that we trace, recover, and repatriate the stolen assets. Also, we'll keep on raising this issue of stolen assets at various fora, because the United Nations Convention Against Corruption has already backed the issue of stolen assets that we need to recover it. So this is an area whereby that I'm chairing now, and we are trying to see how we will make efforts to see that it has seen the light of the day. And distinguished editors, we know that corruption thrives where there is silence or in silence. But your voices are the ones that can shatter that silence. Your role in shaping public perception and holding institutions accountable cannot be overstated. The more Nigerians see what you write, what your opinion about this issue of corruption, the better for us. Because they will be enlightened, they will know what is happening, they will ask questions, and that will put us on our toes. That will minimize the challenge of corruption. Because we at ICPC, we are trying to see how can we use our mission to diminish corrupt practices through our public mobilization, our own doggedness in investigation, and also to ensure that we follow rule of law. We will be patient in investigation. No matter how long it will take, we will do it slowly but surely. We will reach our destination. And also, we at ICPC will ensure that we deepen our own relationship with you, the media. And I'm appealing to you to come to our aid. Try to understand the terrain we are working. It's not easy terrain. Whoever worked within that corruption cycle will know that it is not easy, because it is an area whereby you are fighting those who are already determined to continue to pilfer our resources. It's an area whereby those who engage in corrupt practices are really determined to peddle information that are not correct in order to try to bring controversies so that to divert the attention of the main issue. So fairness, hearing from the other side, is what will help us to discharge our mandate. And ICPC, for the past 25 years, has consistently maintained ensuring that there is fairness and the fair hearing, and also we do not engage in anything that will bring damage to people because of allegation against them. We will continue to ensure that we will be fair. If you ask questions, we will answer. And like I said, we are appealing to you to reason with us because of the terrain we are operating, which I know I don't need to elaborate. So that is why there is no way we will not come close to you. There is no way, because we need you, because Nigerians need to know what is happening. That will project the good image of our country. That will make foreign direct investment to come into our country. That will make our youth to have job. We know what is happening in this country. We know that a lot of youth are roaming on the streets looking for job. And the youth are the future leaders of this country. So, and it is through you, by helping us to propagate our activities and also to bring issues that will project good image of this country. By doing that, we'll make Nigeria great, and also will tackle the challenge of corruption. And conclusively, I want to emphasize that you mean a lot to us, and that we count on you as dependable partners in ensuring that Nigeria is corrupt-free, and also I'm sure that partnering with you will continue to help ICPC to move forward, and also ICPC will continue to record achievements, and we hope that the aspiration of Section 15 of the Constitution will be realized, where Nigeria will be a country free from corrupt practices and abuse of office. Thank you so much. Money and property last year, and I even know even this year too, we recovered some amount of money and also property. Even currently, we are tracing and marking some assets in one of the states where some people diverted public funds. Even this morning, I know that there is an amount of money which we recovered from the diversion of public funds. So we are talking about both the fixed and movable property. That's if you are talking within Nigeria. Even abroad, it is the same thing. Although during my time, ICPC did not recover any assets from taken outside the shores of Nigeria. But I know that we are collaborating with one of the African countries about money that was brought into Nigeria from that country. We are tracking and to trace the money so that we will see how the money can be taken back to where it was brought in here. So this is what I can say. And some of the issues you raise are part of the problem. Like I said somewhere else, and I kept on saying, I will say it here. My first contact with public office is when I was Attorney General. That was when I now realized that all what I was thinking, when I came into contact with the reality, then I now realize that we Nigerians are part of the problem. One of the issues you raised about societal pressure. I'm not saying that it's a justification for any public officer to engage in corruption. But if you, I'm sure you have had one or two discussions with those who are holding public office. The kind of stress, the pressure that public officers are undergoing in this country is too much. Because the family, the friends, associates expect you to give them money. And this is one of the factors that is now pushing those in public office to go into that. And I noticed that any public officer who resists, you are considered as awkward, very difficult, and they will keep on pressurizing you that if only people that are strong that can stand that pressure. And also some people too, they are even daring, will tell you, I was a victim when I was Attorney General. And I want to say it here, maybe the person who did it will hear an issue which I say, look, AG, we want you to do this thing. I say, sir, it's not even in public office, it's not even a public officer. I say, sir, I can't do this thing because my conscience will not allow me to do it. After they put pressure from different angles, okay, you are a young man. How? I don't want to destroy your career. And I say, sir, my career is not in your hand. It's in the hand of God, my Creator. And I left. What followed, it wasn't present. I had to battle for more than 1 year of series of blackmail, from one blackmail to another, just because somebody wants to get money, and you can only get that money through me. And I was put under intense pressure to succumb, which I did not. What followed was I was put under serious stress. Now, the second problem is there is this theory. Whenever the corruption, if you look at it, if the benefit is high, the risk is low, people will keep on to engage. If people know that if you engage in corruption, it is really highly risky, you will lose your reputation in public. People will never consider you as somebody who has reputation in the society. People will be careful. If you know that the punishment is going to be very harsh, people will be careful. But if the risk is very low, the benefit is high, so people will continue to engage. So that is why we need to look, how can we strengthen our laws to ensure that those who engage are punished seriously. And also, you, the media, you have the role to play in sensitizing Nigerians that those who are trying, please try to support them. And distinguished, I want to tell you that there are good people in this country. Every part of this country, there is no part of this country that I did not come across people that detest corruption, people that are serious, people that help me. I met a lot of people that are trying to see how can we help this thing, how can we fight this corruption, Chairman. But the problem is that the support from the public, sometimes people are not willing to support because they feel, you know, what you are doing is not worth it, and also because of the pressure, so people feel like, okay, let us leave you, go and do what. So this is second problem. And also, we need to see how can we fasten the judicial process, because it's law. It is not the law that is the problem, but rather some of us within the system, we try to put stumbling block in the judicial processes, bring in series of applications, truncate, so that you will see one case will take many years. Even the witness will be frustrated. You call a witness today, the matter is adjourned, and I'm not saying that it is the fault of the judges. No, it is all of us, the lawyers, and also other stakeholders, that we know if your client has an issue, as a lawyer, you know, because once you look at the facts and the proof of evidence, you'll be able to know that my client has an issue. Okay, how can we help him to face justice so that all the process of justice, the court and the system should be fair to him? But you will see that that slowing down is also another factor. That you will see somebody engage in corruption, when you take him to court, it will take many years. And before you know it, you will see another corruption case. And also another problem, especially in the public sector, I now notice, is that our public service rules also has a problem, because it has given a leeway that people engaging in corruption, there is no specific provision which provides that, look, once you are engaged in corruption, you should automatically be dismissed. But some, you will find that after ICPC are investigating an issue, it has taken somebody to court, even if you secure conviction, you will not realize that the agencies are not willing to edge out those people. They will leave them to continue working. Because I feel any public officer that is convicted, he is not supposed to continue working in public agency. He should go. If the Constitution will say that conviction of embezzlement and fraud attracts disqualification for a certain period of time, I think there is need. Any convict should not be allowed to work within the public service. It should just be aged out. And that is why now, as chairman of ICPC, we are now going to exploit the Code of Conduct, Bureau and Tribunal. Any public officer will secure conviction and the agency refuses to edge him out, we will send him to Code of Conduct, because they have the power to edge him out. So there is another way, so that we don't allow people to continue. So these and other issues are part of the problem, why the problem of corruption will keep on coming and coming and coming. And also the institutions are really weak, because there are a lot of vulnerabilities where people are exploiting in order to commit corrupt practices. That is why we need to focus on technology. Technology will be able to give you the trade, you will be able to know some of the things that are happening, most especially around procurement. This is an area whereby there is serious problem because of the laxity and the challenge around that. So that's why you will see that almost you will be seeing issues around procurement be raised in public sector. So this is also another factor that is bringing this issue of corruption to keep on going. And also there is an international dimension too. Because if those who are taking or stealing the humongous amount of money, they don't have a place to hide it, then it will reduce. But they know that they can wear it somewhere else. And those countries, I keep on saying, when you say that we have challenge of corruption, why are you keeping the process of crime in your country? Why can't you turn them back? This is process of crime. Please take it back to your country because there is United Nations Convention Against Corruption. And it is a global legal instrument. But you will find out that when they wear the money outside the country, there are a lot of technicalities. MLA, other things that will be frustrated because the legal mechanisms are made in such a way that it's even very, very difficult for you to recover. So if they know that they cannot take it somewhere else, I think the problem might reduce. Okay, the constituency project, like I said, we have been investigating the issue because it's a challenge that has been with us for a long period of time. And from what I notice of why the challenge keep on coming is one of the issues you made mention. Because there was a time when member of National Assembly told me, say, Chairman, I have concern. I say, what is your concern? He said, it's about this your executive project tri-kill. You people are doing well. But I know why this issue will keep on coming. On that day, he was telling me the challenge he was facing. There was burial in his hometown. You need to contribute. He said, look, somebody had domestic accident. He called me. And so he kept on mentioning. He said, I'm not justifying, but the societal pressure on us is too much. That's why only those who are strong will resist. And I don't know whether that is part of the reason why we are having this challenge. And to be frank with you, we have noticed areas whereby some of them did not execute the project. We have noticed whereby some of them, they did shoddy job. We have noticed whereby some of you notice that, like I keep on saying, a well is supposed to be dig in one place and somebody will just take it to his home farmland. We will see whereby street lights, instead of to be installed on the streets, somebody will put in his house. So these are challenges that are keep coming. And I know that there is one of the newspapers last year, they made a front page story that ICPC has failed to tackle this challenge. And I know that we have been doing our best. And we did a lot because we have recovered a lot. And even currently, I know that there is somebody who is facing trial. A child will file a charge against one of the former members of National Assembly. Former member is facing trial because of diversion. And also, we know that we have been going to ensure that if you do not execute the contract, you must go and do it. I know that there is a state whereby an ambulance was diverted. We ensure that it was taken to the hospital. I know where a lot of things. And that's why the strategy is good, in the sense that let us recover the proceeds of crime and put it into use. Because if you keep on filing charges and all these things, you will spend many years in court while the actual project will not be executed. And to be fair to them, if you confront them, you show them the proof. Honorable or distinguished, this is a project you're supposed to execute, you do not. Please direct the contractor to go back to site, or contractor go back to site. They go back. And recently, those who are being used, the contractors, I have been hard on them. If you allow money to be diverted through you, we are going to charge you now. You want to refund that money because you allow yourself to be used as conduit pipe. So we have been doing that and we have recovered a lot. And if I may say that the societal pressure, in my view, is one of the challenges, and also the weakness of the institutions. Because, to be frank, some of the heads of agencies, they allow themselves to be used in these challenges of constituency projects. Because if the head of agencies insists, once there is a contract awarded, that contract must be executed to the latter. Or you insist that you are not going to allow anything to be inserted in your budget, which is not out of your mandate. So if we will do that, then this thing will minimize. But if the head of agencies allow themselves to be used, then this thing will keep on happening. And ICPC, all the anti-corruption agencies, we don't have the capacity to follow all the projects. That's why you, as the media, you can expose. The public too, they need to follow their project, on your project. If there's a project which is supposed to be done in your constituency or in your security district, it was not done, raise it. And I don't think there is any public officer that you confront him with evidence that this amount of money was appropriated for a particular project and you do not execute, please go back and execute. You will not say, no, I will not go to do that. I hope I have answered. We are doing it in such a way that we don't disrupt the financial system. So we do it in such a way that we don't allow you to continue with illegality and committing crime, so that we will save the banking system and also the public sector fund. Then on issue of Dubai, like you made mention, in my speech I made mention of proceeds of crime. And I alluded to the fact that the international legal regimes, the various laws of countries are the problem. Because for me, I kept on saying in various fora of anti-corruption that look, if somebody steals our money and take it to your own country and you keep it, why are you telling me that we should come together and fight corruption? Why? Because you know, because your own, there is no your money in my country. So that's why you are saying we should join hands. Why I have traced and point out to you, this is the public funds taken to your own country. Why can't you give us our own? But because of the legal regimes, sometimes it's tedious, it takes a lot of time, and there are a lot of, it's not even law alone, there are politics, there are diplomacy, so it is something which is even outside the realm of anti-corruption agencies alone, because you need a lot of stakeholders. I know recently there are countries that I am the one who have been following that, look, let us sign an MOU with you, because we have noticed our funds are being taken to your own countries. And they agree. There are some 1 or 2 countries that I know that we are about to complete signing an MOU because of what we have noticed.
Also here, as a media owner,
Here with my team, we have a radio station and also a television station. I want to commend your efforts. For you to meet with the media shows you are transparent. It shows you are accountable. I don't have any question to ask you because I'm part of the team. It is not cheap to fight corruption. It's very, very expensive. Fighting corruption is also very, very complex. It's not as easy as we used to say it. It is only the person that is wearing the shoe that will know where it pitches is. So I commend your efforts and I pray for more grace that God should color your efforts. Everything is in your favor, the age, the energy, you have the capacity, and you have the right team to help you to drive it. You have the right team to drive it. Finally, I have this advice. You can't do it alone. You need to also rely on the outside team to help you to drive your dreams, your plans and goals, especially in the area of the media. I suggest maybe you could have something like a strategic media public enlightenment committee. Comprises, of course, the media team as well, stakeholders. You have a committee who also help you spread your good news. Also help you spread your good news either in the public sector, in the private sectors, and all that. Because if you say you want to work with media like you would like to work to, it's very, very expensive. But when you have the committees, selected committee, media team, editors, and also for the private sector and public sector, they will help you to achieve your dreams and goals. So you have our support, and like I said, God will color your efforts. God bless you, sir.
Thank you.
Angry ones and the pastors. Let me just add to your to-do list. I had 2 questions written down, but after Ikechukwu gave his lecture, I decided to calm down. You talked about, before I round up, and thank you for coming, judges advising you to go settle out of court. The biggest problem, one of the biggest problems with corruption in Nigeria are those judges. Recently, I think it was the Chief Justice of Nigeria who said election cases constitute about 70 or 80% of the cases they have in their docket, which suggests that election cases are very lucrative for them. So you have to put your searchlight on the judiciary. Then number 2, your constituency, the legal profession. Please, MBA has, from all accounts, a vibrant lawyer, Afam Osigwe. Engage him, collaborate with him. MBA too has to deliver. Plea bargaining takes place and judges advise you to go settle out of court. It's because the judges too are corrupt. The appointment and promotion mechanism on the bench is also corrupt. Search the NJC. Today, the type of, what's the word now? Corruption in terms of judicial promotion in Abuja is huge and impacts on the quality of judgment delivered. So, Mr. Chairman, the biggest thing you have done is to come here to show transparency. You said corruption thrives when there's. I also say this, I'll add to that corruption thrives when there's darkness, when it's hidden. So your coming out here suggests that you really want to fight corruption in partnership with my colleagues. And it's a brilliant thing you have done. I know you met some of my colleagues in Abuja, and that's why the Secretary of the Guild and the Deputy President of the Guild are here. You have to continue. Because if you want to work with the media, honestly, the way you have shown, the media will work with you. and Nigeria will be better for it. Thank you for coming.
And I will do my best to start my duty to the best of my ability, together with the officers of the ICPC. That is why, if people are raising the issue of bias, the issue of all this lie, you cannot prevent people from raising those kind of issues. But one thing I know, that if I satisfy my conscience, I'll go to sleep. And like I said, there is somewhere else that we are going to account somewhere. And that is why I try as much as possible to be fair in what I'm doing. And also God knows what I'm doing, and also know my ability, because the anti-corruption is a very complex and difficult thing. Sometimes getting evidence, getting things is difficult. Even if you're investigating issues, somebody will look like you are targeting you are targeting somebody, or you have a motive, or this thing. So on my own part, I will do my best, and also posterity will judge. Because that's the only thing I can say. On the other issue, which like the president said, that the lecture you gave us, and some of the things you raised, I quite agree with you that those are the challenges, and we need to work on them. And in my view, that is why the Constitution is structured in such a way that Chapter 2, it is left in such a way that it's you, the leader, that should strive to ensure that Chapter 2 is realizable. You attain that aspiration: education, healthcare, good environment, all other social amenities. You as a leader, you must think outside the box to ensure that you reduce the poverty level, which I agree with you. The level of poverty is really high, and we need to tackle it, because without tackling the poverty, we will continue to face this challenge of corruption that keeps on coming. And also, we are not justifying or defending the public office holders or the politicians, like you said, that we are saying that as societal pressure. Like you said, it's a fact. We can't deny it. Myself as ICPC chairman, if I show you the number of text messages people are sending to me every day, you'll be shocked. In fact, I am even thinking that some they have even forgotten that I am the ICPC chairman. Maybe they are thinking that I am chairman of one local government or a state governor, because they will keep on sending. So, and also they will keep on calling, because the number of calls are such that they are unbearable. And we are part of the society. Even if we deny, there is such a thing that even if you deny, it's a reality. And I agree that poverty is one of the factors. But also we have to keep on telling people that they need to consider public office holders. And also, we, the public office holders, also, we need to live a simple life. Because some of us, the way we are living a very larger life, that's why people will keep on pressurizing you. But unfortunately, it is also us, the Nigerians, that are pushing people. Like that member I started the example, he told me that my constituents were telling me that, look at this man. He has finished house order, he has an old car. Up to now. So people are even looking at you, there are certain things that even if you exhibit as a public officer, people will look at you that is strange. So why? Because it is the society that are pushing people to adopt a life that will put you in trouble. And once you resist, like I said, they will say you are awkward, you are difficult, you know, all these things. And we are all human beings. And that is why we need that support. from you, the media, in your own writings, articles, and opinions, and also the public too. They need to support public officers that are transparent, that try to live within their means and within the ambit of the law. But without that, you will find one or two people that because of that they will derail. Because of that prejudice. That's why always I will raise this issue of prejudice. Last week when I was in Gombe, and I told the chairman, don't allow anybody to put pressure on you to dip your hand in public post. Let them say whatever they want to say. Because one day you are going to leave. It's better for you to leave, you go home and sleep well, than for you to leave and something to follow up which will not be nice.
As the world navigates constant change and competing voices, the call for purposeful leadership rings louder. The Scalable Leadership Summit 2025, hosted on the Leadership Channel Consulting platform, wasn't just another conference. It was a clarion call to leaders, seasoned and emerging, to abandon short-lived titles and build the kind of leadership that endures storms, spans generations, and reshapes nations. In a compelling convergence of Africa's top-level thought leaders, entrepreneurs, and organizational trailblazers, the summit issued a bold call for enduring, values-driven leadership. Under the theme, Lead Beyond Limits, Build What Lasts, the convener, Wale Adekola, emphasized that this event is not for applause. It was engineered for lasting impact.
We're talking about leaders who are going to represent leadership, who are going to become leadership ambassadors. And that is why we are launching Scalable Niger today. So Scalable Niger for us is not just a slogan. It's something that we want to see happening in every community in Nigeria. Because today every participant is going to go home with three powerful frameworks. And for these frameworks, we have the first one is the Scalable Leadership Framework. The second one is ADAPT. ADAPT model is a sustainable change system that it can use to transform any system within the organization, of course, and across institutions. In Nigeria, of course, and across Africa. So these are proven and tested frameworks that we have studied, we have applied, for the past 10 years. And now we want to see all these frameworks applied in Nigerian institutions and, of course, organizations.
The summit delivered a rich blend of keynote insights and fire chat dialogues, featuring voices like Adeyemi Olayiwole, Niyi Adesanya, Tara Fela Durotoye, Honorable Adewumi Adeyemi, Professor Abraham Oshinobi, and Dr. Smith Bam, among others. The experience was further deepened by stirring spoken words, performances, and inspirational music, not merely to share leadership principles, but to ignite a deeper commitment to legacy-driven leadership in a world that is constantly evolving. Kicking off the summit was leadership strategist and keynote speaker Odeyemi Olayiwole, who emphasized the power of learning from experience. His message challenged attendees to go beyond information and seek transformation through mentorship, experience sharing, and tested wisdom.
The cheapest way to succeed in anything is to learn from someone who has succeeded in that thing. Not someone that knows about the thing alone, but someone who has been able to acquire the information and translate it to application and have results to show. And so that's why many years, in 1996, when I knew that my assignment was in the leadership space, one of the first questions I asked is, who is doing what I want to do? And who is the best at what I do? Every year I pick 3 case studies: a country, a company, and a corporate leader, every single year. And I dissect them to find out what is the secret, because success needs clues. The secret of men are in their stories. So one of the cheapest ways to succeed at anything is to find out who has succeeded at what I want to start.
Renowned beauty entrepreneur Tara Feladrotoye, in her keynote session and during a fire chat with a convener, shared lessons from her leadership journey in building the House of Tara brand, from humble beginnings to a systemized enterprise. She spoke on navigating growth, people development, and succession planning.
What is it that I do that delivers the same outcome? What is it that makes my customers buy every time? Write it down, because you have now found a framework. Then you amplify and multiply that framework, so that every time you meet a House of Tara person, there is something about them that reminds you of the person you met in Lekki. Why? Because we have created a culture. The policies are designed to protect you, not just the company. If you don't remember anything else that I said and you are an employee here, follow the policies and embrace them in your chest. Know them by heart. If anybody says anything, you just ask, what does the policy say? And all found out, if you don't have policies, what you are basically saying is that you allow your people to do anything.
From academia, Professor Oshinobi of Lagos Business School brought a compelling perspective on national transformation governance, innovation, and faith-based leadership.
The Nigerian paradox: we are rich in resources, yet poor in trust. True of us, bursting with talent, yet starved of opportunity. A land of faith, yet a desert. Governance is the structural foundation that enables accountability, transparency, and the rule of law. But the crisis is this: 83% of Nigerians is strong public institution. True or true? That is the basis of our problem in this country. Trust deficits.
The summit was not all talk. It was also artfully immersive, as Esosia Wilson rendered soul-lifting inspirational songs, creating moments of reflection between sessions. In an interview with SOUQ News TV, the convener emphasized the summit's depth, that it is a leadership movement committed to shaping a new breed of leaders. Participants shared their reflections, describing the summit as a catalytic experience that confronted, challenged, and compelled.
Leadership is not just a day thing, it's a daily thing. We want them to recognize 3 types of patterns. So we have encouraged them to study pattern. Number 1, pattern recognition. Number 2, pattern usage, how they can use the pattern that they're going to learn today. And number 3 is pattern creation. How can they create new patterns that they can apply in their own organization, something that is unique for them from the patterns they've recognized that they can use and also apply in their organization through wisdom.
Some people just wish to scale, but you need to be able to have a system that enables you to scale. So that's basically what I think the frameworks will do. And then from each of the speakers, so they are all coming from different, some are from the academia, the business world, which I believe that convergence will actually help to give a better knowledge and sensitization about what true scalability in business and in leadership basically is.
The second session talked about the need for leaders to appreciate their team members, and it was quite emotional when we saw 2 or 3 people shed tears of joy when they got messages from their team leaders. So for us as team leaders, we need to be very deliberate. And even the case study we did, Deep Sea, it talks about the need for us to be very deliberate. We need to know our team members. We need to know what's happening with them. And we need to leverage their strengths.
Everything rises and falls on leadership. If the leader gets it right, it trickles down to those at the middle level, at the lower level. So it's important to get it right from the root so that the fruits are good. I do a lot of case studies. So you study what has worked, what has not worked. And through my research, preparing for this summit, I discovered that we're talking about starting, scaling, and sustaining businesses. So let's study systems that have worked for up to 1,000 years and more. And I found out that they are driven around community, which is people. Everything should be about people. Listen to them, love them, then you can lead them more effectively. And when people's hearts are touched, they work better with their hands, with their head, and with their feet.
Because I work with people, I understand how powerful people can be, and the biggest asset any organization has is not infrastructure, it's its people. And if you understand that your people are your assets, you will invest in your people. But if you don't understand it, if you don't share that philosophy, you're going to abuse your people, you're going to misuse your people. So for me, it's something I've been living for 20 years, and so it's just natural.
You need to love the people you want to lead by having what we call the emotional intelligence, social intelligence. Both go hand in hand, and you need them for leadership. And lastly, for leadership is also about listening. For you to influence one, you need to listen to your environment in order to act accordingly.
We have looked at how to scale our leadership potential, and also sustain it. It's not enough to just start, but we will start, we will scale, and then we'll sustain it. It's something that should be a legacy, something that should live beyond us. Right now, we are talking about impact, the impact that the structures and the systems that we are putting in place will have on our society, on our community. So leadership is beyond just us. It's about impact, it's about sustainability, and it's about the value that we are creating for our society.
To a large extent, I try to tell people that you can be anything you want to be, because you've been placed here to lead, you've been placed here to be at the forefront. And for you to be at the forefront, that means you need to understand what leadership means. And that's the message I pass out. I see myself being able to influence the world with my music, and also show people that they have the ability to believe they can be anything they want to be.
My workers are waiting patiently to see me coming, because I have a lot to impact on them about the personal growth, the business growth, and everything as well. Everybody needs this, especially if you're an entrepreneur. You don't need to miss out this kind of program. You need to connect. No matter the money you spend here, it's worth it.
With resounding voices across academia, enterprise, ministry, and the creative arts, the message was unified. Leadership that scales must be intentional, people-focused, and purpose-driven. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News TV.
Under the bay. Oh. 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 Under the baobab tree, where shadows bend, the earth whispers tales, the wind.
Human rights are a fundamental and universal entitlement belonging to every person by birth, designed to ensure dignity, freedom, and equality regardless of race, nationality, or status. These inalienable rights form the very core of global governance. International human rights law, founded upon the Charter of the United Nations and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, UDHR of 1948, establishes the binding obligation of governments to protect these freedoms. A key success of this universal framework has been the continuous expansion of its legal body to protect vulnerable groups, including women, children, and persons with disabilities. This universal commitment forms the basis of this year's International Human Rights Day theme, Our Everyday Essentials, which seeks to reaffirm these principles not as abstract concepts, but as the practical foundation people rely on daily. Despite the strength of this legal foundation, challenges in implementation and new complexity result in an uneven global landscape. Millions are facing a critical lack of access to basic needs such as food, water, health, education due to persistent poverty and entrenched inequality. Recent World Bank estimates indicate that approximately 817 million people are currently facing extreme poverty, underscoring the severity of this implementation gap. Rapid advances in technology and digitalization also present novel hurdles concerning surveillance and privacy. Digital access, essential for modern civic participation, saw significant disruption in 2024 with 296 instances of internet service disruption, highlighting the growing threat to digital rights. This challenge is compounded by weak governance and the widespread persistence of armed conflict. These elements undermine fundamental rights by fueling instability and violence, often perpetuated by a lack of accountability for violations. The devastating impact on civilian life remains profound. The United Nations recorded a sharp 72% surge in the loss of civilian life in conflict zones in 2023, coupled with a record high of over 120 million forcibly displaced persons by the end of 2024. The human rights framework faces compounding issues such as climate change, which threatens the rights to life and health through environmental degradation. This has created a hazardous environment for advocates, with environmental human rights defenders facing substantial risk to their personal safety. Navigating a fair and constructive way forward requires key action across key primary fronts. Strengthening social safety nets through the establishment of universal social protection floors is vital to close the inequality gap and safeguard essential economic rights. Enhancing accountability is paramount. The international community must increase support for mechanisms that investigate and prosecute serious violations of humanitarian law, thereby countering impunity and restoring the rule of law. Also, the protection of civic space must be prioritized by regulating the digital sphere to ensure strong privacy rights and by enacting specific legal safeguards that protect activists, journalists, and human rights defenders from attacks, allowing them to perform their essential work without fear. Ultimately, ensuring human rights remain an ongoing commitment that demands measurable action over rhetorical assurance. By reinforcing the UDHR's principles through strategic investment in social protection, accountability, and the safeguarding of civic and digital freedoms, the global community can successfully transition these values from legal ideals into the everyday essentials that defines a life of dignity, freedom, and equality for all people. Praise Matthias, SOUQ News TV.
Rising demand for healthy proteins, snail-based cosmetics, and export opportunities have driven a surge in Nigeria's snail farming industry, far outpacing local production and opening a significant gap for investors to fill. Snail farming, or heliculture, is rapidly emerging as a profitable agribusiness in Nigeria, offering sustainable solutions to food security, poverty reduction, and income generation. Rich in protein and essential nutrients, snails are incredibly sought after, fueled by a growing population, a rising interest in healthy diets, and their status as a prized delicacy in Nigerian cuisine. This expanding industry promotes substantial economic opportunities for both farmers and investors. There is a huge and growing demand for snails, which are regarded as a luxury cuisine due to their nutritional benefits. The snail industry in Nigeria is estimated at over 15 billion naira, and the business can be started with little capital. Snail farming is one of the most sustainable and money-spinning agribusiness that many people ignore. For salary earners and investors wanting to increase their income, it's an excellent choice, while it's not time-consuming and highly profitable. Agricultural experts have emphasized the export potential of snails and have urged investors and companies to seize the opportunity, as it was a lucrative venture with strong export prospects due to high global demand. According to them, the market exists, but what is needed was increased production by mobilizing people to invest and scale up production. Snail farming is emerging as one of the most accessible agribusiness opportunities in Nigeria due to its low capital requirement and high profit potential. With an initial investment as modest as 50,000 to 100,000 naira, the business offers the potential to grow as high as 5 million naira annually. Setting up a small farm is both affordable and straightforward. Basic materials like corrugated sheets, baskets, old tires, or wood are sufficient to construct a functional snail pen. Feeding is also budget-friendly, making the overall startup cost even more appealing. A bag of snail feed is between 10,000 and 16,000 naira per 25 kg, and you can use just 2 bags to feed 50 snails for 3 months. Everything needed for snail feeding has been provided by nature. Nature itself provides most of what snails need to survive, from vegetables to watermelons and even leftover foods. One crucial factor, however, in successful snail farming is choosing the right species. Agricultural experts recommended going for the giant African land snails, which come in 3 main species. Aricantina marigata lays between 6 and 14 eggs up to 4 times a year. Achatina achatina produces 80 to 350 eggs per clutch and lays 1 to 3 times annually. And the most profitable among them all, Achatina fuka, can lay between 100 and 400 eggs, as many as 6 times a year. Despite Achatina fuka's prolific breeding, experts tend to favor Achatina marigata, as it is considered the largest land snail in the world, and its size and market appeal make it a favorite among both farmers and consumers. According to experts, Achatina achatina also remains a strong choice, particularly due to its adaptability to the African climate. The global snail market reached $647.4 million in 2024 and is projected to grow from $706.7 million in 2025 to $1.4 billion by 2034, according to Global Market Insights, a market intelligence platform. France leads global production with over 300,000 tons annually, followed by Italy and Spain producing 20,000 and 15,000 tons respectively, solidifying Europe's dominance in the snail farming industry. Chiki Okulu, SOUQ News TV.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to watch, always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface.